Hello, mic check. check, mic check. is company karaoke, 90s pop theme. I'm something of a karaoke connoisseur.
Good morning, everybody. Hello. Hi. Everyone's here on this side of the room. Hope everyone's doing okay. Hope everyone had some breakfast. Welcome to day 2 of CXO 2.0 conference. It's really nice to see the faces that were here yesterday. And I hope you had a good rest, and I hope you are ready for day 2. Now, before we dive in, we'd like to take a moment to extend our heartfelt thanks to our silver sponsor, AWA, by Our Revolution. Bronze sponsor, Team Up Corp, Certainty Management, DB Tez Technologies, Private Limited, Bob Lucido team of Keller Williams, Lucido Agency, CXO Anand Sanchan, Barrett Enterprises, merchandise sponsor Avela Global, and our lanyard sponsor LMI Executive. Without their generous support, this conference couldn't be possible. Now, as you connect, learn, and collaborate today, don't forget to share your experiences with the wider community. Use the hashtag CXO2Conf on LinkedIn, Twitter, and Instagram, and let the world know that you have been here in Dubai's 2.0 conferences. Now, ladies, we are ready for our very first panel. Our spotlight will put a powerful force on reshaping global business. Women who are scaling with resilience. These leaders aren't just building organizations, they are redefining what growth looks like. So, moderating the session would be Miss Amy O'Meara, founder of Open Wonder Learning, who will lead the session and introduce our panelists. Please make your way to the stage and let's give them a warm round of applause.
Good morning, everybody. All right. Did you bring your coffee? Everybody bring some coffee. First morning session, everyone's just waking up. All right, we're gonna have the ladies come to the stage. All right, as we start today, welcome everyone today. We are exploring what it means to scale with strength and how women are shaping growth on a global level across many different sectors. Thank you for being here. Thank you for bringing your coffee and waking up, and hopefully we bring the energy to the room. So I would love to get started and take the time, because these are some very incredible women. And instead of me telling you your name, they're going to take a moment and tell you their names and how scaling, whether that's locally, globally. All right, I'm going to start from right to left and go ahead. And you can begin.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, everyone. This is Bahara Jamour. I'm a director for policy and reform. And as for scaling, I'm focusing regionally and mostly on GCC area. I'm very pleased to meet those incredible women and looking forward.
Hi, I'm Vijay Shri. I'm from India, and I'm a serial entrepreneur, and I run two businesses, one in apparel manufacturing and exports, and the other in scaling organizations and leaders. I'm super excited to be here. It's my first time in Dubai and CXO conference, and more than that, I'm super excited to be with this panel of amazing women, and it's amazing to have a person moderating even when the resilience is proven here, right in this panel, that our moderator has her injury and she is still showing up strong. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And again, I am Amy of Open Wonder Learning. I'm the founder and CEO, where we are reimagining education from the ground up with a new philosophy and framework. And we are scaling globally because we all know education needs to change in order to feed the businesses and companies of the future exactly the type of critical thinkers and creative people that they need in order to funnel the future of learning. All right.
Hi, thank you, Amy. I'm Laura Trendle of the Game Changer Consultancy, and from the UK, Europe, and working internationally with leaders in government and corporate businesses. Focusing on leadership and strategy, we've developed the first psychometric to measure integrity-driven decision-making with the Game Changer Leadership Quotient and the Game Changer Leadership Academy to support founders and educational leaders in developing their business.
All right. And Mika.
I'm Mika. I'm based in Tokyo, Japan, and thank you for inviting me here today, and I'm really happy to be here. So I'm serving as a director of business strategy and operations of the Japan affiliate of Gilead Sciences, a US-based pharmaceutical company. And my background is the 20 years experience of healthcare industry. And my background is the corporate strategy, kind of so developing the comprehensive business strategy in global and regional and local.
Thank you so much. As we begin today, I want you to take a moment and I want you to think about where you have seen growth that felt strong and sustainable in your business, as well as considering what scaling with strength means to you as our brilliant, amazing women divulge their answers. So thinking about, we're all going to join this with different perspectives because we're all in different fields, and that includes you yourself. So we're going to open up the first question. And in your field, what does scaling with strength actually look like? All right. I would love to begin with Laura. Thank you.
Thank you. Scaling with strength for me actually means scaling in a way which is building in resilience to the way we scale through systems, structure, process. I think when we have these basics in place, it allows the creative freedom to operate, and certainly in my advisory work with governments, with new organizations that are being created in new industries, that's one of the key focuses, is to make sure that we have clarity of vision, clear communications, inclusion built into how those organizations operate to take the opportunities that diversity can bring to us. Without diversity, we often can't take the opportunities available because we don't have the right view of the market. So for me, it's really critical that we build that in with the organizations that I advise to scale, Amy.
Thank you. And that is such incredible advice. And now we're going to move on and go ahead and take your turn.
Thank you. I work with a lot of organizations, and I can take my own organization as an example too. Scaling with strength is, for me, and the work we do, is to separate scaling just the revenue, but also scaling with a systemic resilience. And you can scale with systemic resilience when you are culturally aligned and you're strategically agile. So that's the best way to scale the entire organization towards growth and a sustainable growth. So the focus should be on culture, strategy, and leadership.
Incredible. And
Yeah, thank you. I think ladies actually mentioned most of the, let's say, incredible practices when you scale. One of the things that I actually so much agree with, it's like scaling, as Sherry said, in different levels. It's not just you go one direction, you have your revenue, you have like your goals, your, KPIs met, but also being inclusive. What does that mean to different genders? What does that mean to different people with special needs or with, other, let's say, categories or intersections, let's say. Most of the time, we focus on growing in a one direction, in a one dimension, without thinking about the other dimensions. For instance, what does that mean for me when I scale to be more inclusive towards different cultures, towards different genders, towards different categories in the society? Does that also mean for me that the investment that I do is more valuable for the society or not? So it's just like, it's not thinking one way about your company, your growth, but also how to give back, how to actually scale something that people would appreciate, that's going to be more rewarding in the future for you. Most of the time, because as let's say managers or let's say founders, CEOs, or whoever in leadership position, we think about the quick win. We forget that there is something much bigger than that that's going to bring us more reward. Where we are inclusive, we can actually have better outcome in the future. Probably not in the next 3 months, but in the next year. So yeah, I think inclusivity is the key.
And I really, really value that answer, because it kind of leads into what I believe scaling with growth means. So to me, scaling with strength and growth means really protecting the values of the company while protecting the people. Because I have worked both inside education systems, the corporate world, and I have seen where humans are treated like numbers instead of them. They're even unclear at the mission or why they're doing what they're doing. So when we align our people and they feel seen and heard, they're going to feel valued, and instead of comply, they're going to create. And you want someone that's co-creating your vision with you and supporting, and like you said, it might take a little bit longer, but that is more powerful and more, it scales with more strength than if we have them complying with whatever that we're needing. So strength in my world is the ability to scale without breaking the people inside your company.
So scaling in my field is the expanding our footprint through the repeatable and sustainable operating model by enhancing our core advantage, like the robust science evidences, and also the trust relationship with the multiple stakeholders like customers, patients, communities, and the other academics. And also from the perspective of women leadership, I agree with the other members mentioned. So I think that women tend to integrate the multiple perspective as like the collaboration and the communication. So balancing the global consistency with the local adoption, and also it's maybe kind of Japan specific thing, cultural nuance. So the women they tend to how can I say integrate, reflect this kind of thing, I think.
Anyone have anything else to add to what it means to strength?
I was just going to say the other thing as well when we're scaling is it is so important that we trust and empower our people, building on your point, Amy. When we trust and empower, that is what gives us the energy and the access to talent to be able to scale. I think people that feel valued, that are aligned with the mission of an organisation, that understand, as Bahar said, that there is a bigger purpose. When we create a business, we are creating a product or a service that essentially should be of benefit to people, whether that is other corporations, whether it's individuals. So I think we can align that people, purpose, planet, along with the profitability. Those are key to success.
Yes, and I truly, I think every single one of us have hit on a very important point of scaling with growth, and the fundamental part of how our people are the people. I think about it in my own as we're scaling and bringing in on people as a new startup, and it is powerful when we have alignment. So as we move on, I wanted you to think, as we move on to the next question, I want you to reflect for a moment in your own world on the qualities that you think that make scaling sustainable rather than stressful. And take a moment, like a minute or so, and just write down a few words that come to mind that if you were to scale in a sustainable way rather than a stressful way, what would that look like for you and for your company? So just take that moment. All right, and as we move on, we're going to dive a little deeper into this conversation, and we're going to talk about how women are now reshaping growth on a global scale. And I think that this panel has brought an interesting perspective on how we think women are reshaping growth on a global scale. So, are you ready for the question, ladies? Here we go. How are women driving growth differently in your sector? And what changes when when women lead in the scaling process? One more time. How are women driving growth differently in your sector? And what changes when women lead the scaling process? All right, would you like to start?
Absolutely. In India, women in leadership is really rising, and it is beautiful to work with these women leaders who are actually changing the way the organizations are scaled by enabling organizational permeability. So what happens is they go beyond structure, process, revenue, and they go beyond and scale the people systems internally. Psychological safety is much better because as women, we tend to care more. So the empathy and compassion comes naturally to us. So when a women leader moves from a reactive tendencies to scaling their creative competencies, they can really do wonders because they look at it very systemically. They look at the system, not just themselves or an individual or just a layer in the organization. So what happens is your succession is planned, middle management is given importance, and employee relations are viewed and enabled in a better way. And this allows an organization to thrive in a very different way and scale together in a cohesive way, which is beautiful to witness.
And I think that is a beautiful answer. So I want you to, while we're shifting into the next speaker, think about a moment when a woman leader shifted the direction of a project or a team in your own business. So I'm going to have Laura answer this question now because she has a really unique perspective as well.
Yeah, so I think when women are leading and scaling, and I have had the privilege of leading the strategy for 2 organisations that scaled significantly, I think the difference of perspective that we bring is the ability to evaluate risk and opportunity by being able to look at the relationships between people, to understand how the dynamics are working, and to look at where we can add additional support. And I think that is something that comes quite naturally to a number of women, sometimes with men. I've seen some great male leaders using these qualities, those qualities of empathy, of listening, of allowing the team to answer their own challenges. So the big shift that I've seen, particularly in the GCC region, where we have great progress towards the gender balance in both government and corporate. What I have really seen is the adoption of a coaching style of leadership which honours the individual's talent as part of the whole in scaling an organisation. And I think that that is where a lot of the current success in the GCC, particularly, which is the main market I work with, can be attributed. And I would also pick up on your point, Mika, of the importance of cultural nuance and the ability, particularly as we are more globally connected, working with many different nationalities, that ability to have patience rather than, yes, we can drive for growth, but to do so in a mindful way is probably the most important change that we can bring as female leaders.
I love that response. So, I can build on that as well. In my field, especially as the landscape is changing, women are changing growth by how we define it. We've had to redefine what global growth looks like for us, because building on what you said is we tend to build growth that is conscious. So we lean more into conscious growth, meaning it's rhythmic. We follow the sustainability of it, and it's human-centered. And we pay attention to like what you said, the emotional well-being, the connection, making sure that the people around have purpose and they're working in their genius zones. When we are conscious about where we place people and they're working and leading in the place that just lights them up, that can really drive the global growth. And I think women in our sector are really leaning more into that and putting people in places where they are the core drivers of trust, creativity, and long-term team innovation. So, Micah, would you like to answer the question?
Yeah, so please let me introduce the Japan's example. I think the important thing is how we can bring male into this movement, not only women. So how can I say that? I don't want to emphasize the difference between male and female. So it's kind of male versus female. So there's sometimes the people that are especially the male here like that. So we should prioritize the women's empowerment. Some people think about, oh, it means that they prioritize the male. It's not like that. We work together, that we proceed this initiative together. In Japan, for example, interesting, I think, as you may know, the gender gap score, the Japan's rank is 118 among the 140 countries. It's quite low. So to accelerate the female to come back to work, the most of Japanese company introduced the flexible working policy, especially the women who have the children. And after introducing this flexible working policy, that not only female, the male employees started to utilize this flexible working policy. So it means to create the environment for the comfortable for women and to empower the women, it means that to create the environment for all people. So beyond the gender, beyond the age, beyond the generation, and beyond the nationality, they create for the good environment for all. This is, I think, that it's a good concept for all.
Can I just add on that? Because we had a great example in BT when we were first starting. That was where I started my career with flexible working. And we actively promoted the senior male directors to be arranging meetings that started after 10, to close meetings by 3, and actually asked them to put their hands up and say, actually, yes, I as a senior male director am going to do the school run and take time with my family. And the men role modelling that for the women was so powerful in creating, we had 100% female returners after maternity, which was fantastic. So I think really valuable points there. Thank you.
And I absolutely love that balance. And this goes back to what we were saying is we're shifting the definition
of what it means to scale with growth. And we're changing that global conversation from efficiency at all costs to evolution with intention. So as we're growing businesses, we're not only scaling systems, we're scaling humanity and the people within it, not just women, but men as well. And that changes everything about culture, outcomes, and impact. So as we move on, we have had some really wonderful points, and I want to pull out some of the points that came up within our conversation. And several of you, I'm not sure if it was you or me, we mentioned talking about psychological safety. So I'm going to bring this to you. And why do you think psychological safety matters when scaling?
Psychological safety directly correlates to agility of the organization. Only when you have the psychological safety, the trust layer builds. The trust layer builds the accountability builds on the result. And the psychological safety is not just being inclusive, not just being intaked into the organization. It is more the contribution safety that employees have. The ability to contribute what you have learned, what you want to innovate or you want to create. Giving that safety for employees builds the agility in the organization to grow the organization and scale the organization, because creativity is thriving when you allow that to happen. So psychological safety is a very key layer in innovation, in growth, and in sustenance. Hara?
Yeah, would anyone like to add? Go ahead.
If I just add something to what you have just mentioned, Sherry. So I was training a petroleum company recently on inclusive leadership. And one of the topics that we talked to those incredible leaders, it was psychological safety, which is something that I really, really care about and value in leadership, because one of the things, like most of us, we have been employees. I'm still an employee. I do also like trainings and stuff, but when you are an employee, most of the time, you are scared to make mistakes. And actually, without trials and errors and doing those mistakes, probably you can't come up with the best solutions and learn from the mistakes as well. Especially, for instance, when you are trying to do something that is very unique and different. And psychological safety is also like particularly important for this, let's say, progress of the company, because you are there to speak to your leadership. You are there to actually say that I have made a mistake, and you know that they will accept that and they will try to find a solution with you other than being against you. So I think that's very, very important in the scaling, that it's painful, it's costly sometimes, but trusting people, giving them that psychological safety to speak up, to try to do, is very, very important.
Yeah. And I think you did something really wonderful there. When we talk about making a mistake and that vulnerability and feeling safe to be vulnerable enough to speak to your leader, I know, as living in both corporate world and education, we come across leaders who you do not feel psychologically safe. So when we become that leader that we wish to see, our employees will show up. And sometimes they'll show up with the mistake and the solution. They're like, okay, I did do the mistake, but however, I have two other solutions that I think will work. And I think a bell has gone off for Laura here.
Absolutely. So one of the things we're very conscious about in working with high-performing teams is to reframe the language. It is not a mistake. It is a learning opportunity. And if we are pioneering, we're going into new markets, new technologies, we cannot avoid the need to take risk. If we are doing things first, there is no template. We have to rely on our knowledge, on the trust, on the expertise of our teams to bring that, because we're asking them to do something new. So, creating a culture where there is no judgment, where there is no blame, where there is no fear. And I think this also goes back to Mika's point on when people feel disenfranchised, like the fear of if I can make a mistake, I'm going to lose this, or my social value in the organization is going to diminish. I think we need to remove that, because if we're growing a business, we are creating opportunity for more people, not taking away opportunities of others.
And I love how you're saying that, because even as we're reimagining education, that's what we're building for children now. That psychological safety of a learning spiral is able, okay, yes, learning isn't linear, it's not up and down. We, even as workers, okay, yes, this worked, I tried this, and now I'm going to come around to here. And it is reframing of the language. So thank you for bringing that up, because that is so powerful, because yes, this is a learning opportunity for all of us. And we know in business, not everything goes to plan. So, Mika, did you want to add anything, or are you good?
I fully agree about this. So the psychological safety leads the innovation. So again, let me explain my experience. I lead a project to the efficiency. the one function to never proceed the promote those initiatives, and I discussed with the young generations that they said we have lots of ideas, but here supervisor that usually you are not matured, so your idea must be wrong, so they cannot speak up anything. So however, they have lots of good ideas. As a result, so we pick up the young generation's idea. The project completed successfully. So it's a good example to innovation that comes from the speak up culture.
Okay, so that is wonderful. So some key points that came out during this conversation to note were women drive global growth through relational intelligence, collaboration, trust building. We reshape systems by creating inclusivity, breaking structural bias, and women leadership changes representation, expectations, and outcomes in global operations. And while all of that is amazingly true, through that, we strengthen long-term growth by focusing on fostering psychological safety, clarity, and human connection. So women are truly shifting this conversation around how we're scaling businesses. And if we were to have a takeaway, and the audience remembers one thing, and that is our audience at home and our audience here, if they remember one thing about how women scale with strength, what do you hope that is that they take away from this conversation? So this is, yes, I would love for you to start.
So I think I'm gonna, share two things, like quickly. One of them is you are there not only for yourself, you are there for others as well. So as a woman, I always think about, I'm not there just to protect myself or to do something for myself. No, I need to think about others, about other women, about other segments in the company when I write any policy, any procedure, any system during scaling, or even in the normal time. And the other thing is, if it's not written, it stays within a very limited time. So please systemize the values, systemize what you want people to actually handle as a culture. If you want them to be inclusive, make your policies inclusive. If you want them to be leading with excellence, make your policies, procedures, and everything you do, your systems to be towards that. So people, if they come and go, they still have the same values, because these are the company's value, not just the person's value. And thanks.
And what would you like for the audience to take away, if there were one thing about women in growth and leadership and scaling?
In scaling, be it women or men, I'm sure the takeaway is to be inclusive, help women grow, think about it more, not organic, but more a sponsorship-based growth, where you bring and scale women, because it's very important to have that balance in the organization. And once you have that balance, you'll start seeing that the work that is done in an organization is not transactional anymore, and it becomes transformational. That is the shift that comes when you have more women in the system, because naturally we have the ability to grow. That comes very naturally, right? Give us anything, we just grow it. And I think we are born with that strength. That's our super strength. So bring in more women, make it more transformational, lead with empathy and compassion, and whoever you are leading, do not get into that expert trap. Scale people under you. The expert trap is a limiting factor in any organization's growth. The minute you move away from the expert trap and think that I have others, we need to include all these minds, all their ideas, collaborate, communicate, and grow, and that is where your strength is. Thank you.
I think that's very powerful, and I think that leads right into what I believe is the future of growth will be defined by leaders who can integrate humanity and intelligence with the same weight, that social intelligence. We know AI is going to make everything faster, but speed without consciousness is just chaos at scale. And women are bringing that emotional intelligence in order to bring the clarity and relational skills that create sustainable values when we are line growth. So the next decade is not about how fast we scale, it's about how consciously we scale. All right.
I'm going to say be decisive and intentional about the impact that you want to create through your organization, through your mission. I think picking up on Bahar's point, absolutely, values are where it starts. And I think we must hire for the cultures that we want to create. So we've got to be very clear. And sometimes in the early stages when we're scaling, things can get a little bit wobbly. We can find that people go off script. If we can mindfully bring them back onto course kindly with compassion, as you say, reinforce those strong cultures and values, I think if you've got a team that play as one team, you're going to have success.
Micah?
And the one thing I want to mention is the repeated three, rather than focusing on the difference between the male and the female, it meant even among individuals, they work together to create the environment to empower the women. That especially it means that to develop the environment for all, the fair and equal and comfortable environment for all, so beyond gender, generation, and nationality, and all other social background, I think.
Oh, a bunch of powerful women's helping us understand how to scale with growth and leadership from the female perspective. Thank you for sharing all of your... I was wondering, we left time for you to ask any questions that you may have around women scaling and global growth. Oh, amazing. I can't go give him a mic. Can someone give him a mic? I saw one out there. All right, amazing. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Thank you very much. I have a question. While I was listening to you guys, I was looking through an OECD report. It shows consistently that the dropout rate of females in senior management positions is considerably higher than those of males. So my question actually to you is, which measures or decisions have you convinced that you take that step into senior management without dropping out? There must be some psychological barrier or something there.
That is a very powerful question. I know both of you want to jump into that.
So thank you so much for your question. I actually recently I'm working on a research on women in executive leadership in GCC. Is it a hell or paradise? And one of the like major focus of the research was about women coming back to leadership positions after maternity leave especially. And the rate is very low. It's around like 40% of them, they come back, and 40% of that 40% are actually coming back for the same positions that they were in. There are so many reasons why they don't come back, and so many barriers. Some of them are like traditionals and cultural, which is like women's traditional, let's say, roles to take care of the children, to be present for the family and all of that. But there are also like a huge set of barriers in companies, which one of them is like not having flexibility, long working hours, not considering working moms as compatible as their, let's say, counterparts, males or even females who they don't have children, because there's always that assumption if they have kids, their mind's always busy, they take more leave, they have like more family responsibilities, and they will not commit as much to the work. So basically, our paper gonna actually like come out very soon, but there are a set of criteria that companies should consider them so women come back, which is flexible working hours, being adaptable, thinking about more values, creativity, supporting women with coaching programs, with mentorship programs, with having more flexibility in the decision-making roles and their leave and all of that. So yeah, I think there is a huge, especially in the Middle East, there is a huge opportunity to scale up in that field and support more women to come back.
Wonderful.
Can I also offer a perspective? So I was the head of a women's network for one of the largest employers in the UK, and from this perspective, we had excellent return rates. And what I would say is, picking up on your point, Bahar, assume nothing. Let's not assume for any woman what good looks like in terms of return to work, in terms of level of ambition, because it fluctuates. And being a mother myself, I'm a mother of three, knowing when you want to be able to lean into your career, when you want to have flexibility, when you want to focus on key priorities is key. So the best thing that men and women managers can do, managing anybody that's returning after maternity or even after other big life events, can be to listen constructively to what adjustments that person needs as an individual, rather than following blanket policy. And I think a big mistake is blanket policy over individual practice. And I think that's something we have to get our HRDs on board with.
Wonderful. And thank you for that question. It is such a powerful question to close on today. And thank you for our panelists, each one of you bringing your emotional intelligence, your wisdom, and your guidance to us and those at home. And you've heard a range of perspectives on scaling with strength and the impact women are having on global growth. We invite you to take these insights back to your own organizations and continue this conversation, because like you said, assume nothing, because it can change and the landscape is continually changing. So having these conversations, just like we're having today, can be powerful for your organization as you've said. All right, we want to thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, ladies. If you can all just take a step to the front of the stage for a group picture, that'll be great. full photo session just for these beautiful ladies. Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I would say that was the perfect start to the day. Thank you so much, ladies. You're very welcome. Thank you for being with us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so I hope your morning is going well. I hope you've all had your coffee as we are going to step into our next keynote. And as we know, the world is changing faster than ever, and so are the expectations from those who lead. To help us understand what leadership looks like today and where it needs to go, we are honored to welcome a visionary who has built and grown businesses across multiple continents. President of Team Up Corp has an incredible track record of driving innovation and global expansion. Early in his career, he developed India's very first customer loyalty program for Corona Ltd, a program that went on to become the world's largest club. His leadership fueled business growth across Rwanda, the US, Mexico, Canada, the UK, as well as Romania. We're just waiting for the tables to get cleared before I welcome this incredible gentleman to the stage. His keynote is titled The Evolving Demands of Leadership Today and Beyond. So without further ado, please welcome Mr. Alan L. Krishnan. You're very welcome. It's so nice to see you.
My pleasure. It's always such a joy to be here with the delegates who come, and it doesn't matter whether we have an overflowing room or a sparsely occupied room. It's the quality of people present that makes the difference. So thank you all for coming up here bright and early, and we'll see how to get this productive and useful. Okay. I just need to make sure I master the handling of this little clicker. It works. Awesome. You know, in any organization, irrespective of size, number one is the team, because without them you have nothing to sell. And that is something organizations need to really understand, accept, and cherish. And then, of course, is the customers. If you don't have your customers, you don't have revenues to pay the bills. So these are the priorities in any organization, and that's where I feel the leadership focus is very, very critical. Now, overall, if you look today at the world, most organizations, the employee morale is low. All the uncertainties around us are not helping. Inflation is not in our favor at all. So there are a whole bunch of issues that depress our employees and impacts productivity. From the employee perspective, I think you should give me the hand mic, because this one, if I turn my head for a quarter of a minute, to die. So from an employee perspective, I'm just an ATM. I do stuff, my employer bills it out, takes the money, and throws something to me like how he throws to the doggy at home or someone. At least that's the way I perceive it. And that is a major problem because of lack of transparency, where the employees don't necessarily understand all the complications running a business and why he might be billing at $140 an hour, but getting only $73 an hour or something like that. So that is a matter of communication that needs to be done really well. And 55 years ago, occupational safety was a big thing in the United States and rest of the world because employees were getting hurt. Personally, when I was in Rwanda in the factory once, I lived right next to the factory in company quarters. 3 o'clock in the morning, someone knocks on the door. It's an emergency because one of the employees working the textile plant just lost a finger, and we had to rush him to the hospital. And they were asking if I can come and help expedite treatment because the locals may not get the same attention that I would be able to generate. And So therefore, employee safety is extremely important as we move along. You'll find how we are so blind to employee safety today, team member safety today. So the Department of Labor is not even conscious of what dangers we are subject to. And I'm sad to say most of us are not conscious of what dangers our families are put into because of lack of knowledge and information. So here are some opportunities to demonstrate the caring of the leadership for the employees. And I'm starting this as a starting point, and then we'll take it forward. I promise I didn't do anything wrong. Okay, the Occupational Safety and Health Act of the United States, which is over 50 years now, is a law that protects employees, and that has just not risen to the cause in the digital age, and completely the dangers of working in the digital age are completely ignored, and that is a tragedy. Now, what it does, it sets safety standards. I have a stool in my house, just a little stool you can get onto, which costs like $350. It came from a company that filed for bankruptcy, and I didn't want to trash it. All it has is a little spring. You stand on it, it sinks to the floor, and you can't fall off it. It has wheels. The moment you get up, the wheels come. So that's the extent to which safety has been a high factor in the United States, but today that's history. Something is not okay. I'm sure I didn't make a mistake. Anyway, here we go. The curse of the digital age, and this I'm going to stay focused. I don't want to miss any of these items. And I know all of you can read, but I do want to emphasize the ones which are more important. The first of which is the electromagnetic waves that we are constantly subject to every minute of our life. That's what is hitting us. Now you have somebody sitting on a laptop, that's hitting them. Most of you have cell phones, and if you're kind of old-fashioned and traditional, you just pick up the phone, which is what I do now, and hold it like this to my ears. Many, many years ago, I did a lot better, because at that time, I used a traditional cable or a wireless earphone, which made sure I can keep walking and talking, and my family thinks, this guy's crazy, he's talking to himself. They didn't know that I was actually on the phone and talking to somebody, which would have made them madder, because they're supposed to be on a holiday and I'm not supposed to be working. But those days have changed, and now I don't know how many of you have AirPod, the little thing you stick in your ear. I call them the cockroaches you stick in your ear for a reason. And the reason is, if I just hold the phone, the damage is when I'm receiving a call. The rest of the time the phone is somewhere else. When you have the AirPod, which works on Bluetooth, constantly sending signals to the phone, is there something for me? Is there a message? Is there a call? That exposes you to a lot of danger. So one of the products that I use, the partner who makes this, who actually is at this conference, is an old-fashioned cable. The difference is this end goes into the phone. These two, up to this point, is a traditional cable with a wire running inside. From this point till what goes into my ear is a piece of rubber. There is no metal, there's nothing. So no magnetism, nothing can go across. And effectively it functions like a speakerphone. You will never hear what's going on, but the sound reaches me. The price for this, I wouldn't even talk about it, it's so irrelevant. And this is something, as an employer, I would give it to every one of my employees, because today the old-fashioned phones, extensions are all gone. Everyone works off the cell phone, which quite often I pay for. So I would tell them, keep this, protect your brains, what you have, from the damage that electromagnetic forces cause constantly. Now, we also have another major thing, particularly for women of childbearing age, and you'll see that later on in the presentation, which should be a high emphasis of every employer to make sure the women are protected. Or more than being protected, it's more exposure to dangerous things that can seriously impact their body. We've done the phones, and we've done the laptops. The laptops you constantly keep giving. So for that, again, we have a very good product which can help you make sure electromagnetic waves are removed and your body is not impacted by it. Is this some glitch or is it new technology? Anyway, this is the laptop mat with grounding. You see that it is a little clipped into the end of it on the top right side, and there's a pin below which you just take it to your wall plug and push it into the grounding outlet. And what that does is make sure the mat is grounded, which the laptop is on, and your hand is on the mat, and it just goes beautifully for you. Now, this is something which can be put at the bottom of your desk near your chair. You put your feet on it, but naked skin has to be on it. Very rarely you have naked skin on your chairs. You have socks, shoes, footwear, and other things. So what I do, I have a bigger version of this, which we call a yoga mat. I have it on my bed. So all night when I'm sleeping, my wife and I always have a bare feet on this, and this does a lot of grounding at night, which is believed to be very beneficial. And a lot of this you can read if you go search on Google Bhagwan. So here you see the yoga mat, which is much longer and it rolls out. Now this is the abdominal band for women. As the fetus is growing, this protection is very, very critical. And this is sophisticated, and they have done studies to see how it has an impact and helps. Now, those of you who are old enough before the fancy smartphones and digital phones came into being, knew that there was always a suspicion, hey, microwaves are bad, it's going to cause cancer or do something. And the other thing which went on is, oh, these cell phones, they're terrible, they're going to hurt you. And the phone companies, oh, no, nothing will happen, it's all safe, nothing to worry, everything is great. That lie continued until the digital phones came. The moment the digital phones came, the tune changed. You know, you have these new digital phones, they are so fantastic, they just won't hurt you, no risk at all. Suddenly the old analog phones became the bad guys because they wanted to get rid of them and buy the new digital phones. And that just is another instance of the corruption of technology and business, where first of everything to them is their own profits, and they really don't care much about what happens to their customers. And while on this topic, one of our exhibitors here has a very good book on sales and selling, and he says, don't sell out. Whatever product you sell, make sure your customers, your clients benefit from it and it doesn't hurt them. And the first one who should get these are these mobile phones and other technology companies, which are only concerned with the money they make and not with what impact it has. Water bottles. All the water bottles they have here are plant-based, which is a very refreshing and bright thing, and hats off to the organizers. But the world uses plastic bottles, which are so cheap, it's almost shameful. I don't know how you can do that. I can buy some of these bottles a little smaller than this for 10 cents a bottle, which got bottled in a factory, transported thousands of miles, kept in a warehouse, brought to the retail place, and then sold 48 bottles for $3.99. Those plastic bottles, while they travel in heat, develop challenges which creates magnetism get into the water. And when you drink that, your brain is 20 times more absorbent of it than any other part of your body. So you really have no idea how much of this you're carrying in your heads and what impact it'll have. And I always console myself that at my age, it's not that terrible. I'll be dead of other reasons anyway. But when you have young children, grandchildren, please, to save them, make sure they don't use the ordinary plastic bottles. Give them reusable bottles in which they can have the water they need to carry. So you saw the cable which I showed you, the real one. This is a kind of a cute product. You'll find, I'm sure if I look hard enough here, somebody will be at their phone doing a text message or something, and thereby we are so distracted constantly. So this is a product again where you can program it, put all the phones in your meeting, whoever is attending, and lock it, and the thing will not open until the time is up. And that makes sure people focus. There's no time, oh, let me see if somebody sent me a message, you know. Like, there's going to be a nuclear explosion in my backyard if I don't look at this and keep monitoring. Those are the kind of illusions we have and suffer from. Now, there is increasing awareness. even at conferences like this where people talk of the benefits of yoga, meditation, chakras, and so on. And that does have, again, a big difference. And you do find that there is technology to improve some of this. And there is a company called Healy in Germany, and I have one of their representatives here showcasing their product in the outside exhibit in the first booth, in the team-up booth. Now this, again, is something which is incredibly small, easy, affordable. It's just a small thing like this. You wear it, and it's strapped in, and then it does a lot of good for you that really makes a difference in how you lead your lives and how things happen in the future. All of these products put together will cost less than maybe half a day's salary that you pay to an employee, and something like this given to them gives them a lot of reassurance that they're a little more than an ATM. You like to protect them and make sure that they stay in good lives. Now, all this I have shared are the traditional concerns on traditional things, but today the world is very, very different. So let's review some of those challenges. First, what has changed today and will continue to evolve? The world is impacted by changes far and near. You have, the Ukraine war, the USA priorities changing, the phenomenal growth in India, amazing changes in Saudi Arabia, and a lot more. Changes the big picture and our lives. But closer to home, at the micro level, as leaders, we are challenged by a dramatically changing workforce, a workforce that is more highly educated than ever, not clear of the value of this education they have, and I'm not sure how much of it is really applied, but they're educated. It's a generation that has not experienced hardship for the most part, and they have not suffered the impact of relationships that have practically disappeared. Today, my relationship with this phone is closer than with my wife or my girlfriend. And that is just harsh reality. And if this thing dies, who cares? I can get a replacement for a few $100s. Now, we live in a generation where a girl, and I like to call her a child because she's not yet a teenager, she referred to the stress she is undergoing in her life at a spiritual retreat in the United States where she and I were in the same group. This is a generation where the majority of high school girls in Loudoun County, which is very close to where I live, are members of the LGBT groups. How much it is out of necessity, how much of it is strategy is anybody's guess, because that's an easy way to keep the boys away. They come, oh, I'm a member of the LGBT group, and they'll walk away. If you don't give it to them, they'll say you're a lesbian anyway, so might as well have them delusions and keep them out of your back. So that could be a reason which some of them have said it is. Now, we have a workforce that has very limited experience solving real problems in life because, as I said, it's a very protected group with lots of affluence. They don't know what problems are. And so they require extensive training when you hire them, and there's no guarantee that they'll be productive in expected time and will stay with you for a few years. Quite often, within the first year or two, you lose the new hires, and that just throws away your entire investment. The management team you have to work with also has its own challenges because many of them have gone through the same because they are probably under 30 years or 35 years of age, particularly in technology. And that again makes a difference. And this is a problem I hear about the leadership team, which is the problem, and I hear this both from clients and partners. So a workforce that does not know a life without social media, AI, artificial intelligence, and related curses is not one to deal with, as I'm sure many of you recognize, and the pain hurts you every week. Now, this is the team you have to work with, practically live with, nurture, almost pamper to get your work done in a timely and effective manner. And that is not easy, as all of us know. Enough of listing the challenges we face. I don't need to keep reminding you of the pains you go through. But what can you do about this as the leader and really who has the most at stake? Just to take a little bit of the seriousness, we see the K is a little smaller. and somewhere else the K was kind of missing, is because my laptop suddenly developed a DC and the K disappeared. So I can't type the key if I hit it. So I had to copy and paste, and when I copied and pasted a small K, I couldn't make it a cap K, but that's just for an aside. So first, please accept reality, don't live in denial. I don't see too many people of Indian heritage being here because we are a very famous nation. We do not accept that we have mental illnesses in our homes and families. We live completely in denial of that because there's a stigma attached to it. So please don't make that mistake in your company. Just accept it and see how you address it and fix it. Now invest the time and develop a list of issues that need to be addressed in your organization. Share this with your leadership team and then see how best to solve it. Find an acceptable solution and get the buy-in from each and every one of them. So every one of you will do better and your organization will grow. Now enough of listing the challenges, and then I gave you some action items. At this conference, we have several very creative, enterprising experts, and you can find them if you go through the catalog or through other ways. They have invested the time and resources to come here and share their experience. Evaluate the experience they offer. Shortlist the ones who are most aligned to the challenges you face and see what you can do. As our MC said, in my youth, when I was just low 20s, I started India's first customer loyalty program, and it grew phenomenally. And at this point, my hope, and at that time in the growth, we grew to be the world's largest philatelic club, collecting postage stamps. We had over 26,000 members, no internet, no social media, no email, no computers, no mobile phones, actually no phones. We had the only phone on my street where I lived in Mysore, South India. So only my passion to do this and the awesome children who are members nationwide made this thing happen. Now, are all your leaders at your business? Is your work the only place where you lead? Think for just a microsecond. And anyone looking at mobile phones, for a moment, take your eyes away. Your home is the most important place where you lead. Don't ever forget that. Never ignore your leadership team at home, which could be your spouse, children, parents, siblings, and anybody else. You need to treat them with the same attention and strategies that you use in your workplace, so your entire life where you lead, life is better. Now, I challenge each and every one of you that I have commenced this journey to leave a legacy and build the world's largest organizational development leaders. And we are recruiting partners in different parts of the world who can provide services to local businesses. Any of you who have the experience, knowledge, and passion to share what you know, please reach out to me. And of course, for brainstorming how to do your work better, reach out to me, go back home, settle down, and then maybe sometime later in the month of January, reach out, and we can see how we partner and make everyone's lives better. My contact information is down here. Take a picture and let me know how I may be able to help any of you. Any questions? I think they cut short the time. I thought we had 35 minutes, but it started at 27 or something, but I still have 3 minutes, so I can take any few questions if anyone has any. And if no one has questions, I'll go with the illusion that I did such a good job that nobody had questions. Or people were so bored they didn't pay attention. And I like to think the former, since that's more positive. I do have one question coming from the very back. Which is good. The back benchers usually are the most productive. I was one.
Hello.
Krishnan sir, happy morning.
Happy morning.
Pleasure to listen to your very well-crafted talk. So I wanted to ask you, because we both are from the same country, India. So in India, we always say that we are spiritual beings having a human experience rather than the other way around. So when we are enlisting all these challenges which you said, which is very, very true, so how do you feel? How important is the spiritual pillar in the overall growth or the remedy for most of the problems which you have enlisted?
See, this is an awesome question, and I have to say, spirituality is the beginning of everything, but it's a very tricky thing. In my cynical moments, I say spirituality is used by people who don't want to admit or accept to others, you know, I'm superstitious, I believe there is a God who cares, and that God with, I don't know how many, 7, 8 billion people is going to focus on what my needs are, give me attention, which obviously is illusionary. So spirituality, prayers, God are not really explained well, and it's done more with the mindset of people who can't think, which might have been true 2,000 years ago, but not today. The whole purpose of prayer is only one thing. Get rid of your arrogance and get some humility and respect in your lives, because that's what makes a difference. So when I say, oh God, thank you for what you gave me, I'm acknowledging I didn't do it all alone, and that will do a huge thing. So any spirituality you can find is great, but today it's very fashionable to say that you're spiritual, and there are many spiritual leaders that you're aware of. I do support several of them who are globally famous, but I do it more because of the people I meet in their organizations, which tremendously energizes me. Another big problem in most of spiritual programs is all of them suffer what I call the honeymoon syndrome. If anybody wants to guess, but if not, I'll save time by telling you what it is. Everything, including this conference, suffers the honeymoon syndrome. Everybody's charged, energized. Oh my God, I'm going to change my life and my world. Take 2 weeks. You're back to business as usual. And in 6 months, you'll be planning coming to the next conference, which in this particular case is going to be in Las Vegas. And then you'll think, oh, I'm going to come to Singapore. And then you're coming back to Dubai, back to back almost. I'm hoping within that time, those of you who would like to make a difference will join my group of people from here who are going to help each other, support each other, set small goals, and bring in spirituality and all the other things you learn wherever you go, and make every one of us more impactful, where we make a difference in whichever place we live. And one thing I would strongly say is, please, money you can throw. Today if I say, hey, can you give me $100, most of you will throw it and forget about it by the time you have lunch. But what is more valuable, priceless, is your time. So I would leave with this final request, almost on bended knees, begging you, please give half an hour a week to somebody in your life, in your community, who will benefit by the knowledge and experience you have. Any other questions?
Just one small add-on to this is that today most of the youth are confusing between religion and spiritualism. So with your rich background, would you like to just differentiate between the two?
See, it's not youth, adults. People who are older than us are all doing, as I told you, I'm very religious. I begin the day by getting on my knees and saying, oh Jesus, Son of God, please help me do this, etc., etc. Or, oh Ganesha, or Mahashiva, please do something. What's wrong with this guy? He claims to have a master's degree in management from one of the most highly selective institutes in the world, which is Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, the best in Asia. And he's going on bench. Where the hell is God? Have you ever seen God? And this guy is doing all this. But if I say I'm very spiritual, I follow A, B, and C, and I'm so overflowing with spirituality. Oh my God, this guy is really enlightened. I can do the drama. I think names are names. As somebody said, I don't know if it was Jawaharlal Nehru or somebody else, a rose smells just as sweet no matter what you call it. The purpose of religions, everything else, is humility, gratitude, and giving. As one of my very good young women friends gave me a t-shirt which said, you make a living by what you get. You make a life by what you give. And with that food for thought, I'll thank you for coming. And I am available here all day today and tomorrow. Look forward to speaking with some of you and hopefully working. And don't be surprised, some of you may receive email from me saying, hey, further to what we spoke, I have some plans. If you'd like to be part of it, let us know. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ellen. Your insights are nothing short but revolutionary. Now we move to a conversation that is especially relevant to anyone looking to build influence, identity, and long-term value. Ambition is where it all begins. But turning that ambition into a brand that stands out, that scales and sustains, requires clarity, creativity, and consistency. Our next panel, the topic is turning ambition into an unstoppable brand. It all had to start somewhere, and this is what we're going to be chatting about. It brings together leaders who have done exactly this. They've built brands that don't just exist, they lead, they inspire, and they move markets. So we're just going to give my team a few more seconds to place the chairs and get the mics on stage. We will be joined by 5 distinguished panelists and moderator. And of course, the rest of the day, we have a lot of other panel discussions. We have the automation advantage, how to work smarter, scale faster, and save time. We also have a keynote titled Fueling Social Innovation, Profit with Purpose, one I'm looking forward to personally. And of course, we have our recognition sessions, why most of us are here today and tomorrow. We did recognize a lot of these incredible people yesterday, and we will continue doing so just before lunch and at the end of the day. All right, looks like we're all set up. So please put your hands together for our moderator. She is the co-founder and attorney at Magenta Fusion Brandworks. Please put your hands together for Caitlin Locasio King.
If this is working. Thank you so much. If the other panelists want to come on up, I'll have all of them introduce themselves to you because I'm sure they will do a much better job than I will. Come on up. All right. So, Devar, why don't you start by telling us a little about yourself and why you want to be on this panel?
First of all, I wish you all a great day. Let me get used to this microphone. So, I'm based from Croatia. I was born and raised there and started in my marketing journeys and building brands like 13 years ago. So I've been in marketing and sales and building brands through all this journey. And I built a strong social media brand as well, presence. And in all these matters, I've been through my beginnings were in nutrition and skincare. But once I learned about finance, I transitioned to the finance world. And I've been building brands in the fintech sector since last almost 8 years. And I believe that as well, if you try to do that, you have to be reliable in this journey. So this sector is why I chosen the fintech industry is because this sector has a lot of disbelief. A lot of people are skeptical about it. And I wanted to build brands inside of that to show how you can build strong presence inside of this arena and, not sound scammy.
No, absolutely. And as we were talking about before, we're in the perfect city and the perfect conference for you and your field. And then, Marcos, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah. Marcos Barros, originally from Brazil. I live in England. And I have a company that help organizations cover the gap between planning and executing. It's a big problem everywhere. And that's where we are. And we found this niche. Actually, this niche found us during the lockdown. And we became market leaders in a couple of years. And that's why I'm here.
Perfect. And then Jihan, can you introduce yourself?
Good morning, everyone. Jihan Labib. I'm based in Abu Dhabi for the time being and originally from Casablanca. I am CEO of Coach Lab Academy. I created and founded in 2012. And before that, I was marketing director. I worked with multinationals for more than 12 years. And I became a coach. So I'm now for the global coach, working with executives on brands, on enhancing their brand. So that's like I continue between a previous life, as I say, as a marketing director and now as executive coach. Worked a lot with our program are in French, English, and Arabic. So we work with France, North Africa, and the Middle East.
Perfect. And again, my name is Caitlin Locasio-King, and I am being swallowed in this giant chair. I feel like the princess and the pea right now. So, small person from a small state. I come from Maine in the United States. If you've never heard of it, we are the southernmost Canadian province. And I have been a practicing attorney for about 15 years now. And then I quite accidentally fell into branding and marketing more than a decade ago. My company has been around for about 12 years, and we started social media marketing before that was even a thing. I was telling my colleagues I have Pinterest account number 7, so I can quite literally never delete that app from my phone. Over the years, we ended up transforming. We started very e-commerce based, ended up really transforming into our clients being much more in the professional and entrepreneurial market. And now really work with companies, have niched down, and now really focus on brand identity and company culture. You're an executive coach, and we tend to work more with the organizations now, focusing on wellness and having that company culture be really in lockstep. So I think the four of us have some pretty interesting perspectives on this topic. So we're here today to talk about turning ambition into an unstoppable brand. And with all of our four backgrounds, I think that is going to be really cohesive. I can say I truly started my companies in the spare bedroom. Not just the spare bedroom. My first piece of furniture was a filing cabinet that we found for free on the side of the road. My husband power washed the rust off of it. That is literally how I started my first law firm, and my first assistant was a 4-month-old with a pack and play next to my desk. That is where I started. My employees look a whole lot different now, but that is really where I came from. So let's start with a base question for everyone. And my friend Marcos, I'm going to start with you. So warning, I'm going to pick on you first.
Morning.
So what would you say is the biggest differentiator between leaders who build brands that last and those who struggle to turn their ambition into tangible market impact?
Well, first of all, a leader has to know where he's going. You follow someone, that's basically the definition of a leader. A leader is someone who has other people following him. And people follow those who know where they are going, and they believe that that place, the destination, is good. So you have to know where you're going, and you have to be going to a good place, a place that makes sense to other people as well. And second, you have to communicate it in a way that will inspire other people. If you have a position, if you are the boss, because you are named the director or manager or whatever, people have to do what you say because you are the boss. But if you want to build an organization that has a strong brand, a strong presence, you need people who believe and are engaged through what you are doing. People who will not do what they are paid for, but they will go beyond. Because to have a brand, you have to go beyond what expectations are. So I believe that's the most important point, is for you to be the leader yourself, of your own life as well, knowing where you are going, and inspire others to go with you. That's the main point for me.
Perfect. And then Jihan, same question to you. What's the biggest differentiator between leaders who build brands that last and those who struggle to have market impact?
I build on what Marcus says the brand or the personal branding of a leader is beyond the role, beyond the position. A leader is a visionary person. He knows and he has this strong intuition to lead people to the next move, the next step. Leader who has not like a brand or ambition that lasts is not leader. He will be like a manager with it's different than leader. When you are a leader, that means that you have your identity, your bold identity. You know where you are going. You have a clear vision. It's a lot about the clarity of the vision, and you have this assertivity. Assertivity is not by the role or the title, but the assertivity to know what you are doing and to also let people follow what you are doing. Nowadays, we are speaking about inspiring people, mainly about the new generation, the Gen Z. You are not like, you cannot ask them to do things if they are not inspired. They could do it for like a little while because they have salary, but for the long term and to go and to walk the long distance, it's mainly about inspiration. The leaders who have like a clear vision, clear identity, who they are, what they are believing in, what they belong to, and they can communicate and share this clear vision with the others, not only with their team members, but bigger than that. Leaders also with the brand that stands, they have this ability to empower more than the direct small circle, but the bigger circles and beyond the direct company or organization they work with or in. So this is how I see it, and also during my work with leaders and executives. And we can see shift between moving from executive to leadership position or being. We are working a lot about the who they are.
I have to ask you a follow-up question. Yeah. I'm just curious with the people you're working with. Do you see a difference here between male and female?
Yeah, a lot. And it's good to have this difference because for example, 10 to 15 years ago, some female leaders, they wanted to be like a male in their leadership style. And that was not good because I will not say that they failed, but the personal life was damaged. We could hear like a lot of burnout, a lot of like issues at personal level. The female and the male they are different in their style, and it's good to be fully aligned with what we are, what they are as a leader. Across the world, we can see this differentiation and more. For example, when I worked with the female to just embrace their full identity, they became more aligned, more and more powerful, because it's not about doing like others. When you are a leader and working on your own brand, you are working to make it really unique. Your uniqueness, make it unique. It's not like copying on others, just like, okay, I saw this on videos or some AI thing. They say to do this or to do that. No, to connect with who you are and to find what is unique in you. And the more you connect with this, the more you find how you can, it's like your fingerprint. It's like how you can bold it, how you can highlight it, and the courage to showcase this. For executives, there are some rules in their mindset. With the Gen Z now, it's shifting, and it's hopefully it's shifting. We need to be performant, we need to achieve, we need to be good achiever or high achiever. to achieve numbers. It's all about like being perfect, being on the top, being number one, and now it's shifted. Now it's more the purpose you are serving, why you are doing this, and this is the big start. Start with why you are doing this, for which reason, why, where are you going, and this is how you can like build your unique path.
Absolutely. Now, how about you? What is the biggest differentiator for you?
Well, as my colleagues said, and I would just add on to that because they partially already replied, but I would add on to strong vision with leadership is you need to have strategy, consistency, and trust. So sometimes you cannot just do things fast, but in terms of consistency, you will build trust. And as Marcus said, you need to know where you're going, but as well, you need to know what you're doing. So that's strategies. And if I talk to a perspective of people who are in the corporate CEO side, it will be more act like as a team leader than a boss. Because if people just vision you as a boss, you know, they're here for get the check and get out. And if you are more of a perspective of a leader that they will follow, that they will trust, they will go wherever they want, you know, wherever you want them to go with you. And you can create more powerful and more people that you can rely on, you can trust on. If, like we say from a perspective of somebody who is employed and looking at the company, you know, hey, they are looking what's in it for me. So if you build an environment for them that is, for them like able to grow, feel a part of the tribe, not just being here for the salary, then you can have them, you can rely on them and create a powerful team. And from that, you can build a brand. Because branding is not just, you know, putting a marketing logo on it to pay for ads and just like that. It takes time, it's consistency, and if you're a long time in one industry, it compounds. So it's a compound effect as well. So what we created as in our business, I've been in the fintech industry, but it took us time to prepare things, to get to know the market, to get to know the people in the market. And once we launched right now the prime markets, it's gonna be like ripple effect because it's been compounding before we even created it. You know, because of our personal branding, I've been in the, as you said, social media before it was even created. And my beginnings were in network marketing industry, so it's a great field for you to learn the leadership strategies, learn the marketing, learn the sales, learn the psychology, and from it, you compound through the time. It's not just, hey, I'm here, I'm new, and I'm gonna create a brand. It doesn't go like that. It will take some steps of preparation, what colleagues said, and strategies, where you want to go, what you want to do, how you're going to help the market. And I've been trying to build, I'm not trying, I built strong presence in the social media world. I'm not that good in LinkedIn, but I'm good at Instagram because in my sector, Instagram has a more targeted audience. And if you talk about, you know, building yourself as a brand, through this, let's talk about this part right now, social media. Everything's online, everybody's online, the presence is online. If you want to build your branding, whether you're like a single person, you're a company, whatever you are, you need to be present online. In the beginnings, like some actionable steps is, when I was starting and building my social media presence, my first video was on Facebook, and I was like, I look stupid. All right, let's do a new video. Second video, I look stupid. Do a new video. Because I was not used to filming myself, and it was hard to get out of the, you know, oh, it's me on the screen. It's me. I have to say something to the people. And if you're building a brand, be yourself. You will, through time, find the right audience. First, you're gonna find, you know, stumble upon the haters, because these guys are the first, but they will project you to your targeted audience, because if you run on the haters audience, it's good because these guys are your biggest fans, trust me. And from there, build your consistency, build your presence. So if you're doing any kind of content out, just be consistent. It's not gonna come over time. I'm in the fintech industry, and it takes a bit longer time because when it comes to finance, people don't trust you, when they see you as much, And I have multiple people coming to me every week on my socials, coming, hey, and this is the most 99% of the common word sentence is, hey, I've been following you for some time. How can you help me? Not everybody who sees you immediately will just jump in, hey, I want to give money to this person. I want to buy from him. I want to, I want his on her coaching business. I'm going to join your academy. I need to see who you are, what you do, and how can you help me? It's if you show to the people, to your audience, by marketing, how can you help solve their problems, then they're going to buy from you. Because the biggest question, if you're a brand, if you're marketing something out, is when your audience, when your potential client is looking at you, they ask themselves, what's in it for me? How can you help me solve my problem? If you have the answer to that question in your marketing perspective, in your brand perspective, then they're gonna catch more easily, and then it's a process of creating trust. Even like with the ads, there's a statistics that you need to see a particular ad 8 times until you buy it. And if you guys are scrolling through social media, wherever you're scrolling, you see ads, right? And sometimes it's like one time, you just swipe it. Second, fourth time, I'm like, okay, let's watch half of what this guy says. Then 6th, 7th time, like, this guy is jumping all over the, every 5 stories, this person jumping out. Let me see what they got. Then you jump on their page, and then you see, and if you see that they're consistent enough somewhere out there, that they are noisy enough, then you can definitely, create longevity from that. You can build a legacy from that.
Absolutely, and I think a lot of what you're saying is that trust has to be earned. And I got your back on LinkedIn. That's my favorite. I think my answer to this question is actually the perfect synergy of all of yours. To me, the biggest differentiator between these leaders is alignment. Leaders that build brands, and brands that succeed, build them from the inside out. These leaders know who they are, what their values are. They know their identity. They have clarity of who they are, what they want to build. And they know what their capacity is to do it. And for me, the leaders who struggle to build these brands that have market impact, to me, it's not that they're lacking the ambition part. I think it's that they're lacking the alignment part. And they're not understanding exactly who they are, what they're looking to build. And when you don't have that, that's when you get really sucked into those warpholes you don't want to be in. The ones of just constant comparison. That really goes back to what you were saying about social media, or overextending, or just not having that focus. So that, for me, is the big difference, is that alignment, which I think really pulls from what all of you had said about that. Now, let's dive a little deeper. Now, Marcos and I have had some conversations. So I do want to know, what for you was the single most defining choice or shift you made to take your company into one that truly stood out?
Okay, to answer that, I have to tell you what happened during lockdown, because as I mentioned before, I had a business mentoring entrepreneurs in their business and executives as well. And we were doing very well with groups start in many major cities. And suddenly, lockdown came. Everything we did was face-to-face. So I was not able to pivot quickly. And I tried to do it by Zoom. It didn't work. So money started to run out. And I was really waking up 4 o'clock in the morning, anxious, not being able to sleep. Does anyone know what it is? Entrepreneurs wake up in the middle of the night, knowing how the business will carry on or not. So that happened to me during the lockdown. But then one thing that I did, was the salvation of everything. I did the only thing I knew, or I could. I kept posting videos on YouTube, showing up, and giving away all my secrets, all the knowledge that I could, any advice I could give for people. I know everyone was lost. I was lost as well. But what I knew, I was trying to share. So I posted lots and lots of videos on YouTube. And then one person watched one video and invited me to speak at a virtual conference. From this conference, I had my first contract. And it was not a contract I wanted, because I was talking about this subject here, objectives and key results. It's a framework to help to execute your plans. By the way, if you want a book, come to me. I'll give you one about this subject. And the person asked, can I use OKRs in the public sector? Now, anyone with a bit of sense would think, well, this person asking must be from the public sector. So let me give him or her a decent answer. Well, not me. I gave the utterly more idiotic answer you could have. That is, I said, you have to be mad to use OKRs in the public sector. And then I said, public sector is slow, bureaucratic, and so on. So half an hour later, the person who had asked me sent me a message saying, we have a group of mad people in my sector here, willing to talk, public sector, I mean the strategy director of my public sector. We're going to talk about OKRs with you. So that's how my first contract came about. I was so grateful to them. I did not even care that they were from the public sector, because public sector and me were like never desired or wanted to work with the public sector. But I found a group of passionate people trying to make a difference in the world, trying to improve people's lives, and I fell in love with them. I gave myself totally to the work there. Our contract was for 5 departments. We implemented OKR in 16 departments without charging more. Everything they asked me, I would say, yes, no extra charge, I will do it. For 2 years, we worked together, and then they began to tell other companies, other organizations about our work, and then a second contract, third contract, and then we became market leaders with more than 25 very large organizations coming to us, and we never had to knock doors. They always came to us. But the key thing, I believe, is that we were showing up. We were there, visible and possible to be found. I believe that was the key. But if we just showed up without putting our client first and being obsessed about client experience, the customer experience, we would be probably struggling today. So that's what I would say.
Perfect. And then for you, what patterns do you see in high ambition leaders? And how can they shift their mindset to build a brand that's rooted really in confidence instead of pressure?
There are many patterns, not only one. It depends on the culture. I work with different cultures, and I would say not only West and East, but it's different. When you are working with someone to enhance the brand, it's more to connect, to work with them, to connect more with themselves, to know better themselves, to know the specific triggers, but patterns really linked to the triggers, what triggered them. And this is like a journey. It's not 1 session, 2 sessions, 1 month or 2 months, but it's more longer than that. Because the people, and mainly the leaders, they change, they grow up, and recently in a very agile mode, and those are really successful. My work is to help them we are in co-creation mode, It's not only, okay, this is consultancy mode, but really coaching mode. It's a co-creation of the better themselves, not better in terms of, again, achievements, but better to connect with themselves. And the pattern is the journey to believe in themselves. Mainly people coming from the west, the east part of the globe, what we call the global south, rather than the people coming from the global north, the west part. They have different position and positioning and different relationship with themselves. Individualism to more collective view or holistic part, way of seeing themselves. And the pattern will be to trust the work to find themselves. What we heard, what we are hearing, the new version of selves, but the specific style of leadership, to understand how they behave, what are their triggers, how they interact with the people, with environment when they are triggered. So this is like kind of different steps of work. This is why it takes time, or could take time. And it's not what I include for the time being with the current days. It's not only individual at all, but it's to think with the collective work, the community, because leaders now, they are impacting not only working on themselves, the brand. This is what it like specific when you are like personal branding, or when you have a leader working on their brand. It's impacting the community, the environment, the global system where they are. And this is like what makes the work specific. All this to build the trust. You talked a lot about the trust. What makes a business successful? What makes a leadership position or role like successful? Is the trust that I can like have built on you. I trust you, so I can follow you. This is a really sustainable way of doing business or having a leadership. It's more than having, yes, the followers in the social media is good, but yeah, we can have a good business without having 1 million or having 100K. And this is why it's unique. I don't really need to have or to do my brand as the others, but if I want it sustainable, I need to find my own brand, my positioning, my values, my identity, and again, what is the persona I am looking for? What are the people I want to have around me? Who are they, and what do they want? What is the problem that I am solving? And here we can connect the corporate world with the individual world. It's nice way of reinventing the branding and reinventing the work on the brand, and if it's personal, or if it's for the corporate also.
I love how you frame that as sustainability. Conversations I have a lot with clients are about sustainability and avoiding burnout, which I think is a huge component of this I think that goes across all industries. And something we really come down to for that is just the notion of capacity. That leaders building strong brands, they don't do it by wearing 12 hats that don't fit them. And there's this tough love moment that I have with these leaders and budding leaders and companies as a whole, where it's like when you stop wearing burnout as a badge, you start making decisions that are strategic and not just survival driven. And that is a big mindset shift that really goes hand in hand with that sustainability. And then what were you going to say?
I was going to hook up with the idea that you were sharing, but anyway, I think that we are moving to another direction that's very interesting. So let's go along what you are saying.
Okay.
Because I believe that resilience is much more related to the ability to fall and stand up again than anything else. Because I never heard a story, a business story, that doesn't include mistakes and falls. We will fail. We will fail. Every business will go up and down. And so it's not about not falling. It's about what you do when you are on the floor. That's what defines resilience for me. So you have to be prepared, and that's why to have your why well established. I know why I'm in this business. I know what I'm doing. I know where I want to get in the next 5 years, 4 years. So if you have all these things in place, and when you fall, you are more prepared, I believe, to stand up again, find your way, and carry on moving.
Really, really like that. And that goes down to resilience, which is so important for these leaders and for these branding. When we were out there talking last night, well under 24 hours ago, I got off a 13-hour flight. And I had gone to the airport straight from one of my children's gymnastics meets. I happen to be the mother of a competitive gymnast. Don't know where he got it, not me. And something I learned early on that I so appreciate about that sport is it has literally taught him how to fall on his face and get back up again. And I think that's so true in business and branding, to your point, that unstoppable does not mean there's not going to be falls. It's how you keep going from them. Now, I think that's actually great.
If you allow me just want to add on this, because it's linked. It's the resilience, the patience to fall and stand up, and also the innovation. If there is something that keep like brands also unstoppable, is the capacity to innovate, to find new ideas, and mainly because when you are leader, the others are following you, so you need to be always ahead. So you need to be always like new, to have new ideas and find a new solution, find new ways to do the business, maybe to change the business, or just like to market it differently, and even your brand is like connected to innovation. I think for me, innovation is really linked to sustainability. When you have the ability to innovate, to reinvent yourself and your business, be sure that your business will be sustainable.
Absolutely. You just made an even better segue, so thank you. Perfect. To get back over here to my friend on the left. So let's talk about how you took your own personal ambition and you turned this into a brand of leadership that other people rely on. So could you talk about that for us a little bit and how this has shaped how you show up professionally?
Well, I do most of the business online. But also what we do is behind the scenes, let's call it like that. When the others are not looking in the back end, we are doing coaching. We are doing, teaching on different skills. But I would say what we learn is to adapt to the market conditions. Since we are in the trading industry, market conditions change, as well as the, narratives of, as Marco said, before 2019, it was more easier to do live meetings. But what happened, suddenly you have to change to the market conditions or the environment conditions, because if you don't do that, you're gonna fall behind. Even like with that, I was not ambitious about talking on TikTok, but I said like, hey, if I have to do it, I have to do it. And I would not say ambition. Ambition is a spark that will turn you on. But consistency and action will give you reliable results and build trust in the end. Because, you can be ambitious or motivated for a week, for a month, but if you fail, as Marcus said, you're gonna say, am I on the right way? Am I on the right path? Is this the right thing for me? It's not going, let me find something else. And this is where ambition goes away. You do it maybe in a wrong strategy way, long time enough, and you're gonna feel a burnout.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like where we're coming down this panel is we have a lot of these two with showing up is really what a lot of what you're coming down to. And we're saying, and know who you're showing up for and know why you're showing up. So I think when you synergize all that together is where you get success. All right, I'm gonna start with you, my friend. If you had one takeaway you wanted for everyone here today, what would that be? And I'll just work down the line.
It's always reinvention. Reinvent yourself to to keep your leadership and your leadership style ahead and create the vision for the others. This is how you can keep your leadership different, unique, and this is a continuous work to walk through the alignment. This is how I see it, even for at personal level or for business business side. It's like continuous. It's I see this is metaphor. It's like a journey. You are traveling in a train, on a boat, whatever you choose, but you are the main traveler. And during this journey, you are connecting more with yourself, connecting with the market, with the environment, but you are heading up. You are taking the lead, showing the way to the others.
How about you, Marcus?
Me? I will paraphrase a friend of mine, Steve Denny. He is a former director of the World Bank, and he wrote an excellent book called Reinventing Capitalism. And he says, and that becomes my motto as well, love your customer as you love yourself. Obsess about your customer satisfaction, delight. And that's the most important thing.
I think that's great. And I'm going to go off that talking about the yourself as the leader who's building that brand. I think if there's one thing I could say, like there's one thing you're going to take away from here, it's that if the building your brand costs you, that's not growth, that's depletion. And I can say that because I'm here and I've done that. I took the risk. I built the brand. I built the life. And, not but, and I did it while staying true to me and what I wanted to be, not what the peanut gallery told me I should be. So that's what I would say to anyone here is take the risk, build the brand, but just bring you with you. That will make you successful. All right, why don't you wrap us up, friend?
I would say learn from Coca-Cola marketing. They sold a couple bottles in their first year, but it's Christmas time almost, and you know that they're popping out on after every few minutes on the screen. And this is like a long term. You know, I don't like to drink it, but you know that they are showing up all the time, and still they are the most sold drink in the world, but still they invest over 70% of their revenue into marketing and to their presence. Because if they don't do that, Pepsi is going to take over their place, right? So it's not about if you're number one, if it's about you being still consistent all the journey, because if you're not the loudest on the market, somebody else is going to take your place.
It's about showing up, no matter how big
Showing
you've got.
up, yeah.
Show up. All right. Well, thank you everyone so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Session. Thank you so much to our panelists. If you can all just take a step forward so we can take a picture together, that would be great. Wonderful. Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you. You're welcome. Still fabulous. Welcome to those who have just joined the room. Now, as companies look for smarter ways to handle growing demands, new tools and intelligent systems are changing how our work gets done. But the real conversation isn't about technology. It's about mindset, adaptability, and the choices our leaders make to stay efficient and future ready. Our next panel discussion's topic is the automation advantage, how to work smarter, scale faster, and save time. So, ladies and gentlemen, the moderator for this session is Mr. Derek Czar, the owner of Updi, and I will leave it to him to introduce all of his panelists. Please give him a warm round of applause.
Testing, testing. So let's move over to the side here. So the very first panel speaker that I'm going to be introducing is Dr. Esther, or not Esther, sorry, Dr. Esther, who specializes in e-invoicing for accounting and global businesses. Esther, you want to come on up? And I will do a much longer introduction where everyone else can introduce themselves, but I just want to take a seat. I'll let you take a seat first. The next person is going to be Dr. Venkat, who specializes in leadership and management from the human level and how you can get time to be able to scale and do automation. The next person who's coming on board is Tobias, who specializes in value pricing and understanding where your money goes along the pathway of logistic chains. Sorry. The next person who's going to be coming on here is Suman, and she specializes in the human element and automations and making sure that you do not lose the human as you continue to scale and automate. Person is Haroon, who specializes in introducing big brands into international markets, such as Visa and Google, and how they use their vast resources to be able to break into industries using automations. So the very first thing to do is take a seat and let everyone else do their own introductions. I was expecting the CXO to actually do an introduction, so here we are with Esther.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Ganling Chong. Esther is actually my nickname. Okay, yeah, I'm a chartered accountant. I run a public practice in Malaysia. I'm a licensed auditor, tax agent, company secretary, as well as a certified business advisor. I've been in practice for like almost, I think, 20 years. We serve local SMEs as well as we also have global, multinationals companies. We also do training and coaching for businesses as well as practitioners. This is what I do.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Venkat. So you can see my big name there, but short is Venkat. So I'm basically a doctorate in HR and management from Mexico. And I have worked with world-class organizations like Levi's and Landmark in Dubai as head of HR. Currently, I'm the founder and director of Razor Sharp HR Consulting, where we do HR consulting on one side and executive placements on another side. I also have the honor of getting recognized as the top 5 HR leader of Asia by the Agile People Ops Coach. So I have few honors behind my name. And today we are going to talk about this topic. So that's from my side.
Okay, so I continue. My name is Tobias Fausch. I'm Vice President Solution Advisory and CIO of a small company. And we specialize in global value chains, but I think we're going to discuss about that later, so I'll not do that now.
Good morning, all. I'm Dr. Suman Rangabhashyam from India. I travel extensively. I'm a professor of finance and marketing and a business coach by passion. I'm a TEDx speaker and an author, and I automate all my systems, whether it's marketing, whether it's HR, whether it is connecting with people, whatever be it. I automate all my system, and I feel I have a global business today sitting in India. Looking forward to connecting with you. Thank you so much.
I'm good. So Haroon here. If you ask ChatGPT what's the #1 sales development agency in Singapore to help tech businesses expand in Asia Pacific, SDR is going to come up. I think if you ask Perplexity, DeepSeek, the same thing, you'll get the same answers. So that's a decade of helping large brands like Visa, Google Cloud, etc., expand in Asia Pacific. And yeah.
All right. Well, let's begin with this. Hopefully the mic is actually working here. So I'm going to begin with the automation and scaling at a global level. And the very first I'm going to start with is going to be talking about compliance, e-invoicing, receiving funds, but how do you do it at a global level, dealing with multiple different countries and compliances? So please begin.
Okay. E-invoicing is the foundation of automation because it's standardized on one document that drives business processes. If once the invoice is structured, validated real time, and everything around it becomes automated as well. Your order to cash, your procurement to payment, your reconciliation, your tax reporting, as well as your audit readiness. But most companies here, they treat e-invoicing like a tax obligation. Even international organizations, they treat this as like a country-to-country IT project. Yes. But when CEO and CFO, they understand this global shift, their thinking will shift. They will then treat this like an automation catalyst. Yes, because I think when government receive your clean data instantly, it forces you to clean up your internal process and also reduce manual processes and also eliminate bottlenecks. So the advantage of automation is actually visibility, because I think with structured data, business leaders can actually get real-time insights into performance and cash flow. With automation, company can actually scale without increasing their headcounts. And this is actually not about complying to the law, but it's actually more towards transforming business to improve their business operation.
There was a conversation I had earlier with you talking about compliance and how do you maintain compliance when all these countries are changing all the rules, regulations, and you're in the middle doing mid-implementation and all of a sudden the compliance has changed. And you had a really good response as to how you handle that compliance adjustment and changes.
Yeah, we actually, because I think right now, because everything is very new and the mandate is very new, so a lot of companies are very unsure and they actually need some guidance. And there are nobodies like help them to consolidate everything and to help them, to take a holistic approach into this automation thing. So that's why we actually come up with a 3C framework to help business, to guide business owners on a holistic approach, how to tackle this part. For instance, like getting it clear, have clarity, being consistent, and also appoint compliance champion to keep updating their changes and all this kind of thing. So I actually written a book, which is we have local edition as well as the international editions. And if you're interested with my book, you can actually I'll make it available on Amazon, so you can actually take a look at it. I actually publish only the local at the moment, so the international edition is still on work in progress. So I will publish it soon anyway. So this is how we actually help SMEs. Yes.
So then moving on to the next slide, and we're talking about compliance and all the different global markets that occur. The thing is it takes a lot of time. So as a CXO, CEO, CFO, CTO, how do you balance it? How do you get that time to be able to do that? And I believe this is a question for Dr. Venkat about this.
Sure, thank you. Before you go for automation, okay, so you need to prepare your organization. So I will be talking more on how you prepare your organization for the automation journey. Of course, I'm not going to talk about the change management. That being a CXO, all of you know what type of change management you need to do, so what preparations you have to do. But the most important thing is the time. Okay? So because the CXOs have to spend time to create that automation journey. Okay? So how that time we need to create, because we have limited time and we have the same work going on, so we need to take out time from the existing schedule to do plan for this automation journey. So I'll be talking more on that, how do you prepare your organization. So I was going through the profile of the participants, and I found that there is a mix in this group, specifically CXOs. So there are people who are already CXOs, and there are budding CXOs, okay? And I have seen a couple of people coming from the family business side, and they are taking over from their first generation. So they are the second generation which is taking over. So I thought this will be a good example which I can share. How do I address these challenges in my client's place? So I just have one question just to understand the demography of the participants here. So I want to categorize the organizations into two with respect to the size and volume of the business. So one is large and the second is small and medium size. So how many of you are representing small and medium size organization? Can you please lift your hands? Yes, that is a majority. So that's the majority, and these majority organizations face challenges because large organizations have done a lot of initiatives, and it is very easy for them because they have the required fund and they have the required manpower, they have the required infrastructure, they do that. So but for the small and medium organizations, so you need to really prepare for it, right? So preparing that, you need to have certain basic things already in place. First, we have to work on the SOPs. So we need to ensure that we follow the SOP culture at least for 6 months. And when I say SOPs, don't think about going to top 4 companies in the world to go and ask them to write SOPs. SOPs can be written internally at no cost. Your own team can write the SOP. World-class best practice, you can always fine-tune it later, but create the SOPs. This is the very first step, that SOP culture has to come. Come what may, this is the steps which we will follow for each and every process, and there should be audit going on. You should have internal scoring, and you should have that as a KPI for your people to score above a certain percentage, preferably 90 in their KRA KPIs in the performance management system. So have the SOP culture building. So that is how you first prepare your organization. Next, when it comes to creating the time, I'm going to introduce a principle called 70-20-10 principle. So there is already a principle of 70-20-10 for L&D, learning and development. How many of you are aware of that principle in learning and development, 70-20-10? Fantastic. So there are a few hands going up. So 70-20 for others, 70-20-10 principle for L&D is you learn 70% whatever you want to learn on the job. 20% by doing projects and coordinating with your colleagues. Only 10% you spend money to attend a course or go to conferences and then learn. So this is a 70-20 principle in L&D. But what I'm going to speak about 70-20-10 is to create time for you. So first let me talk about the 10%. 10% of your time, the CXOs, this is specifically for the leadership, not for the middle management or junior management. This concept is more relevant to the senior leadership team. So 10% of your time, always keep it for firefighting. Because in any business, okay, so you will get firefighting type of situations on a daily basis. Something will go wrong, okay, it should go wrong, which means that your business is running. So keep the 10% for firefighting. The 20% of the time you need to keep for your regular work, your job description, whatever is required from you to deliver on a day-to-day basis. So you should be spending 20% of your time on that. And as a leader, 70% of your time you should be spending only on strategies which will build the organization for the next level. So what next 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, what new initiative I need to bring. And that is where this automation project also comes in. So in that 70% time which you are spending on various projects, automation is one of the projects. So you need to create a SOP culture, and you need to arrive at this stage that you spend only 20% of your time in your day-to-day or job description work, and then allocate the 70% for strategy, because the leadership time is costly. Okay, so if you are spending 70% of your time doing your job responsibility, so we are actually wasting our time and money for the organization. So it's a costly resource, and the CXOs should always think about tomorrow. They should not bother about today, because there is a middle management and junior management which takes care of that. So preparing the organization, so quick summary is SOPs, and then ensure that you follow the 70-20-10 principle, and that's how we create time for the CXOs.
All right. So we've gone into the percentages of time, how to manage what you should be doing, 10% here, 20% here. But the thing is when you're doing these automations and you're getting them involved into your business, especially if you're an international company, how do you ensure, as you're putting all these international bits and pieces and automations in together, that there's still money left at the end of the day, at the end of the table? Those value chains that are so important to understanding where you're losing money. How should you be managing to ensure you have money at the very end? And I believe this is a wonderful question for Tobias here to answer.
Yes, that's exactly what we work on, so thank you for that question. E-invoicing is about turnover. Having SOPs is how to automate. But in the end, if you have a global company and you produce a good and you sell it, that does not necessarily mean that you know whether you earn money. Because just to take a very simple example, the last entity actually selling the product is resale minus. So turnover minus their local costs, minus their EBIT expectation equals transfer price. That has nothing to do with the cost of goods. And if you have an intermediate company, which is an affiliate, buying products from within the corporation and selling it within the corporation, you have cost of goods sold, but you don't know about the margins of the other previous steps because you don't even know how many steps there were. So what we have done is we have an automated process, and this is where it comes into play, where you have a cradle-to-gate global BOM, as we call it, bill of material. You really collect all the data that you have from purchasing material, producing the good, selling it within your corporation, finally selling it to the market, and you track the local costs, which are the ones you need for a legal entity, but also the consolidated costs. And having that as an automated process helps you to understand where do you win money, where do you lose money, and you can start optimizing your processes, which is what automation is all about. If you want to have lots of data, you want to have an understanding of what is going on, you will not be able to do that without automation.
So one of my questions with the automation and the data, so part of my business is understanding how to take vast amounts of data and pulling insights from it. But when we're doing it at a international level, how do you see AI working within the systems where you have lots of data but lots of moving parts? How would AI assist in those for people who are managing not only just locally but across several different countries?
Well, first of all, I don't really like the word AI because I don't see any intelligence. I see statistics.
Agreed.
I see statistics. But if you have a problem like the one we look at, which has lots of data, which has high quality data, even if you have some glitches which you need to take care of. But in general, you do know what is happening in your corporations. So you have a lot of data, good data, well, that's perfect for statistics. And this is basically what AI is all about. So you can have these tools in helping you to analyze the data on a totally different level because you can look at correlations. You have more dimensions you can look at than you would do like in an Excel spreadsheet or in any report that you can think of.
I do agree. There's definitely no intelligence in it. It's a large language model, but we all use the term AI because that's a marketing term that people can understand, but it is a large language model. So moving on to the technology side of things, and I believe this is a really good question for a gentleman who has helped companies like Visa and Google move into other markets, and understanding they have these massive resources to be able to leverage AI and automation. And how are they using that technology to leverage into these very competitive markets? And this is a question for Haroon.
So, really good question, and I'll challenge both of you on the intelligence in AI. But let me ask just a question to the audience, because we've learned just now that majority here is small and medium-sized business owners. Now, how many of you have tried expanding your business into a different market other than your home market? Okay, so interestingly, very few try to go cross-border, but okay, so when you're going cross-border, I'm presuming the first thing you try to do is you try to research a little bit on the new market. You try to find similarities between your home market. It's something that we're taught in business school, right? And the first market you pick to expand into is the market that's closest to your home market, right? Because you want to have as little as possible as a knowledge gap. So that means you have to do research. That means you need some intelligence on the market, etc. And then I'm guessing the second step is you try to understand how many companies there are there, you know, what type of people do I go at, what is the buying behavior in this market, what is the decision-making cycles, how do they all differ from my home market to what I'm used to. Now, all of this, traditionally, you would be relying on some big consulting firms. If you're bigger, if you're smaller, you'd hire maybe some interns, etc. Ideally in market, you'd hire some sales development reps, junior folks to try to help you with this. And if you look at it, and that's kind of what the name SDR stands for, it's sales development representative. Now, we use, and to your question, like how Google, how Visa, Fastly, so many other Fortune 500 companies, what they started doing in the last few years with the rise of AI is they started relying on us to build AI agents for them that take two things. One, their entire knowledge on all the markets that they expanded into. So you load it into AI. So we create a bespoke agent for them. And then we take all the knowledge of the 51 companies that we've helped to expand in those certain markets, and we load that as well into it, and we get what we call statistics. So you call it intelligence, you can call it statistics, but it's essentially data that gives, ideally, an intelligent human, right, some intel, some actionable insights into, okay, where do I place my bets into? That's one. And then the second step, what they do is, okay, these AI agents that we now created to do research on those particular markets, can we have them do the top of the funnel? That means that initial outreach towards these companies. So we integrate these bots with LinkedIn Sales Navigator, with Salesforce, or with HubSpot Sales Hub, etc. Zoom Info to look for their emails, etc., etc. And we have these models do that initial outbounding, that the dirtiest works with insightful messages. So we have, and again, we also load all of our sales methodology inside. So lead with insights, challenger sales, medic, etc., sell with a story. So that these agents are essentially somebody with 5 to 10 years of experience doing the dirty work of a junior and doing it across all the markets, because LLM, right, it's multi-language models, etc. So now we can go into Thailand, Vietnam, we can try to attempt China, provided that we know what to do with these Chinese customers once they actually come back to us. But in a nutshell, this automation and AI or LLMs, whatever you want to call them, it helps larger companies to do a great deal of work that it took maybe 20 people to do across 3 to 6 months. It takes them now a small fraction of those resources, and it's a very small fraction of that time. So we, for example, we do it within a few weeks, and they have results within 3 months, and now these results are these actionable insights where they say, okay, I'm going to hire in markets ABC, right? Because I've tested now 10 markets over the last 3 months, and I'm going to put my bets on these 3 markets, and I'm going to start hiring there, as opposed to their traditional approach of, you know, get a country manager, get some junior people under them, get a sales manager, etc., and then you do it in a hub, often in Singapore, an expensive hub, or you place in market, and then after 1-2 years you start sacking where there are no results, and you start doubling down on where there are results. So essentially, that's what I'm saying. I'm gently challenging on that intelligence bit. You still do need human intelligence.
That's what I said. It's not intelligent.
But okay, then let's agree we all get good actionable statistics.
Yes, agree.
So you're talking about, of course, companies that have the financial revenue, the capability of doing these international checks and automations. But as we went through the audience here, we got a bunch of small and medium-sized businesses here. How do they use AI to leverage this? How do they close those gaps between these companies that have this vast sums of revenue and resources? I mean, especially Google that literally has all their compute to be able to do this. How do we do it when we don't have those?
So good question. And if you remember me saying that now these companies can do it with a fraction of a price, right? And that means that it is like AI has bridged that gap between David and Goliath. It's literally every David has the opportunity to become a Goliath, right? Again, you need human intelligence. You need to be able to position yourself as a Goliath, because again, people cross borders, they mostly buy still from Goliaths, right? But you actually have that capability within you with a few $1,000s a month, right? You can actually make an impact in a new market and be able to say, okay, I want to place my bets into this market. So,
all right, so moving on to the next side of this, which I believe to be a major important part of this is, first of all, is it really possible to reduce costs through automations? But more importantly, how do you do automations to where you're not cutting jobs, you're not affecting the psycho-emotional side of the humans, of the employees, and of the workers? And how does this apply into real world? And I think this is a wonderful question for Dr. Suman.
Thank you so much, Derek. That's my pet question. And since we have a majority of the crowd today dealing with medium and small size companies, I think we need to move on. That myth that AI is replacing human needs to be eliminated. And I'll delve a little deeper into this to tell you what I mean. AI is a must today. Automation is a must today if you want to grow. It's as simple as that. If you don't keep up with the moving markets, and it's moving at rapid speed, then you'll be left behind, and then you're likely to be, if you're an entrepreneur, if you're in a CXO seat, you are likely to face huge challenges in your business. If you move with that, it's going to be wonderful. Let me illustrate this with an example. Automation, if that is the engine of the car you're sitting in, AI is the steering wheel, but the human is the brain who's sitting and that's giving direction to that steering wheel. So the myth that it will replace humans needs to be eliminated. I'll go into 3 specific verticals. One, I'll talk about customer experience. Today, we all are aware of it. AI emboldened bots are there to give human experience a quick response, a fast response, increasing human satisfaction. And what I mean by that is the frequently asked questions, or when a person connects to your company, if you have a bot answering that question, which is powered by AI, a lot of the routine and mundane work is removed from your plate. What do you do with yourself, or what does the person do who was handling this in the yesteryears? He moves on, and he talks about strategy. He looks at the large data, the big data as we call it today, and he can then talk about strategy. So there is a shift, but there is definitely not elimination. That is just one part of it. Look at what it's doing to finance. Today, finance has moved to predictive instead of reactive. In the yesteryears, you handled a cash crunch when you actually came to it. And then your finance wizard, your accountants and your CFOs were busy handling that cash crunch. As a leader of your company, as a CXO of your company, you joined the bandwagon. Look at the man hours that were wasted. Look at the finances that were wasted. Today, with AI and emboldened, again, AI-powered systems in the finance space, it is extremely easy to predict something that is going to happen. Again, I go with big data, and I am absolutely an advocate of small data too. The people in the finance world who handle this will talk about small data. I won't go into detail as I'll be digressing from the current topic. But that is something which really needs to be looked at. Again, in the space of marketing, you are faster to go to market because of AI helping you go to all the routine, mundane work is handled by automation and AI, and that's how you go to market. Today, what is the impact it has on all of us sitting here? We've come here to attend this meeting to ensure that we become global players, or at least participate, or at least get our thoughts towards that. It's possible because we know we can automate systems. We know there is AI who's going to help us. So I believe that if we don't keep up with the moving trends, with the moving markets, we're going to miss out a lot on that. Thank you, Derek, for this question.
Well, there also was a follow-up to this, and that was actually a wonderful point and a lot to tear apart on a discussion that's much longer than this. But I just want to actually add one of those questions is, of the businesses that you have seen that have implemented this automation, are they truly on autopilot? Is it actually working for them? And what's the human role when they're working with these companies that are in these autopilot modes? Where does the human come into that?
The professor in me is going to come. I'm going to wear my professor hat right now. I do a number of sessions in Ivy League academies in India, and of course globally too in the US, to handle this, and it's called Capstone Business Simulation. I'm a professor in that, and I do marketing and finance using that tool, which is not telling you what to do, which is putting you in a situation where there's big data, there's small data, there is customer expectations, and now handle the situation. We give you a failed business and tell you turn around the business in 3 to 5 financial years. So you're actually dirtying your hand as a CXO and experiencing it. And that is when I believe you wake up and realize that you know how important and how much revenue you save. Because at the end of the day, none of us can afford to say we are not financial wizards, or we do not know finance. Finance is the language of business, and it gives you a report card of your business. At least a basic understanding of finance needs to be there. That was my professor hat. Now let me get back to my coaching hat. I am dealing with a company which is a manufacturing mid-sized company, and they had huge issues. The problem was that forecasting issues was a big problem. They only forecasted what they thought would be the customer expectation, and they forecasted accordingly. So they produced their material according to what they forecasted. Revenue was again a big problem because vendor payments never went in time. They were always firefighting. Similarly, there were issues with production. In the production line, how much do you produce? At what stage do you produce? Is it available for marketing? So production got clubbed with marketing. These were the issues that they were facing. And then they went into automation. There was a lot of debate and dilemma. We are mid-size. Should we wait for the market to grow? Should we wait for our revenue to grow? Because we are spending this much and we have to make the payments. But they took the plunge and they went in for automation. 18% revenue saving was what they got. And I'm telling you, facts and figures was what they achieved because of automation. So yes, a need to automate, a need to bring AI into your systems is a must. It is not one size fit all. Depending on your background, the size of your company, the nature of your business, you take a call. But it's a must, and Derek, I'm a firm believer that if we do not do that, we get left behind. So thank you for that question, Derek.
Yep. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go along for each of our panelists and just ask for a quick takeaway, because there's a lot of information that's been on here. We're talking about compliance because as this whole thing has been about how to work smarter, scale faster, and save time, it's also ensuring that you stay compliant, that you're not causing issues within the government, that you're also being able to stay ahead of the automation, the time with our very busy schedules as CXOs of businesses, and ensuring that we've got money along the way, that we're not losing it through all these automations, ensuring we're not losing the human as well as we're scaling ourselves up, and that we're able to understand the markets that we're penetrating here, which Haroon did a really good job in explaining it. But I'm going to open up for quick takeaways, things that businesses can do now, and that are simple. Like, what should we know? What should we be looking for? I'll open up with you.
Okay, I just want to make it simple and leave a thought for you. So if you automate your e-invoicing, you automate your organization. When you automate your organization, you accelerate growth. When you accelerate growth, you actually build a business that lasts. That's for me. Thank you.
Dr. Venkat?
I'm not going to give one, but I will give two takeaways. And these are not takeaways, and please consider this as assignments. Okay? So two assignments for the participants. One is optional, the first one is optional, second is compulsory. Okay? So the optional assignment is, depending upon whatever stage of your organization, check on the SOPs. If your organization already have SOPs, okay, so you pass on this assignment, you have already done. If your organization doesn't have SOP, so please start the process of SOP immediately. So this is the first assignment. The second assignment, which is very compulsory, is evaluate yourself, audit yourself, and then you see where are you standing against the 70-20-10. Okay, so 10 is a firefighting. Today you could be firefighting 40%, 50%, and the balance 40%, 50% you could be spending your time on a day-to-day work, and only 10% on strategy. So your actual data can be upside down. Okay, instead of 70-20-10, it could be 10-20-70. No problem. Okay, that's how everyone starts. But make sure that you reach closer to this number. It is not a very difficult task, and most of the bigger organizations have achieved this. And we have implemented this in Levi's, which is a global organization which is present in more than 150 countries. We have implemented this, and all the CXOs, they have 5 KRAs, in which only one is operational efficiency, which is their complete job description. Okay, everything what they are supposed to do is covered in one KRA, and the balance 4 is project 1, project 2, project 3, project 4, what they are supposed to do new, so that the organization can be taken to the next level. Globally, across 100, 150 countries, all the CXOs of Levi's, this is how their KRAs are structured. So this is the second assignment. It could take some time, it could take few months, but please take up this assignment seriously. Thank you.
And Tobias?
We talked a lot about AI and starting with AI. I just want to make sure that you will have to retrain your AI in the long run, because if you ask the same question too often, you will bias your system. The system will be inclined to give the same answer if it doesn't make sense, because the AI as such has no understanding, it's not intelligent. And therefore, if you have installed AI, at that time it should be unbiased because you took care in making it correctly, but then you cannot assume that it will stay unbiased for the rest of its lifetime. So that's one of the tasks that you will have to consider, because as you rightly said, AI is here to stay. And so if it's to stay, you have to look at it long term.
And Dr. Suman?
Thank you so much. So earlier, Google was the largest search engine. Then it became YouTube. Today, go to ChatGPT and have a look at which is the largest search engine. The pace at which it's changing, it's phenomenal. I want to leave you with one lingering thought. If you're wondering what systems to plug into your business, depending on the nature and size of your business, just go to YouTube and search for it, or go to ChatGPT and tell ChatGPT, this is my business, what should I do to accelerate or to increase my revenue? I also want to say there is something known as prompt engineering, which seems to be used much in vogue these days. So like he said, intelligence is what you have to teach the machine. At the end of the day, prompt engineering is here to stay. Please go and ask ChatGPT what is prompt engineering, what is the prompt I should give based on my background, plug in your website, your YouTube profile, your LinkedIn profile, whatever you can to ChatGPT and watch the answer it gives you. It becomes you and becomes your assistant. Please make AI your assistant. Thank you so much.
And finally, Dr. Haroon.
I'm probably the only non-doctor here, but that's fine. That's fine. I'll take it. So it's not so much of a takeaway as it is a thought for all of us to carry home. So we've all heard about the concept Born Global. We learned about it in business school. We read about it, etc. And I'm sure most of us, when we start a business, we envision, running a global business, cross borders, etc. Yet when I asked the question earlier, how many of us or of you have actually attempted expanding across borders? 3 people out of the whole room raised their hand, and I understand we're SME founders, but I think 3 out of so many is far too little. So just basically, I want to reiterate the fact that now with the closed gap between David and Goliath, utilizing AI and human intelligence, we all can become born globals. And yes, I've been talking a lot about large MNCs, Visa, etc., but I've also helped a number of startups that raised $1 million, $2 million in seed Series A from Finland and then expanded into 8 markets. A business that raised 1.5 million from the US and then straight away went to APAC, into 8, 9 markets within APAC, because they felt it's going to be easier for them as a US brand, as a European brand, expanded into APAC, as opposed to combating their US counterparts in saturated markets like US and Europe. So basically, food for thought for you guys, you can be born globals as well, and you can expand to foreign markets.
Well, I see as I'm looking at our clock, we're about 20 seconds, but hopefully they'll let us take a couple questions. Okay from the audience or not? One question. We get one question. Anybody want to go? Guess not. All right, so we'll conclude our panel. Thank you very much. And thank you to all the panels who arrived and came here.
Yes, a very big thank you to all of you. If you could just leave the mics on the chairs and take a step forward so we can take a group picture, that'll be great. Great. Is everyone still with us? Hello? Are we all still here? We waiting for lunch? Yes? I got 1 thumbs up in the back. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, 2 thumbs up. Thanks, thanks. Everyone okay? Yes or yes? Ah, see? No wasn't an option, huh? No, it's all good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as my team clear the stage, we are getting ready for our next keynote speaker. And it is titled, Fueling Social Innovation, Profit with Purpose. Now, it's time to shift our attention to this, and as we dive into how meaningful change and strong business performance can go hand in hand, and leading us through this powerful conversation is someone who's been championing this vision for many, many years. Founder and managing director of venture philanthropy Blueprints. Please put your hands together for Mr. Alan Leroy. All right, so I've been told to engage with the audience so that you don't leave. So I'm going to make my way through the audience with a microphone, and I would like to know why you're here, who you are, introduce yourself to the room, and if you've learned anything today, which I'm hoping you have. Yes? Give me a second, I'll grab a mic and I'll make my way through the room. All right, here we are. Let's pick on this gentleman. Hello, sir. How are you?
Hi, good morning. Fine.
Very good. What's your name?
My name is Muhammad Etani.
And why are you here? What do you do?
I'm into real estate. I'm a partner at Keller Williams Prime, and I'm here to experience the latest trends in this industry. And I'm excited that I'll be a speaker also today. Thank you.
Lovely. And are you residing in Dubai?
No, I'm residing in Saudi, but I often travel.
All right, great, because real estate, you know, it's very booming here and slowly spilling over to other markets. So do you have any intention of doing some business here in Dubai?
Yeah, I just started actually. I've established the company here.
Wonderful, congratulations. I wish you all the best in your venture and may you make many sales. If anyone's in the room looking for their next investment, come and speak to this gentleman, okay? I mean, Dubai's where it's at, right? I know this guy. Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you.
Very good. So, day 2, how's it going for you?
Wonderful. Yeah, every panel there is something to learn. This morning, the interesting debate about AI and not so intelligent always comes up, and as businesses embrace artificial intelligence, either as an enabler or as a driver of customer interaction, it's always interesting to learn from others' experiences.
For me, I find AI particularly terrifying. I really do, because as much as you can learn from it, the more it can do harm. If AI is in the wrong hands, it can do some detrimental damage. Now, I was part of a different conference where I had a live hacker. Let me correct myself, a convicted hacker. He came on to the panel and he did a live hack for the audience, and I have never seen anything like this in my life. He hacked into a major corporation by sending them an audition tape. He made a deep fake video of himself playing guitar, and just because they opened the file to a YouTube link that seemed perfectly normal, that gained him access to this incredible corporation. And he asked the audience, all right, what would you like to know? Would you like to know the CEO's home address? Would you like to know how many children he has? Would you like to know the bank account of the company? And as I'm speaking to you, like, my hair is standing on edge, because the amount of AI that can fool us already, and it's so young, is quite terrifying. But at the same time, it's pushing the world into a brand new direction, and it's making our lives a little easier, wouldn't you say?
It is, but one of the things that I always advise businesses as well as individuals and families about is how important it is to be private about your data. We are very easily giving away our data, yeah, and that makes us that much more vulnerable.
100%. Another example is a CISO. One of the CISOs, his daughter His daughter posted, "Oh, daddy's going to Germany." Something as simple as posting that your father is traveling to Germany and put an entire company at risk, being a CISO. So yes, be very protective of your children. And I think it's very important for us to teach our social media is not so. It's about being targeted, unfortunately. And most of us in this room have very high profile positions, and we need to be teaching our children to be very careful, not only for their own sakes, but for your sake as well. Our families are everything.
I have an article on children and social media restrictions which are being rolled out across different geographies. Australia's been pretty way ahead. Malaysia is talking about it. Europe has been there. I have that coming out in January.
Wonderful. I look forward to it. I'll be looking for it. And your name is Kunal Sinha. So his article will be coming out. And yes, Australia has banned the youth on social media. They've activated their accounts if you're under 16, which is great. The kids are doing so, but I think it's great. Hello, ma'am. How are you?
How are you? Like this. All right. My name is Anastasia Shkarina. I am the founder and the owner of a company focused on future of legal, precisely on digital transformation in legal, artificial intelligence and technology.
And do you feel that your job could be at risk because of AI?
No. Because, first of all, I would like to comment on the threat of AI that you've just mentioned. First of all, I don't think that there is a equation sign in between cybercrime and artificial intelligence. So that's a big artificial is a big booster for cybercrime, but it's far from being the same. Cybercrime has been known for decades, right? Okay, so I with all my clients, I keep saying that they shouldn't emphasize and have fear of AI because of cybercrime. That's in terms of the future of legal, there will be lots of changes, definitely. Some of the roles within legal would disappear, some would appear. And that's exactly what I'm doing. So I'm helping the legal teams to transform and boost new professions, new roles in legal that would help the profession to evolve.
That's one. Of course, with evolution, the world will change and we will always adapt and move forward. Hi, I know this lady. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Very well, thank you. We kind of match in today, which is quite nice. Are you going to be on any of the panels today?
I have been earlier in the health, but I have my talk after lunch.
Hey, so if you'd like to see this lovely lady after lunch doing her talk, you know where to find us. All right, how are we doing there? No, my team's still doing their thing. Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm doing good, fine. Yeah. I'm Anand. I came to attend the conference as well as yesterday I'm in the panel for so it's wonderful.
And tell me, what has been the most interesting talk or panel that you've experienced here? It doesn't have to be in CXO. It can be on the other conferences as well.
Yeah, even this conference also, each and every session, keynote speakers done a great job. It's very useful for me.
Yeah, I think all of us are here and we're taking away small bits that we can take back to our organizations, take back to our work, and it's always very interesting, these conferences. Hi! How are you, sir?
Good to see you. I was indeed, yes. I'm an international business coach. I work on my own. I'm a sole trader, so I come to refresh my mind, to learn, when you work on your own, it's difficult to stay current and difficult to stay on top of the game. So conferences like this help you do that, help me do that. Yes. Yeah. The panel discussion I was on yesterday and my contribution to that. No, I mean, this whole AI stuff, isn't it? And one just cannot imagine, I can't imagine the impact that that's going to have and change our business lives. Will it take away my job? No. Will it augment it? Will it make it different? Will it give me new opportunities? Yes. And that's what I have to embrace. And most people, I think, now use AI just for ChatGPT or just to look up something. But actually, the potential is much bigger than that. And that's what I'm realizing here. Yeah.
Yes, all valid points. And yes, I agree with you. People do not, they use it for ChatGPT, but it's simple things, you know? We need to use AI to get smarter, not to become lazier. Yes? Because I've done it before. I'm like, oh, just write me an email for XYZ, when that's just me being lazy. That's honestly me just being lazy.
I was at a church service the other day, and the bishop who was preaching said his sermon, which was going to last for 10 minutes, he asked ChatGPT to do a sermon on St. Matthew. It had to last 8 minutes with 2 jokes. And that's a sermon he delivered.
I mean, is that working smart? Or is that relying too heavily on AI for what he was meant to do? You know, it's such a fine line, and this can go around in circles. But thank you so much for your comments. All right, let's move to this side of the room. I see a gentleman's face. Recognize you with me. Yes. Thank you.
I'm very fine, thank you.
Good. And how's day 2 so far?
Yeah, it's going good. It's going good. I think I'm going to get my award like in 20 minutes. So yeah, very happy.
I mean, to be honest with you, I think we're going to be running a bit behind schedule, but you know, we'll catch up for you. We'll catch up.
No problem. I will wait.
All right. This gentleman is very eager to talk to me. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great. How many alphabets are there in English? Yeah. And there are 2 alphabets which have been put together to create 2 words. They are A and I, and another is M and L. So that's the problem. You cannot have artificial intelligence without machine learning. Nobody talks about it. Maybe sometime, I can spend 15 minutes explaining in a very simple way so that everyone knows what is AI. Today, it's all hype actually. Nobody really. So, I wish someone spoke about ML. It's basic to have AI. Building.
Hey, well, you know, there's a million topics that everyone's going to be talking about, and topic we're going to learn more and more and more. All right. Hi, how are you?
Hi. Yes. What's your name? Why are you here? I'm Vaijayanti Shankar. I'm the founder and executive director for an organization called Center for Science of Student Learning. Okay. And so I heard a lot of questions and anxieties being expressed about AI. So in education too, you have, when AI coming in, textbooks and curriculums and pedagogy and assessments being built. Plus, yes, and with so many of the, what you call as what the education is preparing you for, those being replaced by AI now. So what is the relevance of the education? What is that you can build now that will be relevant? So we work on, assessing these, giving future-ready skills, emotional intelligence, and, aspects like that, and giving detailed feedback for K-12 career readiness and, placements, talent acquisition also. So that's the area we work on. We wanted to come and explore new markets, new synergies, and that's why we are here.
Yeah, the world is definitely going through a revolution right now, and we're trying to find our footing with the complements of AI, teaching the kids the right things, teaching them what's good, what's not, without, it's so hard to keep them away from the internet. It's pretty much impossible. So we'll get there. We'll definitely get there. We've always evolved, we've always made the right steps forward, because if we didn't make the right steps forward, humanity wouldn't be here, right? Humans wouldn't be here at all. But thank you so much to everybody in the room for their valuable comments and insights. Thank you so much for letting me waste a bit of time while we get ready for our next speaker. You all set? All right, ladies and gentlemen. So once again, thank you so much for staying with me. Let's put our hands together for our keynote speaker, Fueling Social Innovation, Profit with Purpose. Put your hands together for Mr. Alan Leroy.
Hello, hello. Is the deck presentations up? Okay, awesome. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here today. My name is Alan Leroy. I traveled here from New York. This is a very special presentation for me. It's called Venture Philanthropy Blueprint. You're probably wondering what that means, and that's by design. Can you play this video, please?
You are a builder, backer, or believer.
Barack Obama once said that capitalism is the greatest driver of prosperity and opportunity. Capitalism also has its dark side.
It's like, I don't think it's always the money, but we can always use that. I said it's really the technology.
Are you a builder? Are you a backer? Are you a believer? You could be more than one, but you should be at least one. And when you identify your role in this movement, now we could work together.
I wanted to connect with others in the diaspora. I'm originally from Trinidad with Hearst Level Up Ventures, invested in 18 companies or so today, and we continue to write checks.
But, you know, when you see initiatives like this that are aimed at creating opportunities to benefit from the rewards that capitalism can provide, you feel like there's real hope.
Tonight was electric, connecting entrepreneurship throughout the diaspora.
When people who have the same interests get together in a community is how you get things done.
So it's access, right? And it's being seen, connecting everyone, continuing the connection so that we could continue to flourish.
How do we expand and give to the larger communities? A platform like this does make sense. It avoids me having to rebuild the wheel, planting the seed, and if it takes me going down and watering it, absolutely.
So I'm here today to challenge a belief that we've been told. We've been lied to. We've been told either purpose or prosperity, not both. That belief has hindered generations of founders. Venture Philanthropy Blueprint is here to provide a model and a framework for building and scaling what we call social impact ventures. Social enterprises that are backable and scalable. I grew up with the mindset that you can build wealth and change the community at the same time. My parents are immigrants from Haiti. They left Haiti in the 1960s and went to the United States for the American dream. In 4th grade, I started programming computers in 1983. Computers just came out. For some reason, my mother had the foresight to take home this flyer and ask if I wanted to take this course. 4th grade, 5th grade, and 6th grade, I discovered that out of nothing, you could create something. That growth mindset takes me to where we are today. I went on into college, studied computer science, and exited my first startup before I graduated college. It wasn't glamorous, but it was transformative. And it taught me a lesson in how to build and sell. I went into management consulting. Something happened while I was a student in college. The internet came out. I went straight into IBM and became a consultant on the front lines of every major digital transformation you could think of. Entertainment industry going online, banking going online, and then into healthcare. But then when I got my MBA, after 5 years of being a management consultant developing software and technology, I caught the socialpreneur bug. I was mentored by a renowned professor. His name is C.K. Prahalad. He's no longer with us, but he coined the term co-creation at the bottom of the pyramid. Something clicked in my head when I took his strategy course. I knew that one day that would be my focus. I've worked at all these companies, either as an employee, as a consultant, always building for the last 30 years. I've learned some very valuable lessons. I called myself a business transformation expert because I was the guy with the software engineering skills, with the black belt in Six Sigma process improvement, with the organizational change management certification, with the project management professional certification. And I was able to go into these rooms, speak to executives, understand what we needed to build, assemble the team, and get it done. These were multi-year business transformation projects. But by night, I would be working with my cousin, with my family member, who would call me. His name was Eddie. He said, "Yo, you got your MBA?" I said, "Yeah, I have this idea." He's a photographer, he lives in Miami, and he's also from Haiti. And he said, this is 2004. "You know, we're Caribbean, but we're living in America. We kind of have these urban lifestyles, but we're also Caribbean, and there's nothing that speaks to us. I want to launch a brand. And I'm a photographer, so we're going to create coffee table books. We're going to really change the narrative about this, but also make it cool." I said, "Eddie, that's actually a really great idea." I winded up being his co-founder. We launched the brand in Miami, received the key to the city of Miami Beach 3 years later, raised $100,000 in seed capital from friends and family, and lost a lot of money. I dipped into my 401k that I had at that time. I learned a very valuable lesson. We didn't figure out how to create the business model. We needed a longer runway to experiment, to generate awareness. After that startup, there was another one, and another one, and another one. I was still working in the corporate world, so I was maintaining my lifeline. Maybe that was a good thing, maybe that was a bad thing. I don't know. I wouldn't do it any different today, to be honest. But that gave me the resources, that gave me the war chest that now allows me to sit on this stage and build this thing called Venture Philanthropy Blueprint. Since 2020, I've had over 500 engagements with founders, investors, and ecosystem leaders. I've become a venture capitalist. I've become an entrepreneur in residence, mentoring portfolio companies. I've learned so much about this space in the last 5 years. Moving forward, what we've done is this. All of these engagements has taught us a valuable lesson. It's taught me a valuable lesson. Founders are failing not because they have bad ideas or even once their idea is validated, they're not failing because of the idea. They're failing because of the systems that they do not have. It's not the bad idea, it's the lack of infrastructure and systems. And I know something about this because that's what I've done most of my career for major corporations. Without infrastructure, even the most brilliant founder is forced to fight gravity alone. This is a problem. You should not have to choose between impact or prosperity. You should not have to choose between money and meaning. Who is the social entrepreneur? Venture Philanthropy Blueprint is focused specifically on building and scaling social enterprises. Why? The traditional venture capital model works as designed. I'm not saying to burn that down. I myself am a venture capitalist. What I am saying is that that is not designed to build and scale an impact venture that has impact as its core model. Profit with purpose. Philanthropy works for a time, but it may not allow the business and the founder to create a sustainable business if they have to rely on grants and sponsorships, a lot of time from the same institutions they're trying to transform. So what do? I became a father in 2016. The chemistry in my brain changed when I had my daughter. The first thing I said was, whoa, I gotta protect you against guys like me. The second thing I thought was, this world is messed up. What am I gonna do about that for her and for all her generations to come? Venture Philanthropy Blueprint is solving that problem. So who is the social entrepreneur? The social entrepreneur, it's not a job title, it's not a brand, it's an identity. So this is the first term I'm putting out there to everyone today. Social entrepreneur. Someone building a business that's seeking to uplift communities and make a profit in doing so. So you figured out a way to deliver a solution, people are willing to pay for it, and it solves problems. Social entrepreneur, it's a lens. It's a way of building prosperity. It's a movement underneath Venture Philanthropy Blueprint. What is Venture Philanthropy Blueprint? VPB is essentially a system for capital, capacity, and community. It's a way of building ventures where prosperity and impact develop in parallel. I am approaching this from the lens not as a financial expert, as a consultant. Do you know that only about 10% of founders that even receive funding succeed? Why is that? I think it's an issue with capacity. I know it's an issue with them not having the support services that they need, even after they receive the funding, even after they sit in on the 12 classes in the incubator and the accelerator, they're back at home looking at the check, still wondering what they should do. Venture Philanthropy Blueprint is exposing this and providing a solution. The missing link, what I call a growth operator. What if a founder that is going through these incubators and accelerators is awarded not just a check, a growth operator that's going to work with them to build the systems they need around their core product? Why do we have to expect the founder? We leverage out the accounting, we leverage out the general counsel, we leverage out the finance, but you go figure out the marketing, you go figure out the technology, you go figure that stuff out. That's why we gave you the money. That makes no sense in today's digital world. Don't you want to protect your investment? Don't you want a portfolio that's supported by your in-house growth operators? And on top of that, why don't we also give you a technology stack? Why do you have to go hunting for tools? Why can't we just give you, here's all the marketing stuff you need right here, and a growth operator to help you build everything you need? And if you're an early stage entrepreneur, we don't have to unhook you from any legacy systems. You're starting fresh and from scratch. I think that's the future for impact investing. I think that's the future for venture capital, to be honest. But I'm not trying to change the way traditional venture capital operates. I'm creating a new model for social enterprises because, selfishly, I just want my daughter to grow up in a better world. And I think the answer to that is to arm the entrepreneurs with the solutions to the problems to be able to deliver their products and services. Because the challenge is, we may be providing a grant and we take the photo with the entrepreneur, but are their products and services reaching the communities that they're trying to transform? Because if that's not happening, then what are we changing? They have the solutions. We have to equip them with the ability for their products and services to reach the community and then scale. So VPB is the system that allows that. And we're going to break down the old model. Isolated founders, siloed support, episodic funding, fragile capacity. Under VPB, what we lay out, and I have a book coming out about this in spring 2026. VPB is about shared infrastructure. It's about these defined identities, builders, backers, believers. It's about an infrastructure-first funding model, and it's about giving these entrepreneurs systems that scale at their very early stages. Venture Philanthropy Blueprint is structured. There's an architecture here. This is not about charity. This is strategy. This is architecture. There's 3 layers to this. There's an activation layer, there's an identity layer, and there's a structural layer. I'm not going to get into all the boring details here on this stage, and I leave it to you to go get my book in spring 26, where we unravel all of this. And this is coming from the mind of a guy that's done this for 30 years for major corporations, and that has worked directly with founders and entrepreneurs, hundreds of them. We have an ambitious goal. We call it the 100 times 10 thesis. We want to help 100 ventures, social entrepreneur ventures, each to reach 10 million annual recurring revenue. Did you do the math? That's a $1 billion portfolio of social impact ventures. You know what the magic is of that? Maybe I'm servicing 10% of that right now in my portfolio. 30% of these founders should be working together. 1 + 1 is 3. When you talk to social entrepreneurs, they are also a lot more apt to collaborate with each other because everyone is trying to make an impact. This is a $1 billion community portfolio. VPB is the model to do that. Once we hit that mark, let's rinse and repeat. So this is our bold, audacious goal. Now, traditional venture capital, again, it's great at the grand slams and for allowing the unicorns to come out of the shadows. There's a lot of people that don't make the unicorn status. So this is a different way of looking at this. That one social enterprise is not going to become that unicorn, but the portfolio. We become the hit factory for building and scaling social enterprises. And we have a system, a model, a framework, and an entire movement around this. This is not theory. This is architecture. This is one of our clients in our portfolio. Can you play the video? This is one of our clients in our portfolio. Audio?
Scrap is working with an expanding group of hotels and retailers to collect end-of-life 100% cotton towels, diverting them from landfills, and instead sending them to RenewCell, where they will become circulose pulp, a next-generation raw material made from 100% recycled textiles that can be used to make cellulosic fibers, such as viscose or lyocell. Loftex will then blend circulose-rich fibers with cotton to produce new luxury towels. These circulose blend towels can then be recycled at the end of their life cycle, again and again. Closing the loop on textiles by turning worn-out items into circulose, a replacement for virgin materials like cotton, oil, and wood, is helping transform our economy from a linear to a circular one. And change cannot come fast enough. Global fiber production is ballooning. The textile industry is a leader in global carbon emissions, and billions of garments end up in landfills annually. By transforming textile waste into a new, high-quality raw material, RenewCell and its collaborators will help revolutionize a global industry and reduce its negative impact on people, climate, and the environment.
We've been working with Scrap for about 3-4 years. This is a social enterprise startup. This is an example of an impact venture. The problem, in the United States, the math doesn't math when you're talking about textile recycling. The founder needs a runway. He needs more time to experiment. He needs more time to build relationships and partnerships. He needs a way to work with people that allows him to figure this out. We're in a pre-regulatory environment in the United States around textile recycling specifically. So what did we do? We worked with them on their capital strategy. We challenged the founder in the way that he was thinking about his business model. Collections, the math doesn't math. What about learning? What about a digital offering? What about a learning community for retailers, for the fashion industry? What about the use of automation and technology to allow you to reach your customers in a more efficient way? What about establishing more retail partnerships? Because the marketing and the branding is so important when you're dealing with this sort of circularity concepts. Now, in 2026, we're launching a whole new initiative under Scrap called circularity.eco, which allows people to now book. We partner with local couriers to allow people to book a pickup of their unwanted clothing from their homes. We create a learning community around this as well, so that you book the pickup. Well, maybe you also want to consume some content and some courses, and maybe you want to take that into your employer to allow them to adopt more circular behavior. We want to help people adopt a more circular life. That's not how he was talking before we started working with him. He didn't understand what was possible when he gets armed with technology and tools. This is a typical impact venture that VPB is helping to build and scale. We're building momentum, we're building partnerships. We have a growth agency, we have a technology stack, and we've done a few events in New York to try to spread this concept. It's going well. We have a partner called Entrepreneurs Across Borders that is also doing work in the Caribbean, connecting the diaspora community in the United States with entrepreneurs back at their homelands. Because again, the resources are key, the infrastructure is key. So we're working with them to help build out their diaspora network in the United States. And that first video that you saw earlier was from our launch event. We're looking for more partners. I have my Chief Partnership Officer sitting right there, Jody. Some of you may have met her. Technology is a key for Venture Philanthropy Blueprint. Automation, systems, infrastructure allow us to scale, allow founders to scale, and allow them to provide, achieve exponential growth. I mentioned before the diaspora. For you all here, that's very important. The folks that left here and went to the States, there is untapped amount of resource and capability, knowledge. What about connecting and reconnecting them to the micro-entrepreneur activities and entrepreneur activities happening here? That's very, very powerful. So that's also another place where VPB plays a role in helping to support and build those diaspora networks. It's very powerful when people can walk into a room and say, from any nation, race, ethnicity, I'm a builder, I'm a backer, I'm a believer, I understand how this works with VPB, I understand the approach and the methodology for scaling impact ventures. It's very powerful. So, builders, backers, and believers, choose your role in this venture philanthropy blueprint. We have some courses that also will become available around this. I mentioned that my book is coming out in spring 2026. It's called Venture Philanthropy Blueprint, Builders, Backers, and Believers. We do have a publishing house, so it's going to be available. And if you go to a few of these links, you'll have access to get information about this if you join the distribution list. We're just gearing up with our marketing efforts to kind of coincide with the release of the book, which is going to be a very, very important next step for us. We also have a fellowship program for social enterprise founders in the United States, but we're happy to work with other organizations to help them to establish these types of programs using the VPB methodology and framework. We also have a LinkedIn page now that you can also join and follow, VPB, Venture Philanthropy Blueprint. And lastly, there's a VPB Academy that's also has a course that's available for everyone that's free, that just gives you an initial overview of everything I just said pretty much in this presentation. So thank you, everyone. I'm going to leave it now open for Q&A. Happy to answer any questions or have any dialogue with anyone. Huh? You gonna take questions? Jody, I know you have a question.
Thank you so much, Alan. Very cool stuff, very cool stuff. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to that part of the day that you're waiting for, yeah? I see the room is nice and full. So to move along swiftly, I would like to invite Sam Saman to the stage to help me present the recognition awards. Let's give him a round of applause. All right. So, up first in alphabetical order, the CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellence Award. I'd like to welcome Abdul Salam Neo. Abdul, are you in the room? Moving along, Mr. Alan Krishnan, are you in the room? Our next award is for the Business Leadership Excellence Award. Accepting on behalf of Alex, I've got Mr. David Karp, who will be accepting for Alex. Where is Mr. David? Run away. He was here a minute ago. No one wants their awards. What can I do? Amit Gandhe, are you in the room? Amit? Still nothing. Anand Govindrajan. There we go. We got one for the Business Leadership Excellence Awards. He's the director of Green Earth Systems. He brings extensive cross-industry experience, starting in holiday sales, to build strong customer and business development skills.
Morning. I would like to thank CXO team for this, selecting me for this award. Thank you so much.
Short and sweet. Thank you. Up next for our Business Leadership Excellence Award, Anand Nahata. Anand Nahata is the Chief Financial Officer of Dharma Productions. With 22 years across industries, he owns strategic projects including M&A, capital rising, and transformation.
CXO 2.0. It's an honor and good to see the hall more than half full. Yesterday evening was quite less. So thank you everyone.
Thank you. Up next for our Business Leadership Excellence Award, Ms. Anastasia Shrakarina. Anastasia is the founder and managing partner of Aluma Solutions, a Dubai consultancy specializing in legal operations, technology, and AI transformation. She brings more than 20 years of global legal expertise, driving digital change in corporate legal functions across multiple regions.
I'm very grateful and appreciate the award. Well, I will just continue doing what I do.
That's about right. That's what got you here this far. Thank you so much, Anastasia. For the Business Leadership Excellence Award, Anuj Sharma. Anuj Sharma is the Chief Operations Manager at India Mortgage Guarantee Corp. He brings nearly 2 decades of experience driving transformation, scalability, and innovation across India's leading retail finance ecosystem.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, CXO 2.0 conference for the recognition. Thank you very much.
Short and sweet. Everyone's hungry. Up next for our Business Leadership Excellence Award, Anusya. Anusya, are you here? Yes. Jagannathan. Anusya is the founder of Embrace Life, a psychotherapist, counselor, and certified hypnotherapist through the American Board of Hypnotherapy, dedicated to emotional wellness and conscious self-leadership.
Happy afternoon to the most distinguished guest and the crowd that is here. I'm grateful and thankful to the Divine First and the CXO panel who has awarded me with this, given me an honor. It's a pleasure being here, and I take few good memories and connections from this platform. Thank you.
For the CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Award, Aravind Suresh. Aravind Suresh is the managing partner at Mudval VC, a Chennai entrepreneur investing in F&B and EVs, retail, fintech, SaaS, AI, and deep tech. He co-founded and scaled multiple startups, gaining expertise in strategic growth, fundraising, and product developments.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this amazing honor. It's a great privilege to stand amongst wonderful global talent and leaders. I've learned a lot in these last 2 days and looking forward for the panel today. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, CXO.
Thank you. Arne Jaksh. Arne is the managing partner of Jaksh Life Science Consultancy. Since 2008, he has spearheaded multicultural teams to deliver ICO 13485, as well as ready programs to introduce approval times and prevent costly rework.
Thank you very much for having me here. It's a great honor to be here in Dubai. I want to thank my co-managing partner, Jenny Kreicher, my team, and all our clients. Without them, I would not be here. And thank you to all of you for participating here and making this a great event. Thank you.
Thank you. Business Leadership Excellence Award, Arul Balan. Arul Balan is the Chairman and Managing Director at CALS Renewable Energy India Private Limited. He provides strategic leadership to advance the renewable energy sector. At CALS, he focuses on expanding sustainable power generation, overseeing business and project development, managing contracts, and navigating complex regulatory affairs.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the incredible honor. Thank you so much.
Up next, I'd like to welcome back to the stage Caitlin Locasio-King. Caitlin is an attorney, brand strategist, and co-founder of Magenta Fusion Brandworks. With nearly a decade of experience at the intersection of law and marketing, Caitlin blends legal insight with creative direction to help mission-driven businesses build brands that inspire confidence and stand up to scrutiny. With clients on 5 continents, Caitlin provides professional help, elevates their presence across the markets.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this honor. I think that being recognized as a visionary isn't so much about seeing the future as being willing to build it. My work focuses on helping entrepreneurs and professionals grow without dimming who they are, without burning out, and without apologizing for their ambition. So thank you, CXO, for recognizing builders who aren't afraid to buck the norm. And to all my fellow innovators in the room, I am humbled to be alongside you. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next for the Business Leadership Excellence Award, Daver Massar. Daver is the Business Operations Manager at Prime Markets FX Ltd. with a strong background in financial consulting and insurance. His expertise spans offshore structures, international investments, and project management.
Kindly thank you for the award. Definitely glad to be here. Thank you for CXO. Congratulations to everyone else, and this is an honor, but definitely it's also a responsibility for all of us to making the great systems, impact the markets, build strategies, and empower the people around us. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Up next, I'd like to welcome to the stage Dibajit Chattopadhyay. Dibajit is the Managing Director of First Choice Specialty Chemicals. It's a transformative leader in the construction and building materials sector. Bringing over 30 years of engaging experience, he combines significant technical depth with strategic vision.
It's really an honor to be among all these leaders, and thank you, CXO, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. For the Business Leadership Excellence Award, Deepika Jangra. Deepika is an engineering professional and certified emotional intelligence trainer at Hatch Associates. She is a dynamic engineering professional with over 26 years of experience in the metals and mining and energy sectors.
Hello everyone, and thank you CXO2. This is definitely an honor. For me, leadership is all about working with people, working for people, and making a meaningful contribution to the society. And I think this is the best platform to interact with great leaders. Thank you.
For the CXO 2.0 Conference Visionaries Award, Dr. Harish Chauhan. Dr. Harish is the founder and CEO of Kohan Consulting. His role, he translates complex challenges in executable strategies across industries, including defense, semiconductors, healthcare, and finance.
It's a delight to have received the award in the presence of so many leaders. Thank you so much. I thank CXO for the recognition. I thank the presenter of the award. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The Business Leadership Excellence Award, I'd like to welcome Dr. Jerome Kushlin. Dr. Jerome is the CEO of JK Consulting and a partner at Leadership Management International. He delivers LMI's total leader development process, coaching leaders across sectors with individualized programs on productivity, leadership, communication, motivation, and governance.
Thank you very much. Thank you to CXO. And thank you to all of you, because I think we are all here to share knowledge, experience, and especially leadership best practices. Thank you very much.
For our Conference Visionaries Award, I'd like to welcome Dr. Kamran Khan. Dr. Kamran Khan is the CEO of the Arabian Entertainment Co. With over 20 years of experience in restaurant, cafe, and hotel industries, he specializes in brand management, marketing, operations, as well as business strategy.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, the organizers of 2.0. I always believe no achievement is possible without a constant support of your family, friends, network, the team that fights along with you, and a lovely audience like yourself. So thank you very much once again.
For the CXO 2.0 Conference Visionaries Award, Ms. Erica Hansen. Erica is the CEO and founder of the Wisdom Collective Companies. With over 30 years leading transformational growth across industries like technology, construction, SaaS, and government contracting. She simplifies complexity into clarity, enabling leaders to unlock growth, profitability, and sustainable scaling.
As to not keep everyone from lunch. Thank you everyone, to teams, partners, friends, and everyone that's contributed to getting here. Remember, today's business world is not about competition, it's about collaboration. To all of those that I have met so far, I look forward to doing some wonderful things with you, and the ones that I haven't, well, let's make some magic together. Thank you so much, guys.
for the CXO Conference Business Leadership Excellence Award, I'd like to welcome Gan Leng Chong. Gan Leng Chong is the founder and managing director at GL Chong & Co. Advisory Group. With over 20 years serving SMEs, she leads unit audits, tax, corporate, secretarial, and strategic advisory services.
Thank you, CXO, for giving me this award. I also would like to thank my team, my clients, and my community who believe in my vision, crafting growth legacies. And with this award, it actually strengthened my commitment to support SME businesses. And I will continue crafting growth legacy whenever I serve. Thank you.
Our next Business Leadership Excellence Award, Mr. Gerard Hargreaves. Mr. Gerard is an international business coach and specializes in leadership development. For the past 3 decades, he has focused on designing and implementing leadership development programs across all organizational levels.
Thank you very much for this award, not just for the last 30 years, but throughout time, there's been one enduring message about leadership, isn't it? That great leaders make great organizations. And we've learned over the last couple of days some examples of great leadership. So thank you to CXO for this award and for this conference. Thank you.
The next award for the Business Leadership Excellence, Gerard Anthony. Gerard is the founder and CEO of DBTES Technologies. With nearly 3 decades of experience architecting high-performance enterprise systems, currently he is leading the development at Gazelle and DBTES flagship platform that delivers real-time insights without moving or exposing data.
Thank you for this honor, and this reinforces my belief to drive excellence through challenging norms and to do things differently. Thank you.
For the next award, Business Leadership Excellence, Hanan Satupay. Hanan is the CEO of MetaCraft Lab, an engineer and strategist with over 10 years of experience building intelligence, design-led systems across AI, data science, full-stack development, and emerging technologies.
First of all, thank you so much for the award, and seeing all the people present over here winning these awards, it's more of an inspiration for me to do so much more and do so much better. This is just a start for me, and I aim to achieve more as I move ahead. Thank you so much.
For the next award, Business Leadership Excellence, Irene Reed. Irene, are you in the room? Here she is. The founder and CEO of Site CET, Irene is the best-selling author, inspirational speaker, and multidisciplinary certified coach. For the past 3 decades, Irene has studied science and the art of transcending and leveraging disruption to create a legacy aligned with divine purpose.
It's really an honor. Thank you, CXO, for this recognition and for this conference. I dedicate this award to my family and their support, which I couldn't have reached where I am without theirs. And it's a blessing really for me to be part of this community. I get to work with leaders who are leading legacy-led work, and I always remind them that the real legacy is actually you. It's within you. And I'm honored to always partner with leaders who do such great work. Thank you.
Our next award for Business Leadership Excellence, Jeff Jones. Jeff, are you in the room? Moving on. For the Conference Visionaries Award, Joseph Frankie III. Joseph is a BS, MBA, MA, MS, and president and founder of the JF Third Associates LLC, a West Point and ICAF graduate, and he co-authored LinkedIn, the 5-minute drill for executive networking success.
I'd like to thank the 2.0 conference, all their team that put all this together, because it's not easy work, and it's a world-class conference, and I'm very lucky to have the time to come here. And I dedicate this award to my bride, who really has supported me and allowed me to do all the things that I am able to do. Thank you.
Our next award is for the CXO 2.0 Conference Young Achiever Award, Kanisha Jain. Kanisha, are you in the room? There she is. Kanisha is the founder and CEO of Core Sense, developing wearable biotech to predict emotional and physical breakdowns through biomarker monitoring.
Thank you so much. Whatever she said was so huge. But I'm still here learning, figuring things out as a Young Achiever Award. We are building AuraSyn. It's a wearable which predicts anxiety and panic attacks 10 minutes in advance, giving the user the chance to breathe, pause, and reset. And this award, thank you CXO, for recognizing young achievers in the room full of experience. And I'm so glad and honored, and I will do a lot more. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Keep up the good work. Up next for our Conference Business Leadership Excellence Award, Kiera Fairberg. Kiera is a EMEA CEO at Ineos, an executive and technology leader in business strategy, enterprise IT, and secure cloud solutions. With a career foundation advising organizations in logistics, finance, and the nonprofit sector.
Thank you so much, CXO, for having me here today. It's an honor to be receiving this award. Standing here today with so many great leaders reminds me that being a leader does not just mean having all the answers. Being a leader means that you are learning and on a journey of not having all the answers and learning and getting new steps as you go along. I want to make a special thank you to my team, my partners, and also to my clients who have been able to give me these experiences to learn. Thank you.
Thank you so much. For the Conference Business Leadership Excellence Award, Kunal Sinha. Kunal is the Chief Knowledge Officer at Ampersand Advisory, with 36 years of brand strategy and insights experience across India, China, Indonesia, and Malaysia.
Thank you so much, CXO Excellence Awards. And I'm really here standing on the shoulders of giants, my mentors, my colleagues, and most importantly, my family. It's been an honor to be here listening to all of you, and let's continue to be on this journey of inspiration together. Thank you very much.
All right, I'm just going to touch back and check if Abdul Salam Neo is in the room. Yes, he is. Abdul is the founder and CEO of Navorti LLC, has over 30 years of leading digital transformation in the Middle East, expertise in ESG and AI governance and the public policy.
Thank you so much, CXO, and thank you for the organizing team. I'm really honored to have this recognition today, and we will continue to contribute to the modern society, digital economy, and innovation and a social impact. So that encourages us to keep up.
Thank you. Mr. Alan Krishnan. Mr. Alan is the president at Team Up Corp. He developed India's very first customer loyalty program for Corona Ltd, which he grew to be the world's largest philanthropic club. Alan's leadership grew businesses in the US, Mexico, Canada, UK, as well as Romania.
Well, I seek your forgiveness for my intolerance of plastic. And I've always thought that this is a very humbling experience, but today I suddenly realized something. Going back 20 years, my daughter went to America's best high school, and then she went to Boston, and she said, oh my God, why am I here? Because from being this genius, she suddenly realized she's in Boston, which is a city of geniuses. So I think everyone who is here, the most humbling thing is the ability and strength and achievement and inspiration of everybody else who is here. So suddenly your ego goes out, oh my God, yeah, I'm pretty good. But I'm just one of 80 or 80 or 90 people who are here. That is very inspiring. And I hope in the next year to work with many of you and try to grow all of our opportunities and really make a difference in the world, because that should be our primary goal. Somehow, wherever we are, make the world a little better, and I look forward to working with all of you to get there. Thank you very much.
For the Business Leadership Excellence Award, on behalf of Alex Zegarbelny, we have Mr. David Karp accepting the award. Alex is the real estate developer at RVL Real Estate with nearly 30 years of experience. And like I said, accepting is Mr. David Karp.
Alex Zegarbelny is the visionary and wisdom behind our evolution, developer in Dubai, and our current project is called AWA. And I invite you all to come to our booth in the front lobby or come to our experience center, which is in the Burj Duman building in the DIFC. Thank you all very much, and thanks to CXO.
Thank you, sir. Checking if Mr. Amit Gunde is in the audience. There he is. Amit Gunde is the CEO and MD of the Sustainable Integrated Environmental Consultants, with 20 years of international experience in infrastructure engineering, environmental management, and sustainable development. He has led multi-million-dollar water and smart city projects across Singapore, Australia, Middle East, as well as South Asia.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, CXO, for arranging this wonderful event. Just would like to say something that being a CXO, and I think you all can relate to it, that it's not an easy job. It's often very challenging. So such kind of recognition really helps us motivated, and thank you very much.
Is Jeff Jones in the room? Jeff? Jeff Jones. Still not. Sorry, give me a second. For the Business Leadership Excellence Award, Srijit Naya. Srijit, are you in the room? Shantanu, are you in the room? Shantanu Sen Sharma is here for the Visionaries Award. He is the founder of Ozone Education Consultants. He specializes in partnering with technology and B2B companies to drive this critical cultural change, utilizing both strategic framework and behavioral pivots to significantly increase customer lifestyle value.
Thank you, CXO. It's a pleasure being here. I was here last year as well. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank my customers, partner, and family, and not necessarily in that order. Okay? Thank you so much.
Dr. Aladdin Alfar. He's accepting the award for the Business Leadership Excellence. Dr. Aladdin is a seasoned strategy and change management expert with over 20 years of experience in banking, insurance, technology sectors.
Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Actually, I'm really honored to receive this recognition in here today. For years, actually, I was studying organizations that not just make the organizations survive, but as well evolve and win again and again. And actually, what I have found that business is not a game of competition, it's just a game of serving. The companies that outlast is not the companies that outcompete, more of the outserve. Serving not only the customers and investors, you need to expand and widen your game and to include as well serving your partners, employees, and the ecosystem as well. That type of serving companies actually build a model, I call it, nested values. That nested values including every one of your ecosystems. And the game that you play in, the more you add in your game and the more who benefiting from your game, actually the more critical become your game, and therefore your company becomes more critical in the market. And if we adopt that mindset, if we play with that mindset as well, the growth become measurable, and it's not the only thing. Winning become your mastery. All of that philosophy actually are refined in my book, the book that I spent 9 years to work in it, 9 years of a committed work to study how leaders build servant companies. That servant company based on the model that serving everyone as they go. Lastly, I just want to say that servant company is not based on how many competitors you defeat. It's based on how many lives you elevate as you go. And I'd really love to continue that discussion with you in our panel out there in Authority Publishing to continue that discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you, CXO. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Accepting the next award, Michael Andrew Giddings. Michael, are you in the room? Are you accepting on behalf? Wonderful. He is the CEO at Fidelity National Financial India, where he established and managed global services teams of over 5,000 employees with extensive experience in BPO and IT services.
Thank you everyone for the recognition. Andy couldn't make it for the event for some unavoidable commitments that he had. But on his behalf, I'm collecting this award and he would like to thank for this recognition for the leadership summit which has given this recognition. Apart from this, he would basically like to cover that vision is basically not covered by one person. It is the entire FNFI leadership team who could bring that result that we have achieved today. He would also like to thank Nikki for her constant support, his wife, who was there for the entire journey that was there. Thank you so much for the award and recognition.
For the next award, Patrick Lang. Patrick? Not in the room. For our next award, Samina Chaudhry. Samina is the partner and top producer at Bob Lucido team, Keller Williams, and has over 30 years of serving diverse clients in Howard, Montgomery, Baltimore counties. Fluent in Bengali, Arabic, Hindi, and Urdu, she excels at building strong relationships with diplomats, Congress members, and cultural leaders.
Thank you, CXO, for this meaningful award. I accept it with gratitude and renewed commitment to lead, serve, and inspire. Thank you.
For our next award, I'd like to invite Brigadier Sushil Basin. He is the CEO of SB Consulting and a military-inspired leadership expert. He applies 34 years of Army leadership and 21 years in the corporate world to develop high-performing teams through experiential learning and leading by example.
Thank you very much, and I think I have this award in my hand for which thousands of people have supported me and worked. My gratitude goes right from my grandfather and my mother, who were my best mentors and teachers. And from there to all my teachers through my Army career, my instructors in the academies, my seniors, my colleagues. And then when I transferred into the Army, into the corporate world, my, I won't say customers, but my partners in learning, my team, particularly the girl who supports me now, one-person team, Apeksha, I must thank her for it. And I must thank my family, my wife and my children, who allowed me to be here on my 75th birthday day for yesterday, and they supported me in that. And of course the CXO team, I'm here for the second time and I've seen the way they work. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, and happy birthday. Thank you. For our next award, I'd like to welcome Ripti Dash. Ripti Dash is the Director of Corporate Relations at the SOA University, one of India's leading universities. He has over 17 years of experience in the corporate relations and talent development, strengthening industry partnerships, driving placements, and aligning corporate expectations with academic strength to build future-ready, highly employable talent pipeline.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Very good afternoon to all of you. Three things is very inspiring to me in the last 2 days. One is being in Dubai, land of opportunity, land of growth. Every time I come to Dubai, I see something new. Second thing is getting a chance to interact with so many bright minds, so many bright people, which gives us a chance to, again, to foster and to get good things in life for growth. Third thing is this award. So thank you so much, CXO 2.0 conference. It's a wonderful visit to Dubai and a wonderful experience. Thank you.
For our next award, Mr. Mohammed Itani. Mr. Mohammed Itani is partner and general manager at Keller Williams Prime. With over 20 years of expertise in luxury investment and cross-border real estate advisory, he's known for bridging investors and developers with Vision 2030 driven opportunities. Mohammed has advised global clients on giga projects and several master plan communities and is the leading voice on real estate innovation in the region.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, CXO, for this award. It's my second time. I would like to thank my partners, clients, and my team for this. Thank you very much.
For our next award, Sahil Thakkar. Sahil is the founder and CEO of IBA Coffee Solutions, the Italian Barista Academy with over 15 years in hospitality, coffee roasting, and training. An SCA authorized trainer with 15 more Italian diplomas. He's trained more than 2,000 professionals and developed globally recognized coffee education systems, consulting for major brands including Costa Coffee UK.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know you've been very patient if you're sitting here. The major reason why we started this coffee ecosystem, IBA Coffee Solutions, was to represent our coffee across the world. Events like this and the leadership sitting here has taken us more closer to our goal. Thank you so much, CXO, and the entire people sitting here. Thank you.
For our next award, Niobis Quiero. Niobis is the CEO and founder of the Quiero Group, specializing in organizational transformation, AI implementation, M&A, leadership development, formerly SVP of Revenue Cycle at Tufts Medicine, and Chief Strategy Officer at Nashville General Hospital. She now serves as the Chief Product Officer at Lateral Care, a best-selling author of Joint Notes, Balancing Trauma with Triumph. She also co-authored Women Thrive, Volume 4.
Thank you so much, CXO. What a great opportunity to be amongst all of you. Excellence is nothing that can be done in a solo achievement. It's done with courageous teams, bold partners, and most important, a commitment to innovation and humanity. Thank you so much.
You look amazing. For our next award, Joanna Purdy. Joanna is the CEO of Jet Delivers, experienced leader, accomplished facilitator, and accredited executive coach. Her career began in Australia, then held sales and leadership roles across diverse industries on 4 different continents.
Thank you very much, and thank you, CXO, for the award. I really am very passionate about people and believe that if you're going to be a leader, you need to be able to bring people on a journey. And I believe I offer a little bit of magic to my clients in doing that, and I'm really thankful to them because I wouldn't have this award without them. But most importantly, I just want to thank my husband, Tim. If it wasn't for him believing in me being able to start up this business, I wouldn't be here at all. So I want to thank him too. Thank you very much for the award.
Up next for our Conference Visionary Award, I'd like to welcome Dr. Nilam Bhardwaj. Dr. Nilam? Not in the room. There, walk in. I'm so sorry. Dr. Neelam is the founder and president of Help Life Global. She has worked for over 20 years in the United Nations in several countries, while also serving at UNICEF and UNFPA HQs in New York. She is the recipient of Women's Leadership Award in Health 2024, Peace Ambassador Recognition, and the New York State Assembly Distinguished Citizen Citation, among other accolades.
Good afternoon, everyone, and this is my first appearance on the stage on behalf of all my people working with me at Help Life. It's a non-profit. It's run by people with disability, and there are 27 volunteers that are working in India. For the last 26, I'm working on that project. So I never wanted any visibility, but now it seems that the time has come to relate the story of people who have made big by themselves. They worked hard. So I'm just a torchbearer. So this award is for all my Help Life family. There are 1,000 people who are registered, and it's a community institute, and they all work online, and we are getting help from the technology and AI. So it's a beautiful model, and a lot of energy, soul, love, a lot of things have gone into them. And I want a lot of people to join that initiative. And I've created a sustainable business model. It is integrated comprehensive minimum package for people living with vulnerabilities. And so I'm targeting disability, girls with disability from poor communities in India, and also now in USA, New York. So thank you very much for your support and this honor. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the final award for this morning for the Conference Business Leadership Excellence Award, I'd like to welcome Mr. Pedro Munez Botas to the stage. Pedro is the CEO of Whitebox and a serial entrepreneur and innovator with expertise in machine learning, business strategy, and operations. He transforms complex problems into impactful, simple solutions through strategic vision and hands-on execution.
Thank you very much for the award. I am currently working on replacing myself with an AI CEO agent so that in the future he could get the awards by myself. Thank you very much. Sorry for all this time of waiting. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Pedro. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the CXO 2.0 conference team, a huge congratulations to all of our awardees. Your dedication, vision, and innovative spirit are driving a real change and inspiration for the next generation of leaders. Now, of course, what we all been waiting for, it is time for our lunch break. We don't have much time, unfortunately, as our next session will begin at 1:30. So we also have our upcoming Las Vegas and Singapore editions. So if you would like more information, you can visit the 2.0 conferences booths. So I'll see you after the lunch break at 1:30. Thank you very much. And thank you to Sam, our wonderful presenter, for the awards.
always got talented freelancers for anything we
they can say I've lost my mind. I don't care if they call me crazy. We can live in a world that we design.
Hello, hello, and welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a refreshing lunch and you engaged with some meaningful connections. Now, the upcoming keynote invites us to reflect on a deeper layers of leadership, the part that goes beyond titles, beyond achievements, or responsibilities. It speaks to the inner calling and pushes us to evolve, transform, and ultimately leave a legacy that outlasts us. Our speaker, Irene Riyad, founder and CEO of Site CET, is the best-selling author, inspirational speaker, and multidisciplinary certified coach who blends neuroscience, depth psychology, embodied spirituality, and entrepreneurship to help leaders create lives and legacies aligned with purpose. We are honored to have her guide us through this profound exploration.
I close my eyes and I can see a world that's waiting up for me, that I call my own. Through the dark, through the door, through where no one's been before, but it feels like home. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care if they call me crazy. We can live in a world that we design. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make.
Gone too fast there. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you all had a good lunch. I wanted to begin with, not with information, but with a feeling. Because legacy work doesn't begin really in the mind. It begins in the emotional center of who we are. I'm honored to be here with you, and I stand on the shoulders of giants, some globally known, others known only to me, and all of them shaped why I'm here today. The work you're about to experience is the most personal and the most professionally rigorous work I've done yet, and it was built out of a few things: 25 years of leadership development, 15 years of personal coaching, senior executives, and in between them, deep disruption, grief, and rebuilding. And the search for a leadership model or system strong enough to hold power, pressure, and purpose at the same time. And before we go deeper, I want to share something with you that I have never said publicly in a professional setting. My life had broken down when I was alienated from my son at his age of 5, caused from difficult relationship dynamics. But my son is now 22, and it's been 17 years since we last hugged. That loss of connection is rebuilding. And in those 17 precious years, it forced me to rebuild who I am, my identity, my nervous system, my values, my beliefs, as well as my legacy work, to be unshakable and to lead from the inside out. This brought me to meeting my soulmate, father of another son, leading a thriving business. So on this executive life journey, I found that what I had rebuilt was a code that I still use today. And I share with every senior executive leader who partners with me on their personal legacy. And I'm really honored to share this with you. This is the first time I share this code, and now that you know where this work comes from, let's talk about the journey we're stepping into together. So today you walk away with something practical. I'm going to show you how or why first we do the work that we do. We are entering an era which I call the legacy era. Because if we start to think about what is success, it's taking a very different shape. What does success look like in 2035? Is it going to be measured by titles, by roles, by certificates? We kind of already can see the shift. It's being shaped by movements, by missions, momentum that has a direction and meaning. So my question is, what is legacy to you? Legacy comes from a Greek root word that means to gather, to voice, and then it transformed into a Latin word, legere, as a message, to be a messenger. So at a deep root, legacy is the message, what you are bringing together. Yes, it's something we leave behind, which is the traditional word, but the question is, what are you bringing to the world now as you live your life day by day? And so the promise is, I hope to share with you a code that allows you to see what you are currently building can exceed and expand and impact more than you had anticipated. So the promise is that this inner code would help you actually build that legacy level identity. You can't build legacy from an old identity. Level up in any area of life, business, executive life. Expand your capacity under pressure. Anchor all your decisions in legacy level sight. Move confidently towards the legacy you are designed to actually lead. And that's a belief that we all are born with a way forward. And actually, how I define legacy is that you are the legacy. Inside you, the seed is there. But before we start and jump into the code, what is this work that I'm presenting solving? Like, what is important about it? And I started to think that as I was going through my own disruption while I was coaching and partnering with senior leaders, that we have no system that we use in the professional setting that looks at inner work that expands who we are, so identity level inner work. And if I may ask you, how much of what we know, what we think about in our own mind, do we acknowledge is conscious? Are we conscious of it? And how much of it is unconscious? What would be the percentage that you would think? Any guesses? Like how much of your mind is conscious of what we know? 20? 10? 5? Science has proven that it's 5% we are conscious of. So the thoughts that I am conscious of are 5% only. And the rest, 95%, is unconscious. It's so hard to wrap our heads around it that in the corporate world, I only got introduced to this later when I started to figure out what happened to my personal life, but my professional life as well. I was unconscious of a lot of things, although I was very intellectually driven. So the problem we have, I call the zero problem. We're not even looking at unconscious thinking in the corporate world or in any world much, other than when we step out of the corporate world. 0% of leadership development really looks at our identity or who we are. And if we keep this untouched, we are losing a lot of potential from our high potential leaders, and especially CEOs, VPs, leaders who are leading big movements. They're not tapping the 95% of their hidden gifts. So imagine the alternative. What if we are tapping into 95% of the unconscious? Wouldn't leadership identity actually be the biggest investment you bring into your life and business, because they are inseparable? But what would change? What metrics would start to be different in the corporate world? Let's look at the capability. You as a leader, if you were able to tap into 95%, or let's just say a little bit more than 5%, what would you be capable of doing a lot better, a lot more of? And research shows many things that start developing. You start to think differently under pressure because you're accessing more than what you can think immediately. You start to regulate immediately in the moment, regulate your body, the state that you're in. Even if you're in a chaotic environment, crisis hits, you can access more than the 5% because the 5% goes offline in crisis. You build trust faster. You align your decisions to what makes impact stronger. You see patterns others miss. And in high-stake decisions, which we all are, stakeholders, clients, whatever, even personal life, when you're in the court, God forbid, if you have to be in situations where it's high stake, you're able to regulate and you access more than what your mind can tell you. You get sharper and you're able to influence and impact better. So think of the metrics that would change in your organization if you're able to tap into more than the 5%. And that's the importance of what we're looking at today. So what is the inner code? The inner code is a mosaic. It's not a model. It's a system. You can consider it a model, but it's actually a system that allows you to create your personalized model. What I mean by that? It's a system that actually requires a paradigm shift in your thinking, because identity goes deeper than personality, goes deeper than preferences, than what you know. Identity work requires you get to know the 95%. And even if we don't get to know the full 95%, because we're continuously evolving, you know how to tap into the 95%. So what happens is your capacity to lead larger lead more complex, lead bigger, becomes available, doesn't become daunting. Your capacity grows exponentially. And so the model I'm presenting to you on the right, I'm going to dissect it a bit. It's what I have put together myself out of my research and my personal life. The 7, let's call them dimensions, that we work with in the system. But what's unique about these 7 dimensions, which I put in the mosaic, it's holistic. That means mind, body, soul, culture, and I'll come to the rest. But these 4, mind, body, soul, and culture. It is dynamic because it's not static, it's a system. The way you use it, you evolve, you get to know yourself more as you use it in different ways. All right, so let's get into it. What does this include? The mosaic is composed of 4 human systems and 3 spiritual levels. What are the 4 human systems? These are systems you probably are using already, but when I put them together, you probably could start to see what you use more of and what you use less of. First system is your mind. There's a way the thoughts work. We talked already about there's 5% conscious and the 95% subconscious, and I'll come to another slide because I'll share with you a little experiment of how you can start to see what's subconscious. But there's a whole thought system that's happening inside you. If you understand where your thoughts are coming from, how they're impacting you, you can redesign how you're thinking. But that's a system. It's not a one model. Your body, your organizational body, that's a whole system. Do you know how much messages we get from our body to our mind or brain? They're not the same, I know, but if we say we are working with the mind as thoughts, how much percent does the body talk to the mind or the brain? Any number? Percentage. If out of 100, what percentage does our body speak to our thoughts? 90%. It's proven. So we think we can manage our body. No, you think so. That's the 5% trick. Your body is the landscape where your thinking is. So 80 to 90% messages come from your body to your brain. It's a system. Hands, gut, heart, brain, nervous system, vagus nerve. There's a whole science there, of course. The third system of working is your values. Your values, not the ones inherited, because those also play, but values as a whole. How are values, what are your values? How are they shaping your thoughts? And the fourth is beliefs. What do you believe about the world and about yourself and how you fit into that? The next part is my favorite part, which is the least used in the corporate world or professionally. But we have 3 levels of spiritual capacity. Of course, there could be more, but to simplify, I look at wholeness and grace in how we lead. You have your soul, because the essence of who we are souls in a human body. If you're open to look at how your work connects to your calling, that means you're starting to listen to something outside of yourself. And of course, the greater is being connected to the universe or the wider scope. If you're looking at legacy work, then something already inside of you is asking you to look outside of your human systems. And there is no model system that I have found that has allowed me to actually tap into What is my calling? How do I start to listen to my calling? It's not easy to jump into soul and higher calling when we're disconnected from the body. And that's why a lot of the first work, groundwork, is understanding how you think, how the body talks to you, how your values are shaping every decision, whether they're unconscious or not, and how do you see yourself fitting into the world? Is the world for you? Is the world against you? Are things happening for you? Are things happening against you? Are things happening with you? So there is a system that you start to see how the thoughts turn around and how someone shapes their own identity by choosing what to think. Conscious of time, so an exercise that you may like to do, and I'll explain a little bit here. When we look at how we start to think, I want to share with you archetypal work. If you know Carl Jung, you may hear about archetypal work. Really, archetypal is just another word for pattern. So the idea here is that a way of thinking is to start to look at yourself as having the ability to take on different patterns that shape how you start to think. If you are interested to do the full questionnaire, it's available free using the QR code. But if you're not, it only takes 3 minutes. You can already start to see where you are. But if you follow with me, if you think for a moment, are you the kind of person where your patterns are always driving you to consider compassion, to consider connection? Then you're having thinking patterns of what we call a lover. It's not the romantic love, it's the compassion connection. That's what comes out first. If your mind is around more wisdom, foresight, we're looking at using a lot of vision. You could be exploring more of the sage. The warrior is someone who's a go-getter, target-driven, and the partner is more of the taking responsibility of the other. Now, we're neither one or the other. We are all of them. So in many personality questionnaires, they put you in a box, in a pigeonhole, or they label you, which is fine as an introductory step to know who we are. But what I'm sharing here, I'm saying is you're neither one or you're neither fully sage or any of the other. You are actually invited to be all of them. The wider you can, the more flexibility you can step into any of these energies when you need it, you're already better than the majority of leaders out there. If you're able to sense, how do I create energy? How do I use the thought process of a sage? Then you're more aware than many people who think they're just one or the other. I'm not this kind of person. This is not a leadership style. This is your capacity to be all four, because you have all four within you. You may not believe it right now, but if you start to uncover more of what's in the unconscious, you will realize you can be all, you are all four. Whether you choose to use it or not, that's up to you. Now, each one of these has a shadow. Each one of these has a light. The light is the gift that this energy gives you. Each one obviously has strengths. That's the light. The shadow is that if you use it more than if you use it all the time, if you use your lover, compassion, connection, you may not be able to do more of your go-getting sales figures. And so you have to know how to use all four of them. Which is why I share with you here what I call, how do you uncover or work with your shadow? Shadow is what? Some people give it a bad rap because it looks like it's the dark side. It's just the hidden side. It's the part of you that you've pushed away. So for whatever reason, whether society didn't allow you to follow a certain passion, if you were not speaking up prior because it was a bad thing to speak your voice, it's whatever we push around. So what happens is shadow will ask you to step out of your comfort zone, and we're always caught in the middle. Do I want to show who I am or who I think I am, or do I want to step outside and try to show what's holding me back? If my voice was held back for a long time because it would be rude if I speak my thoughts, your voice is going to be in the shadow. It's going to hold you back. And you may have internalized what is polite and what is appropriate to keep the good image that has given you the success. So the persona, your energy, is your anchor, and what holds you back or what you put aside is your stabilizer. It keeps you not showing up. If you choose to go that way, you will find that your thoughts are starting to change. And what happens is that the more you go on to your discomfort, the more you do something that was previously deemed inappropriate, the more you'll start to see, oh, my view of myself is not who I thought I was. But it does take a continuous, let's say, scaling of going from comfort to discomfort. We're always in that space. If you're doing legacy work, you're most likely pushing yourself more on the discomfort. And the more you are working in an area where you're stretching yourself, you know that you're stretching your identity. If every time you come and do something and you give way or not do it because it's a bit discomfort, it might displease someone, it might put you as the bad guy because you chose not to, or whatever it is, you are keeping yourself in a loop. I wish I could say more, but my eyes are on the time. So what I actually want to ask you, and this is really much, we're coming to a close, if you're able to use more of your unconscious, your mind, you're able to connect to your body and understand how do I manage stress in my body? What does anxiety mean when it comes? How do I face my fear? Because fear is not intellectual. Fear is in the body. And you're able to align your values of peace, values of prosperity. We had a few sessions earlier where prosperity and passion, purpose, can actually be coming together. So if I'm able to align my values and I start to create new beliefs, that I am a legacy maker, that I am a millionaire, that I am the professional in my field, the top, that I am who I say I am, and my business is growing and my family is growing. It's a whole package. And then how does this connect if we take it to the spiritual side? How does this connect to the meaning you bring to the world? How does this connect to what you are here to do every day? Who are you here to impact? You will find that these are all pieces of the mosaic. We can't just be mentally trying to get legacy work. It's holistic. And so the question I leave you is, what will the world lose if you do not become who you are capable of becoming? And if this is of any interest, I will just share that I've put what I've done, I shared with you just some of the systems, but I do this work with senior leaders individually and collectively, and there is a path that I share, and you can find this also on my website and on different places are happy to talk. But there is a path. It's not quick, but there is a very stable path that will require we need to reset certain ways of thinking. It would require that you would start rising in a different way, using mind, body, soul together. And then you'll find yourself on the top of your game, reigning in your field when you are starting to expand more spiritually in terms of purpose-driven. Spiritually is not religious. It means you are really tapping a space that's talking to far more than just your head up here. And collectively, legacy work is never a solo thing. If we're able to expand collectively, you are regenerating the new leaders, whether in education, in corporate business. You are allowing your impact to touch the minds, hearts, and souls of the next generation. And that's why legacy work is about movement, and it's about living now the legacy you are, living it. Because there's no point just leaving it if you're not living it too. And if you want to taste this just to see if it is for you, we do this mini executive retreat. The next one is in Dubai. It's on the 24th of January. It's just a taster. And what we do in it is we help you map out where are you today? What's the mosaic of you today, just as you are? What's the mosaic of you as the legacy leader you aspire to be? And what does that becoming space look like? If you're interested, you may check it out. And that's all. That's all. I wrote a lot more in the book, which really describes the system in detail. Feel free to check it out. Thank you. I don't think we have time for questions, but...
Let's give Ms. Riyadh another round of applause. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have to give out one award right now just because this person needs to get on a plane. So if I could ask Captain Frederick James to join me on stage to present the award. Let's give him a round of applause. This is for the CXO 2.0 Conference Visionaries Award. I'd like to present this to Dr. Chakrapani. Dr. Chakrapani is the founder and director of Razor Sharp HR and Consulting. With over 2 decades of industry experience, he specializes in leadership development, cultural transformation, and strategic HR, empowering corporations and academic institutions with high-impact training and advisory services. His work spans from India and Africa, shaping people's strategies that drive organizational excellence and sustained performance.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the 2.0 conference team for recognizing me. This is definitely an honor for my past work, but this will also will work as a motivation to still run further and achieve more success. Thank you.
And thank you, Captain. All right, we are going to be moving on to our next topic, which would be a panel discussion. We're going to pivot into a session that digs into the grit, creativity, and resilience that it takes to turn an idea into a game-changing business. This panel discussion is titled, How Do Entrepreneurs Build Game-Changing Startups from Nothing? We dive into real-world experiences of founders who took bold risks, navigated challenges, and turned their visions into impactful businesses. This discussion will uncover the strategies that separate a fleeting idea from a lasting enterprise. I'm very excited for this session myself, as we have the lovely Niobis Quiero, who will be moderating, and I will be handing it over to her so she can introduce all of the panelists. So please, let's give them all a round of applause.
This is so cool. Finally, a mic at my height. It never happens. Usually everything is so high, I'm so short. Anyway, welcome. You know, we're really excited about this panel because of the fact that when we think of entrepreneurship, we tend to only see the success. Well, reality is, before you get to success, there's a great deal of pain. Are strategically delusional, confident people. And what that means is, when there's nothing, they believe there is something, and they don't stop until that something becomes success. So we have an incredible panel. Before I even introduce the panel, we want to know about the audience because this will be conversational. How many of you are actual entrepreneurs that have businesses that are launched? Hands up, please. Wonderful. How many are thinking of becoming entrepreneurs? Okay. And how many are just here because you're being nosy about the entrepreneurial process? That was a joke. All right, let's start with our panel. And I'm going to ask our panelists to come up and give their elevator speech. Every single entrepreneur has a 30-second elevator speech to introduce themselves. So they should know how to do this, right? All right, so if we can have, Ashut come up. And you're on the clock. Find a seat. Elevator speech, go.
Hello. So myself, Achyut Agrawal, and yeah, I am a founder of Diagnovate Private Limited. As I mentioned yesterday as well, it's a healthcare-based startup, and we have developed a device which can detect your diabetes and monitor your blood glucose levels from breath analysis. It's a breathalyzer device which gives you results in few seconds. No need to prick your fingers, take out blood, no complexities. So just a simple method. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian. As soon as you sit down, your 30 seconds start.
Start now. Hi, I'm Brian Bauer. I'm the founder and executive director of the Abundance Foundation. We are a nonprofit based in Colorado in the United States, and we are focused on bridging the gap in the current addiction treatment model where we see the highest levels of relapse and recidivism.
Thank you. Woo! Monsieur. And your 30 seconds starts now.
My name is Monzer Tarhani. I'm GM of training in AITS, a company that was founded in 2015 from 3 engineers, and now we are a regional company of 50 engineers and employees all over the region.
You made it. Okay. Finish.
Neo, 30 seconds are too less for me, so I'll start from here. Hi everyone, my name is Kanishk. 10 to 15 years in the world of startup. 3 startups, 1 big failure, 2nd, a bit success. 3rd, I'm working on. I am a managing director of Biz Clinics, which is a business clinics, with the objective of helping startups and small and medium enterprises to help them to grow by increasing the revenue or optimizing the cost. We have our own homegrown proprietary AI products. So at the end of the day, we want everybody to grow together. We have gone through a startup phase. I would love to help startups to flourish with the expertise what we have. Thank you.
Excellent. So you notice there's one person that went over 30 seconds, right? Anyway, let's go with Harish.
Hello everyone, I am Harish Chauhan. I run a consulting company last 20 years. We do advisory services at the CXO level. I have total of 47 years experience in hardware, software, and whatever else. So it will be nice talking to you.
Aramid. Rounding us off is Aramid.
Hello everyone, my name is Aravind Suresh. I'm the managing partner of Mudal VC. Mudal VC, actually the name Mudal in the native language Tamil means first or capital. So we're trying to be the first VCs that startups touch upon. What we basically do is we're an early stage adventure capital investing in startups, particularly in tier 2, tier 3 cities in the state of Tamil Nadu. And we're trying to democratize startup education in the state and trying to build a Y Combinator-like model to make sure we have a powerful ecosystem in India for the global world.
Thank you. So the way that we're going to do this, we're going to actually go through the phases of being an entrepreneur. And we're going to definitely start with Ashok, who is an early stage entrepreneur and a young entrepreneur. And what we are going to ask him is, what are some of the challenges that he has experienced from that day that he had an idea?
So let me start, like being a young entrepreneur among the experienced leaders is exciting, empowering, and humbling as well. Empowering as in, like you bring fresh ideas, speed, and willingness to challenge the traditional thinking. And humbling as you are sitting with the experienced leaders who have failed, succeeded, built things, and have learned lessons which are not even lived yet. So, being young, you have opportunities to try, fail, and even make bold experiments. You don't have the pressure to know everything, but a responsibility to learn fast, listen deeply, and create a value. So, coming to challenges. So I started when I was in my college days. So at that time, during COVID times, there many health issues came up because of the viruses, and one of them was diabetes. Diabetes increased many millions in the different peoples, and in my family itself, there are 3 people who have diabetes, and my grandfather, who was a cancer patient also, who has to check his diabetes 3 times a day, and sometimes the blood doesn't even comes out, and he has to prick his fingers, take out blood. Many complexities are there, and transfer infections are there. So I went to my professor. At that time I was in college. I'm 24 right now. So I went to my professor. I asked him, like, these are the issues, what can I do? Then we went to different research paper literatures, and found out that we can do something with breath. Like a breath contains many biomarkers which can help us to detect different diseases. Not only diabetes, but we can detect multiple diseases from breath. So I then just not went to a solution, but came up with going for validation, then went to different people, hospitals for validating the idea, then feasibility as well.
Okay. So the big thing that he's basically going into the process of that ideation and building that ideation. And that is extremely important because ego cannot play a part in your ideation stage. You are learning, you're gathering, and then you have to get into the next phase. And the next phase, Aramed, can you talk about the conviction phase?
Sure. See, when it comes to early stage startups, I'm sure everyone in this panel has gone through that. There's a lot to do with conviction as an entrepreneur, but it starts with the basics, first principles thinking. The first thing you actually have to do is actually listen to the customer. Actually understand what problem it is that you're solving. Because generally entrepreneurs get excited, especially if you come from a product background. You're very excited to build a product because you know it, right? It's probably the easiest thing to do without disrespecting the amazing products that people build. But the hard part is to build a product that people want, and not just simply want, but would die for. Like it's their need. What we would like to call ICP, which is your ideal customer profile and things like that. Your TG has to love the product. And like, you know what Brian Chesky says, it's good to have 100 people love you, then 1 million people sort of like you. And this is very important in early stage companies because you don't have a lot of marketing money. You don't have a big team. You don't have budgets. You don't even have PR. You simply have your brand name and some good problem insight that you've experienced yourself or at least your peers. So conviction comes from understanding customer problems deeply. And once you get that insight, transforming that into a product that can then be sold is the rest of the journey, for which building a good team, building good IP then takes place. But I would highlight that entrepreneurs that are closer to the customers and talking to them rigorously are the ones that eventually succeed. And that's sort of what, even as VCs, we would try to see that. Because VCs, we look at 100 pitches a day. We would know better of that industry, and we're trying to find that entrepreneur who can up us and say, no, you're wrong. I have the conviction because I've spoken to my customer. So that's the core of conviction. It comes from customer.
And that's wonderful in the space that you are a for-profit entrepreneur. But Brian, you are a nonprofit entrepreneur. Your challenge is a little bit different. Could you expand on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think really what you're just hitting on is it's the same though. I mean, it's the kind of the same idea is that we're solving, either way we're solving a problem. There's a need and there's a problem, and we're just filling the gap where there needs to be a solution. And I think a lot of the misunderstanding is that in the nonprofit world is that a nonprofit means that you don't make a profit, and that's completely false. Nonprofit means that our mission isn't to make money. Our mission is to solve the problem. To solve the problem, we need to make money. So, like that's the whole catch-22 of it. The reason that I started it as a nonprofit, even with not having any nonprofit background, only my personal experience in addiction and recovery and my certifications in that field, and seeing the gaps in the system. The reason I started as a nonprofit was that's where the money was. The funding for it, I started it during COVID in 2020, and there was funding available for it because nobody else was doing anything. And so I was able to get the funding that I needed to start it up and start that process for it and figure it out along the way because I was doing it as a nonprofit and not a for-profit. Now, along the way, I had to get past those different milestones of like the analysis paralysis of starting something, where it was like, oh, I don't know, my business plan isn't perfect and I need to figure out this. And I was making $30,000 a year when I started this whole thing, like working somewhere else, and quit that job to start this and work part-time stuff and do the work for free for a period of time to apply for the money to get the grants to start making it bigger. And then I had to figure out medical billing and billing insurance and all these things to start creating a profit so that we would get recognition so that we can make more money. And now that I've started it like that, now we have LLCs that are attached to the nonprofit that are for-profit entities under a nonprofit, protected by the nonprofit status, so I don't pay taxes.
And you know, that's really important too. There was something that he said that was very important, is the fact that entrepreneurs, when they're building from nothing, have to have the ability to have themselves in many different verticals in order to sustain what they're building. So you may have a full-time job or a bunch of part-time jobs while you're building your dream. It is not all in and you're going to get this wonderful check. To get to the VC check, there's a lot of pre-work. To get to the funding check that you got from your sponsors, there was a lot of work. And when we think of that, I think of the work that Rashish was talking about, enablers and leverage.
Good afternoon, everyone. A lot of things that, because of the age I have been seeing over the period of years, I thought two things were missing, even on the internet. As we said, there are steps for an entrepreneur to go through. But in those steps, some key things are missed. So two aspects I want to highlight. One, I call it as the enabler. Okay. One, I call it as the enabler, and the other is the leverage. This morning's session, Alan actually spoke about leverage, how people should leverage and why these are important. An entrepreneur thinks that he has to do and die, do everything for himself, which is not the case. It should not be the case. I will give you an example of an entrepreneur called Vinod Dham. He is the father of Pentium chip from Intel. He made billions of dollars. He runs 7 startups. None of them do anything on their own. What do? They leverage the talent and the skills available elsewhere. It used to be Ukraine, India, Hungary, and so on. So I'm saying leverage others' skills, other resources, very important for an entrepreneur. Don't think you have to do everything. The other thing is you have to identify the right enablers to reach your goal or reach your targets. And bring all those enablers to play the game with you. You shouldn't be alone in the game. Whoever walks the journey from vision to success, if he is alone, it's very difficult. They will fail. I have had the opportunity to enable several startups as well as mid-size, large ones also. One of the startups I would like to mention, they have an office in Dubai. It's 100 million this year. So when he called me, I said, I'm very happy. We made him leverage all the resources, we made him use all the enablers in his journey to the mission. That's it.
Thank you. And Mansoor, it's funny when we talk about leverage, we talk about enablers. We have to think about the person and the growth of the person and people. How do we leverage people and ourselves?
Sure, this is a big topic. The title is starting from nothing, but there is something, there is you. This is not nothing. The first thing, you start with yourself, people. If you have the vision, if you don't have, start the vision. This is what you have to start first. This is your compass. But it's just a compass for your journey. Make it tangible. Then start with your team, inner team. Maybe friends, maybe family. But make them to be aligned with your vision. And let them do mistakes. Let them try. Let them enrich your vision. Make sure that you are creating the culture that you want. Because the culture is something that you build from up downward. And this team will build your culture for their team and their team. In our company, AITS, 10 years ago, we started a slogan, people first. And we are still using it. People first. Starting with our team, then to the client. We are doing B2B, smart cities, food and beverage, all these digital things that it's very robust and B2B, business to business. But on our discussion on the table, it's not company A and B that exists. It's Mr. Director, Mr. Manager, the engineer in our client that exists. We deal with personas. So this is what I want to say, allow mistakes, tolerate mistakes, and be careful. We started 3-4 engineers, and engineer is 1 + 1 = 2. We learn in a hard way that perfection is the worst enemy of evolution. So try to not to be a perfect person. Embrace imperfection.
And the most important of what you said is the self-leadership. You must learn to lead yourself and set the example. The reality is everybody is looking for you as the visionary, but you're more than that. You're opening the door for their critical thinking and the unified growth. But with all that comes challenges. And that's where I want you to focus. What are those challenges that nobody talks about when they come up on stage and get the award for the $100 million business that they've built?
So I'll start right from the start. So when I meet young founders and entrepreneurs, I feel, sometimes they're a little bit confused. So they start their journey with sole entrepreneurship or self-employed, move to entrepreneurship, and then to a businessman or woman. So during this particular journey, they start, because capital is very much important, as everybody knows. So you need something to initiate the operations, do something to get the money. And in today's world, I would recommend, if a founder who doesn't have a nag on sales, be very careful to getting into that shoe, because the valuation days are gone. And every founder, again, there's an idea, there's a problem you want to solve, you can do it anytime, anywhere. Be a good salesperson right from the start. That's a basic thing you have to keep in your mind. Now, that's the first challenge you have to come across inside you, that you have to completely change as we go, the presentation, the keynotes happen just before the session. You might need to go and understand that kind of qualities, and become a warrior at this particular stage. Be in love later. So saying that, that's the first challenge. The second is when you come to ideas. Like Arvind, you must be, you come thousand ideas come across to you. And everybody says this is unique. But actually, there's nothing unique. Right? The only way he thinks when he wants to invest in some business is the persistence. Now, how the persistence comes in? Right? Persistence comes in when you have dealt with a problem. Like if Mr. Agarwal is doing something with the glucometer, if his family member have faced some issue, there is some kind of motivation would have came to him to invent that kind of innovation. And now, how much serious he is about that problem solving makes the real difference. So in my case, when I had a first company as a failure, I was too young. So like in 1.5 years, I understood that I can't do that. Second was I did better, but at that time I couldn't able to, I was a learning stage, so I couldn't able to handle the capital, I couldn't able to handle the people. And of course, being a good salesperson, I used to get the clients, but everything evolved. It's the balance we have to create. When I came to the third startup, I understood what I'm good at, what my people are good at. Because one thing which we continued is, right from the first startup, people getting attached to me, and they know that, okay, fine, this guy has a vision. He wants to do something. Only he needs some time. So you make the people along with you. That comes the other challenge you overcome. You have to, be their brother, friends, enemies as well when it comes to the boardroom and when the targets are not met. And at the end of the day, chilling out together. So that's the challenge one I always feel is another thing we have to overcome.
Absolutely.
Coming to idea, I would say whatever idea you work on, embrace that idea. For example, when I started my startups, I found that the challenges I'm facing, every startup or small and medium enterprise will face it, is how I can get revenue or how I can optimize cost. So the solution which I start thinking, I started implementing in my business. So I got to so much deeper level and understanding of the challenge and the idea working on that I created an AI solution around it. Now, there are other players also. The competitors are there. But the amount of knowledge and the amount of understanding about the customer, you know, because you've been a customer yourself, that make you a key differentiator. So that is where you overcome the challenge you face in the competition world and have a differentiator. And this you can only learn when you build a company or a startup, which is a me too, and people start asking you the questions, what's your differentiator? So this is a learning curve. So entrepreneurship is a learning curve. It will take your time. It will take a time. You'll get matured. Best thing, start early. If you start early as soon as possible, you fall, you get back up, and you learn through the process, and eventually you'll be successful if you've been persistent.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And I think this is one that we're going to have everybody address, which is the failure. Name one of your failures that really hit you hard, and how you recovered, and how fast you recovered. Go ahead.
I think, so I started my career as an entrepreneur too before I got into venture capital investing. So the first business that we did, it was in the food space, and we did really well, and we started in COVID, and we got very excited. And the mistake that I did was that I thought we were profitable for a couple of months, and we thought it's time to scale. And we scaled too early. And when we did that, we started burning a lot of money, and we were hemorrhaging, and suddenly the COVID wave of food was gone, cloud kitchens were closed, and everyone started wanting retail experiences back again. And we were like, oh my God, now how do we pivot? We can't, I don't have the money, I don't have the capital, I can't raise on a market that's pretty much diminishing overnight. So that was a very big mistake where, as an entrepreneur, I forgot my fundamentals of what the business was and what were customers actually coming for. And I was married to a model that was just hyped on valuation rather than actually what the customer wanted. And that's why I put a lot of emphasis on customer, because that taught me a lot about you don't need to be on the side of the business or your investors, you need to be on the side of the customer. And if you can be that, you can be flexible to change, pivot, move, maneuver, and find your way through the abyss. And that's eventually what we did, and then we moved out of that. But it slowed our plans by at least 16 to 18 months. And that was a big shift in the first business. And of course, now it's doing very well. And then, I moved to becoming a venture capital. But that was also the turning point in my career where I said, hey, you know what? There's going to be thousands of entrepreneurs who are going to make the same mistake as I did. Yeah. And the only thing that saved me, that what Kanishka has said, is persistence. When you get hit, punched on the face, all plans, go out of the window. And then you say, okay, let's start again. And the people who say, let's start again, eventually 10 years later win. It takes 10 years, but if you're sitting there, yeah, you're going to win. And that was my mistake, and I learned very well. And here I am trying to invest in companies and tell them, don't make that mistake. So, yeah.
But Arvind, I think you have a better exit from an entrepreneurship to a VC. You just switched off. Being in the same ecosystem, you just switched the chairs.
I think that's my advantage too, because one of the things in VCs we see is they don't have, not all of them, but some of them that I've met lack founder empathy. It's a very difficult journey. Having founder empathy is incredibly important, because you're coming as this young person trying to say you're going to change the world, and we all come with meaningful interests, and we genuinely want to do it, whether it's non-profit, for-profit, it all means the same. We're trying to solve customer problems. And I think a lot of investors have to come with that empathy to understand where this founder comes from. They've been through hell and back. And when you have that journey yourself, you respect these people a lot more, and you can bet a lot more on these people. And some of them have paid off for me, even in terms of investments, actually, and beyond data.
Yeah. And the fact of the matter is only 10% usually pay off.
Yeah.
So Brian, what do you have to say about failure?
I think the biggest one early on is not understanding how to budget correctly. And so it's like, without the experience in what we were doing and the amount of need that we were servicing at the time was like, our goal is to service everybody, and we're not going to tell anybody no. And so we're going to spend whatever it takes to do that, and also paying being able to pay staff and make sure all that happens, but not having the consistency of the income coming in yet to be able to do that while I was figuring out the billing things, while that stuff is going through the process, while the next grant funding cycle is coming through, all of those things. And then we ended up hitting a week where it was the missed payroll for like a 9-day period. And it was like, that was the bottom piece of that. And then everything took back off as soon as we got that next funding cycle, and then realized, okay, here's exactly how we need to plan and strategize for it, and then open up figure out how do we put money aside for these things, and how many months ahead can we get to where the money's in an investment account that's making money while we're not using it in all of these things. And so that was probably, the financial piece of it, and then getting somebody on board accounting-wise that's like paying attention to all that and actually getting the 97-page ledger on all of our exact expenses and tracking it to the dollar, not just like, I think this is how much we're spending.
So, coming to failure, like I worked on one more startup as a founder only, and there was one co-founder with me, like who our thoughts didn't align at that time. So, and we were focusing on different things. It was also a healthcare startup. We were focusing on developing something from eye scans. And so our work didn't work out, and I had to leave the startup at that time. So I think that choosing a right partner in the startup is very important when you're starting out as a fresh student. So that was a step back for me. Then I jumped onto the next startup, which I'm working right now, and I started as a single founder in this domain. I thought that I'll not rush into the finding a co-founder in the startup, and I'll choose the right partner who will fit into the startup with the right mindset, the same process, and to continue with the same lineup and the method.
Thank you. Mansur, what do you think?
Yes, now I'm still thinking which scenario I have to discuss. There is a lot of scenarios, but failure, because every time I'm thinking about a scenario, I discover this was an opportunity. We learned a lot from this small failure. And the reason it was the culture allows us to fail. You don't imagine how from one failure the team is evolving. I'll give an example or two or three. We'll see.
Can you stick to one because we have others?
Yeah. One of them, engineers, very straight to the point, and everything else is not important. The finance, we can do it with some Excel sheet. Then we hit long time ago, a cash flow issue. We discover we need a financial person that can understand the finance. This is important, but how we will understand this if we didn't fail and we found that, okay, where is the cash flow? Other than this, you can do the best strategic marketing. This is what I'm doing. One of the 3 pillars that we're working on. 3 engineers, 3 pillars. Everyone is doing his own vision. One of them, it's my part, which is a training. I make a good market study, strategy, pestle, everything I learned from the book. And from there, right to the execution, technical execution. And during one of our meetings, there was a question, how you will sell it? Okay, stop. Now, before we hit the wall, let's step back and make it step by step to understand and build up a forecasted pipeline. Failure? No, it's an opportunity. Learn from it.
Totally agree. And the fact that the pivot is a major thing for entrepreneur. You can't have ego as an entrepreneur. You have to pivot when things are falling apart.
So my failure is something a bit more emotional. Is that everything was going good, a B2C startup in the tech space, thinking of great valuation. Somehow things change, market changes, and slowly the valuation model is a little bit going on the glimpsy side because we were being considered as a Me Too product. So once we understand that, and our revenue was very thin, very thin. We couldn't able to, with the big team, we couldn't able to even survive with the salaries. 2 months we didn't able to pay the salaries, and we are at the verge. We understood that the COVID is at the knocking at the door, and we said, like, this time will be a very difficult time for us to continue. And we tried to tell our employees, we'll help you out to get you another job. Just share your resumes. We want you to place. But nobody's doing it because it's a journey of 3.5, 4 years, and they say, like, you guys are still trying. Let us bear for like 3 months, 4 months more. We are okay if you're not able to pay the salaries. But we knew that the things are getting worse down the line. So at the end of the day, we have to step down from the senior positions to make them realize that we are at the verge of closure. So now how we overcome this kind of a scenario in the next startup is that we will build a startup with limited resources, good revenue lines. Might be we're not looking out at profit at the early 1 year or 1.5 year. We have to sustain. If the capital comes, revenue comes, save it for your rainy days. So that is where the financial things we learned at that time, that don't burn the money. Restrict yourself, identify better cost-effective ways to market your brand, market your company, market your product or services.
Ashish, you round us off.
As many other things, I'm going to suggest to CXO that they should have at least a whiteboard and a marker. Guys like me who have been also teaching are uncomfortable to speak without words or letters written somewhere. Anyway, my own story was a failure within 2 years. My company is 19 years old now, but after first 2 years I failed because I couldn't scale. One of the things an entrepreneur has is, I want to make a lot of money quickly, so let me hire, and then it's not scaling. Customers say, hey, Dr. Harris, if you don't come, your team is not delivering, man. So that's one thing, but anyway, we survived all that. So there are 2 words I want to share with you, which are very important for an entrepreneur in my experience of last 19 years. Size and scale. And there are multiple dimensions. I can't say people, I can't say technology, I can't say competency, I can't say finance, I can't say sales and marketing. If I had a whiteboard, I will draw a radar diagram. All these dimensions are equally important. In each of these dimensions, scaling and sizing are the key things. So many of the companies, both big and small, that I have, bailed them out, have had this problem of sizing and scaling. So that's the point.
Now what we're going to do is, every single one of you has 30 seconds to give your advice for the entrepreneurs that are out there that are just thinking of becoming entrepreneurs or are in the journey and want to make sure that they hit success. So let's start.
I'll just say one line. I mentioned this yesterday as well. Start first. Learning will happen along the way.
Absolutely. Brian.
Don't overthink it, just take action.
Absolutely.
Great. As I said, perfection is your worst enemy. And learn. Don't leave a week without learning a new stuff.
Be a sales maverick. Get the revenue first, either from a prototype or MVP, and then go to the stage of production.
I want to re-emphasize what he's saying. Give me 5 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
More recently, I've been refusing to advise companies which don't have CEOs who are sales guys. If they are a technologist and they talk technology to me, I tell them, sorry, I'm not the guy to help you. But if the guy is a sales guy, understands market, because any idea, he is talking about sugar from breath. You can do health analysis from the serrations on your nail. There are so many ideas. But take it to a success, only the sales guy can do. So first study the market before you become the entrepreneur.
I think everyone said great words, and to connect all of it, it would say sales cures all problems. I think that's pretty much the mantra. But there's a lot to it, and in this panel we can only speak very much. But what I would like to close is, if you're becoming in the journey of an entrepreneur or wanting to become one, build products or services that, one, you're passionate about, and second, that is useful to the world. And think of entrepreneurship as a marathon and not a sprint. And if you can have these two in mind, the rest will happen.
Totally agree. My word is discipline. Wake up thinking about it, go to sleep thinking about it, and in the middle of the day, do it. And nothing else matters. We actually have 2 minutes. It would be great to hear some questions that you may have. Any questions from the audience? Yes. Yes. It's a choice. I think that I work with global women in entrepreneurship, and I will tell you that there's more women building companies now than there have ever been. However, they stay in their cave, and that is the problem. I've learned that sales first. When I started my business, I went on the speaking tour. I wrote 3 books. I went out there getting name recognition as I was building the business. Sales first. I sleep it, I eat it, and I do it again. Anyone else? We still have a minute. Come on. There has to be one person that has an idea. No? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
When you say game-changing startups from nothing, how do you define nothing? Because to me, nothing means my pocket's empty. My brain is full, but my pockets are empty.
Nothing means that there is no foundational build on your ideation, no platform, and you have no funding. I think of myself when I made the decision to quit my corporate job and start my business. All I had was my $300 LLC and 4 imprint cards, and then I said, now what? That's from nothing. But I had a hell of an idea, and I made it happen.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoyed this conversation, and go out there and make it happen. Absolutely. I'm going to leave this here.
Where are you going?
Yeah, that's yours.
Thank you once again to our panelists for that powerful insights on building game-changing startups. Now we're going to move on to our next panel discussion, and it is titled How Global Partnerships Can Fuel Economic Growth. So our moderator for this session is Samina Chowdhury. She's the partner and top producer of Bob Lucido, team of Keller Williams Lucido Agency. So let's welcome Miss Samina to the stage, and she will introduce her panelists. What's that? All right, there's a change in my schedule. That's not your fault. Our moderator is Ms. Shanika Batchelor, CEO and co-founder of Amarna Assisted Living. I'm going to hand over to her so she can introduce her panelists.
I'm actually going to let my panel introduce themselves, because who better can tell them about them except for them? All right. Good afternoon, everyone. How you guys doing? It's late. It's getting late. We all need to wake up. Let's be excited. I'm excited to be here. We got such an amazing group here. Good afternoon, everyone. Today we'll be discussing, today's discussion is about how global partnership can fuel economic growth. My name is Shanika Batchelor. I am the CEO and co-founder of Amarna Assisted Living in Egypt, and also the CEO and co-founder of All of Our Love Assisted Living in Wisconsin, United States. I'll be moderating this panel of amazing people. I've had the chance to talk to some of them, and they have just great perspective of leadership. With the era of where we're going in the world, global partnership is so essential to growth and sustaining companies, and we are so excited to share our views on how we can keep this world being amazing as it is. So we're going to start off with everybody introducing themselves. We'll start off with you.
Good afternoon all. This is Sanjay Chandrasekhar, the co-founder and CEO of Catalyst Center for Learning. We are basically an online education platform. We've been in existence for the last 18 years, and we have students from around 40 countries. We specialize in personalized education, and we are vertically integrated. We have 11 verticals, and we specialize in today's topic basically out of one vertical, which is the V-School, which is the online school, which I'll be talking about how it helps in today's topic.
Good afternoon. This is Dr. Shaila Talluri. I'm based in Jacksonville, Florida. I bring a lot of love from there. I run a global nonprofit. It's called PURE, P-U-R-E, People for Urban and Rural Education. We work in 10 countries, a few in Africa, some islands in the Caribbean, across the United States, and in India. Glad to be here. Thank you, Shanika.
Good afternoon to all. My name is Olivier Baudet. I'm the CEO of TradingNope. I've built on 38 years of work experience to build a technology platform that enables business sellers to get paid on time and fund their trade. As part of it, we have a whole ecosystem of partners financiers, insurers, logisticians, and business developers. And be here to share my experiences on it and contribute to this great panel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sam Saman. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I am the CEO of TheoSim, an AI company, but also I'm the CEO of a group of laboratories around the world.
As you see, we have a panel full of people from education to tech and healthcare with me. So we'll be able to give you an insight of just a different perspective of economic growth globally. Starting off with you, Oliver. How can partnership unlock, liquefy, and reduce financial trade?
Thank you. Indeed, finance and funds are the lifeblood of companies. Without it, they can't survive. Yes, they can have a bank, but that's usually a relationship company, not enough. And therefore, they need to develop a lot of partnerships. That's what our platform enables to do, is when you say, I'm looking for a new customer in a new country, and you don't know the customer yet, that customer is not a partner, it's a prospect. You need partners to help you develop the relationship with them. That's typically done with consulting firms like Bear Consulting, we partner with, to develop the approach that would structure the trade. Then you need other partners, and the partners could be indeed the financier. The financier would help you fund the manufacturing, fund the logistics. I can't tell you half of our trades stop because nobody is ready to pay for the logistics. Moving a ship is not that easy, or moving a container and it gets stuck. You need partners as well in finance to help fund your customer, because your customer may not be able to pay right away. So the financing is super crucial there as a key partner. And what it means is that we don't have a contract with financiers and with banks. We have a framework under which we both invest time and efforts. That's the essence of partnership. You invest time and efforts to get a mutual benefit later. And that's this co-investment into opportunities based on trust and efficiency that constitute the basis of a partnership. Yeah? That's the same for logisticians. When I interact with them in advance, they don't know yet I'm bringing them business, but they're ready to invest and say, okay, here's our platform, this is how we operate, where we have a fit or not a fit, so that I'm not wasting their time. And that's where they have to invest a bit of time to qualify, give us a quote, see how we can make it work, and therefore that's the essence, I would say, of investment in business. Yeah, you do it under a certain framework, but you have to put effort and / money into it to be able to hope to get a return. And that's where, in particular on cross-border, because we're not present in all countries, each and of us individually, we need to rely on people who have a feet in the ground, whom you can trust, and can bring a minimum level of effort from them, plus their past experience, to bring along a successful partnership.
That is so important. That's such a good thing to mention. Even me opening a company in Egypt, I have to learn to partner up with the local doctors, local pharmacy, just to be able to provide our patients and our residents with the proper care, and learning just local regulations. I'm bringing a United States medical concept to another country where regulations is so different. So you have to partner up with locally. What about you, Shayla? What do you think about it?
Coming from the civic society and working on all these countries, my perspective is always human-centric. I totally agree about the relationship building and the culture, and being sensitive to the culture as well, where you're making these global partnerships. I mean, I work in, say, Masaba, Uganda. I have never been there, not yet, even though I've been working there 10 years. I do rely on the relationship with the coordinators that we have on ground. So very important to build those relationships.
And what about financing, bridging that financial gap?
See, there are these emerging markets where investments are pouring in. what we notice working closely on the ground in the countries is the skill gap, right? Very recently, I went to a tier 2 town in India, met a college, went to a college, met some students. They had beautiful infrastructure, talking about an emerging market, right? India is now very developing. So the infrastructure, the physical pieces were there. There was the infrastructure, new equipment, new classrooms. When I sat down with the students, talked to them, there was this confusion. Because they are seeing progress around them, but they do not know where they fit in. So cash is flowing in from my perspective in this society. But that's when I took a moment, and when they asked me, how do we fit into this? What's the road ahead? What's the path that we should be taking? Took a step back, thought about it. That's when I felt, I see capital as, say, water. And then I see the human capital as soil. If the soil is not ready, however much it's raining, right, there is no growth. So with the again, from my perspective, the cash flows are for the growth. We need that readiness, and that readiness comes from confidence, from exposure, the global exposure, and developing skills in the human capital, especially in a country like India that's strong in their young people.
Okay. Sam, do you have anything to put into it?
Yes, I will add the perspective of founding and starting up. When you are short of capital and you are talking about banks, I don't think banks will give startup any money. Here it's very important to have partners that will provide you somehow, in exchange of services, a kind of financing. Because somehow, and let me be more specific, if you are in production, very important thing is distribution. So this partner that could be a distributor, local distributor for you, and don't underestimate local distribution, could be also financing you. Because it could pay 30%, 40%, and don't underestimate that in the startup phase.
That is so true. That is so true. Okay, building cross-border alliances that eliminates risk, premiums, and fosters sustainability growth. What about you, Sanjay?
Yes. From where we come from, we are basically into education. So today we see that, I'm just going to give you an example how education is going to build a global partnership here. We are working with a lot of sports institutes where they have built their dream as one in putting up a wonderful world-class facility to train kids to aspiring students who want to be sportsmen. But what they lack is basically a good educational system to support their world-class facility. Today, the kids which are joining these institutes are anywhere in the age group from 8 to 14, 8 to 15. And as a parent has a concern that what about education? I do see that you have given me a world-class facility, but what about education, which is most important for my kids? Because these are all students who are living there, getting trained, and practicing there. So that's where we come in there, and we give them the opportunity where the children are spending around 6 to 8 hours in the field of sports. And for education, they give us 2 hours in a day, and we are able to do various curriculums across the globe. It's just not one single curriculum that the child needs to do. To give you a simple example, recently we coached the under-19 Zimbabwe cricket team, which is playing the World Cup next year. They were training in a place in Mumbai. They've come down for their entire training, and we completely coached them. In that aspect, what it takes 2 academic years. When I say 2 academic years, it's like 24 months. But we were able to do that in 18 months. So So the 6 months the children are ahead of their curriculum. One. Second, they're getting an online world-class education. And the flexibility of it is they go back to Zimbabwe, they can take the exam in any of the British councils. So with this kind of a global partnership is what we bring in a difference, and this is where many institutes which are setting up in this aspect, we are able to build the partnership.
Awesome. Sam, how do you think this global partnership will eliminate risks?
I will tell you a concrete story.
Okay.
When we opened San Diego Laboratory American Testing Lab, we wanted to expand to Mexico. At that time, cartel are there. It's dangerous. I went with my team to visit a lab in Tijuana, which is at the border with San Diego. And the owner of that lab was coming to his office with a gun. Not because he's a bad guy, but because he's scared. So we thought about it, and then one of our member of the team, he saw people riding bikes, riding motorcycles, Tijuana a lot. He said it's barely 30 miles. So what we did an alliance with a courier that is using bikes, motorcycles, so low profile. And we didn't purchase a lab, we didn't open a lab. And these people did very well because they put the logo of American Testing Lab and they start bringing samples. So it was a very easy solution. It's a partnership with the local company. They are Mexican, they know how to deal with the cartel. It cost us practically zero to manage that problem. And we finished by having 30% of the market of the testing, local testing of Tijuana.
That is awesome. That's a great story. We deal with that too in Egypt. We have to deal with the locals and just learning how to align ourselves with the local ministry of solidarity and the Department of Health. You have to, it's so important to align yourself. And sometimes you got to find those people who are like the best lawyer because he got the connections with this, and you just have to align yourself with the right people, and just it does eliminate risk when you think about those things. Do you have anything to add, Albert?
Yes, so it's risk happen all over the place, and therefore the partnership with the local insights and content are a great way to de-risk all the elements that you're not even aware of. Yeah, the ones you can get aware of, but so many activities in business are not obvious that your local partner would do, and therefore this idea of having a hub and spoke of partners to enable your growth, which is the theme here, is a great way to deflect to those partners the responsibility for the risk management, enabling you to scale, as the previous panel was saying. Growth and scale are super important for companies. You can scale by relying on a series of partners. Example I could give you is there's a global alliance called Global Alliance of companies which help companies export. And their network enables quickly to connect. So we had that case the other day when one of our clients wanted to go to Turkey. I've been to Turkey, but I don't have any insight. I could tap into that network very quickly, get the local experts to advise them on what to do, how to go to market, how to handle a currency that devaluates on a pretty rapid scale, and so forth. And we could get some first deals done very quickly. So that's a good way to not have the ambition to do everything yourself and map the thousands risk and go through a risk mitigation. The partnerships are a fantastic way to scale, based in any case on trust and competencies.
Okay, that's great information. Why is visibility across supply chains in the new currency for global exchange? So why is it being visible across all supply chains important? We're going to start with Sanjay.
from a perspective of the way things are moving, we feel, especially from our industry, where we are, so it is easily accessible. It is not, I would say, because we are into different models of our business, which is right from a B2B, D2C, B2C, as well as a B2B. So today, the leveraging on all these possibilities is much more accessible because of the global partnership which we have, and also across getting into most of these countries. You know, it gives us the leverage to choose whichever model and whichever platform that we want to look at taking it. So that's how we see that.
Yes. I just had a conversation with you about visibility and how I think all of us has been in business longer than 10 years. So things have changed so much, and social media and everything is becoming so more prominent. What do you feel visibility is?
I've been listening into some of the past, sitting in some of the panels on the other side since yesterday, and been hearing a lot about AI, right? And then there's fear of the humans and the humanity becoming invisible, in a way taking the back seat, right? So visibility to me now is building and instilling that empathy and a purpose in our youth. And that's what we are doing from where I come from, the organization I run globally. We're doing something called a Youth Global Exchange, which instills the purpose as we progress as a collective, this global village as we progress. And what we do is connect young people from different parts of the world, different social strata, different focus areas, different interests, and kind of give them a purpose to build themselves up, to become visible as humans, and also collectively work towards their own skill improvement and skill building, as well as something for the world. So visibility, again, from a civic society, we do partner with industry, academia, and the governments as well. As being part of the civic society, and visibility, transparency, everything goes hand in glove with what we do. With that, we won't exist, especially a non-profit organization.
Thank you. And building on it, but addressing your point about supply chain visibility, I'm going to give you two examples. Mm-hmm. One is a major global trading company trading copper. And that's a public case. You'll find it. I won't cite names, but you can find it online quickly. They had a trade of copper for $750 million. At the source, there was copper. At the destination, there was scrap metal. They lost $750 million. No visibility throughout. They didn't know what happened. Yeah? And obviously, somebody detoured, took the copper. But lack of visibility can have very clear financial impact. And I'll give you a second example, very more modestly on what we did on a trade between Australia and Qatar. Air freight this time. But it was two new relationships. First time the seller was selling to a Qatari distributor, not knowing it. Open accounts. Complicated. On the way, our destination, the container wasn't there. So big anxiety of all the players, the seller, where are my goods? The buyer, what happened? And then we were able to, through the partnership with the airline, to trace it back to a technical stop that they had to make on the way to Sri Lanka. And we got the information on why, when, how long it would take, when they would be released. We could notify the Doha airport that they are coming. We could accelerate afterwards the custom clearance. And that visibility enabled to avoid mistrust, to reduce the cost, to compensate even the delay. And therefore, those are concrete examples where supply chain visibility is crucial all the way through to avoid fraud, to build trust, to enable trade and to avoid losing money.
That's definitely important, especially when you're dealing with different countries and you're speaking English and they're speaking another language. You got to have that visibility. Everybody knows what's going on, so that you can have trust across the board with every part of your business. You have anything to add?
I don't do trade usually,
Okay.
but I will talk about maybe subcontracting at that level. And today with technology, I think we are more and more able to subcontract and use external resources much easier. And in terms of traceability, technology today can give us a lot of possibility. From blockchain, we can use blockchain, we can use other technologies to monitor and see how we can use subcontractor efficiently.
That's good. Okay, what, if you was to give advice, what are the key ingredients for success of global partnership? We'll go down the road. Start with you, because you're here.
From our learnings, it's not that opportunity what is available. There's a lot of people that are not looking at the lost opportunity. So today we feel, from taking a little amount from the earlier panel discussion about, it's not how full the pot is, you know. What we have realized from our thing is that what are the holes which is actually draining our pot which is already filled. If we are not going to look at that and we're going to keep going on trying to fill the pot, I really would like to go the other way around. First, let's fix all the holes and then look at going for new markets. And always the opportunities are going to be there.
Shanika, I'll build on what your practical experience, right? You were saying that taking something that's built for US and taking it to Egypt. So understanding who our target audience are, respecting the culture there, and not having the I will solve all your problems kind of a heavy-handed mindset. That's how you will be welcome, especially even though I grew up in India, but US has been home for the past 25 years. When I go back and work in India, I'm kind of unlearning and relearning the culture aspect as well, so that I don't paint the social impact that I'm doing with the same brush that I would do in another country, just because it worked somewhere else. So with the global partnerships, the success comes understanding the audience, like I kind of said, and serving and working towards their needs. Yes, there could be a better solution that works somewhere else. Customize it to that demographic.
That is true. You have to be careful when you're working with people overseas or any culture different from your own. You have to be sensitive to other people's communication. You can't sit there and say, oh, I'm coming here to fix your problem. No, I want to bring something to enhance what you have, to make it better. I have a different perspective or a different idea. They'll embrace you more when you come with that perspective instead of I'm coming to fix your problem, because like, wait, ain't nothing's broken, so what are you talking about? What about you?
I would put it in a framework and illustrate it by an example. The framework is, number one, there must be an alignment of purpose. Why are we partnering? What's in it for each party? Second is the governance. What is the role of each person in doing it to achieve a result? Execution, because there must be action. Without action, there's nothing. And then results with patience. An example I would give you, we partner with financial institutions. We don't have a contract with them. We have business relationship with them. The alignment is that I reduce their origination cost, operating cost, and I bring them more revenues. That's the number one. Governance, we've agreed that I only bring them opportunities that are mature enough, are non-fraudulent, I've done the screening, there is already a solution, I'm very clear on what I'm asking them to do, and I'm not wasting their time. Execution. When there is an opportunity, yes, they have to respond. Like in 10 minutes, I had a call with a financier on a real opportunity, you know, $62 million, not bad. So they know and respect that, and I know I can count on them, right? Then it's about results. You know, if we do it for 10 times, there's no money for them, they're gonna start losing patience, right? And vice versa, if I submit 20 opportunities to them and they don't respond, then, you know, the partnership dies. Part of life. So AGEA, alignment, governance, execution, and results.
Yes.
International partnership should be a mean, not an objective. So the first thing you need to ask yourself, what I will be gaining from that? Is it the right time? Going too fast, too early, sometimes it's a suicide. You need to measure also the part of compliance. Not all countries are easy to deal with. Some countries have very tough regulation. I will be more specific, like the United States compared to the European Union. I will not advise anyone to go to the European Union before they are strong and good. Otherwise, good luck with the regulations. And also, if you are going to, let's call it emerging country that has rapid growth, like India or China, don't go sell them anything. Just buy from them. It's not easy, you know. So the right timing is very important. And even if it's great opportunities, sometimes it's better to not to follow temptation and do it too early. And finally, finding the right partner. You need to have the right size, not get impressed by big, necessarily subcontractor that is not the right time for you.
That is true. And it's finding the right partner and not getting overwhelmed just because like the big company come to you from that country. That also eliminates risk because you think about the capital or what they percentage people want to take and stuff like that. So you never want to just go with just the biggest name. See if their vision aligns to what you're trying to do too, because a lot of times some people don't understand your vision in another country because it's a new concept. It's something new you're bringing, and they might try to impose their ideas to overtake your vision. You have to stay focused and find someone in that country or wherever you're trying to give your supply chains that align with your vision and what you have going on. Okay, that was all of our questions, our topics. Anybody have any questions for us?
Yeah, we started, I think, that's aligned because that's the evolution of the world, and we've been discussing on it a few hours ago. I think Asia is developing a lot, so we, you know, in the coming 5 to 10 years, Asia is a fantastic growth opportunity, and provided we have the right partnerships and the right attitude in respect for their cultures, I think there's a lot that can be done. I think beyond that, the African continent is fantastic, is the largest growth, you know, average age less than 24, is incredibly dynamic and entrepreneurial. You know, I can't say I've got 20 requests per day from African traders who want to do more. So that's a really big opportunity too. And of course we can elaborate more, but I think India will become the biggest country in the world, not just in population as it is today, but also as an economic player. So I think we've got those three. So Asia may include India, it depends how you define it, but I would even position India separately from the rest of Asia. Yeah, so Asia overall, India, Africa.
It depends what you are selling, definitively. Like if you are in the Middle East, the best market to grow to is the US. If you are in the US, I think Asia, but not China and India. These people are very strong competitor. It's not a place when American can expand to. So it depends where you are, what's your product. But let's say if you are in the Middle East, I think it's the US, it's the best market. If you are in the US, the best market is emerging Asian country like Indonesia, Philippines, these countries are open to collaborate with North American market. So it depends where you are. I cannot like answer in absolute, and what you are selling as well. Like you cannot sell oil to Qatar, right? Even if you are an American company. So it depends.
You might can't sell it, but you can partner with them and bring those products over to America. Because that's one thing America does. We love some stuff from overseas. We are consumers. So even though you have to keep, when you're working with people just all over the world, you have to keep that open mindset. You have to think, what can I contribute and what can I get from this? So when you keep that open mindset, you might go to Qatar, get some oils, and you're like, oh, I might not sell it to them, but I can take this and sell it over there and make profit. So you always have to think about that other thought of making money and profiting.
Yeah, I think results.
Definitely results.
Yeah. So I mean, in the agile model that was described, if you're not aligned, it's going to die. If it's not good governance, then you're going to end up not knowing what the other party is doing and having mistrust. If nobody's doing anything, there's no execution, you're going nowhere. And even if you've done all the three, but you're still together not getting results, your partnership is going to split. And it's better at that time to say, okay, let's recognize it's not working. Let's see how we can fix it. And if we can't fix it, then let's separate in good terms, then prolong with agony. And but this being said, once we know that, let's try to make it work. Yeah. And in particular, in the beginning, in aligning the objectives, is really super important. What are we expecting and when? And you were saying it very, very wisely. Time is important. You don't precipitate a partnership saying, okay, in 2 weeks I want results. That is not a good setup, right?
No, to sustain a relationship with an international partner, you need to have, let's call it, advantage. Okay, it's about at the end growing your company. It's not about serving others. So you need to measure, and that's what we call annual revision. Am I gaining from this relationship, or just prestige and ego sometimes? At certain time, we have been exporting to 19 countries, but the profit that we had was limited. It was better to concentrate one country that we have 90% of the profit, rather than just, okay, we are exporting to 19 countries. So the real measurement is profit, how much you got out of this relationship, not only prestige and international partnership.
Anybody else? You?
Yeah, for us, we measure it by way of transformation, because that's at the end of the day, every student, how is he or she is transforming, because they are with us right from the 3rd grade till the college level. So the retention of the student is most important.
And I think for me, it's just being able to be flexible. To keep a long-term relationship with anybody, period, is you have to be flexible, because what's your timeline is not their timeline. And if you understand that, it will keep everything visible. Everybody's on the same page. Communication, oh my God, communication is so, so, so important. Even if you're not speaking the same language, make sure you're translating correctly. Make sure you have somebody that can understand and translate correctly, because if you're not not on the same page, you could be saying, oh, I want this to go right, and they'd be like, oh, that's the right one. It's not the same. So you always have to ensure that communication is across the board.
I totally agree with Shanika, especially being in the nonprofit world. Our partnerships are not just with the government institutions, but also with corporates. So corporate's prestige is also tied to what we implement there. So as long as we keep delivering, again, like Olivier said, result. So keep delivering what we promised on time, and then keeping that open communication is what we've been around 10 years, and that's what's keeping us going. It's being very transparent and open communication, and delivering every single day.
Yes. Well, that's all we got. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sure. Yes, if we can. All right, we will be moving swiftly along to our next panel discussion, and this one is titled Disrupt or Be Disrupted, Navigating Emerging Technologies. Some companies just ride the wave and come out stronger, while others risk getting left behind. So how do you decide which trends to embrace and which to watch from the sidelines? How do you make your innovation work for you without disrupting the very foundation of your business? Moderating this session is the global head and AI strategy and solution engineer of Radiant Digital. Please put your hands together for Praful Kare, and I will allow him to introduce all of his panelists.
Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, looks like people are already sleepy because of the heavy lunch. Are you guys able to hear me? All right, loud and clear. So today we are here to discuss a pretty amazing topic, disrupt or get disrupted. And I have been accompanied by wonderful, wonderful panelists. And rather than me introducing them, I will let them talk about themselves for 30 to 40 seconds. And then you will get to know them better. Because all these people has done tremendous job with the emerging technology in their respective fields. So I don't think I am the right person to do justice with their titles and credentials, and I will let them introduce themselves. So why don't we start with our first panelist? Gerald, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Gerard, and I'm the founder and CEO of DBTA's Technologies. And I have about close to 30 years of experience in the industry. And right now, I'm leading a mission where we believe that the data in any organization should not leave the organization. And it should be the intelligence and the compute that should move into the data boundaries and not other ways. So that's an area where we are disrupting right now.
All right, thank you so much, Gerard. Now we have another wonderful gentleman, Guy. Guy is an expert in the security domain and the cyber security. So Guy, few words about yourself.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, it's a pleasure to be here and discuss with you about this interesting topic. My name is Guy, actually Maron, and I am based in Luxembourg in Europe, but I was the global CISO for Sony in Singapore for a couple of years, and the European CISO in Europe, and I have since 2020 set up my own cybersecurity consulting business. So looking forward to bring that perspective to our discussion.
So much, Guy. And our next panelist, Mr. Pradeep Nair. Pradeep is a product leader who is driving innovation in energy management. So Pradeep, can you please introduce yourself?
Sure, thanks, Praful. My name is Pradeep. I come from a technical background, but I have learned and grown and traveled through all the different industries, from venture capital, private equity, to multiple startups, and then finally I'm focusing on energy sector. That's where I see the most potential. So I have led products for multiple companies from India to Canada, and now I'm working with multiple startups, young startups in India and North America, helping them to push their first product to the market. help them scale and connect them with the right investors so that they can raise funding and grow. So yeah, that's what I like doing, and feel free to connect with me if anybody wants to talk about startups. So that's me. I'll pass on.
Thank you so much, Pradeep. Our next panelist is Mr. Binay. Binay is doing fabulous job in cybersecurity and also on the human capital. So that's going to be another twist, that this conversation is not just going to be about the technology and the artificial intelligence, but it is going to be about how humans can effectively use it and what are the drawbacks of this technological advances. So, Binay.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Binay Roy, and I work for EC Council, a company dedicated towards cybersecurity and keeping enterprises and individuals safe. We live and breathe cybersecurity. So just a tip, everybody over here is hooked on to the hotel Wi-Fi without reading the terms and conditions. So welcome to the world of reality. So we'll be talking a lot on that.
Thank you so much, Binay. And our next panelist is Mr. George. George is a multidisciplinary entrepreneur who works in the intersection of technology, consulting, and creative industries. So George, few words about yourself.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, as my friend Binay said, you all have been hugged already, so you can relax right now. So I'm George Kavalakis. I'm from Greece. You can find me between Greece and Belgium. I've been working in the IT industry for more than 25 years. I have my own company in cloud computing and cybersecurity, obviously. And besides that, I'm also in the creative industry, entertainment, because I also own a company regarding artists, promoting artists, creating events, and stuff like that. And you know, I find a combination between tech and the artist, because both are creative. And yeah, we're here to be disruptive, to get disruptive, to see what's that's all about.
Perfect. Thank you so much, George. Our next contestant is Laura. Laura is global leadership strategist with nearly 3 decades of experience, and she is advising multiple enterprises, Fortune 100 companies, government agencies, and so on. So Laura, a few words about yourself.
Yes, so I was privileged to have a background from the previous millennium in mobility and then new wave digital from 2000 onwards with CRM and security on the commercial side and supporting the execution for retail brands and logistics companies, which are companies that you will have heard of. Since then, I set up the Game Changer Consultancy, and we focus on strategy, leadership, and management. And again, a privilege to have clients internationally, and particularly here in the GCC, in government and business, supporting them with digital transformation, the adoption of digital, particularly in the government sector, actually.
Thank you so much, Laura. And I am the last contestant and the moderator for today's discussion. My name is Praful Khare. I'm Global Head of AI Strategy and Solution Engineering for a company called Radiant Digital. Besides my current role, I also act as a strategic advisor for a vibe coding startup and also a founder and on the board of directors of another AI stealth startup. I work and operate in the intersection of artificial intelligence, digital transformation, telecom, and customer experience. So I am the one who is going to introduce some really amazing questions to this panel, and we are going to hear a lot of wonderful perspectives here. So our core topic today is disrupt or get disrupted. So does this particular line resonate with all of you guys? Do you have seen companies, industries, segments which has actually vanished because they did not change with the current market conditions? Yes? So I would like to start with an example. We all are using cell phones. We all are using digital cameras. Do you know who built the first digital camera? It's Kodak. In 1970, an engineer of Kodak built the digital camera and presented it to its leadership, saying that, hey, this technology is going to revolutionize the way we are clicking the photos. But the leadership invested $1 billion in building a new film unit for the cameras, the analog cameras of that time. So they were scared that this new technology can eat their lunch, and they decided that we are going to bury it and we are not going to evolve. In 2005, Kodak filed for bankruptcy. Now nobody uses Kodak camera. And the world around us, nobody even uses the film. It's all about digital camera, whether it is your DSLRs, whether it is your mobile cameras, and so on. So that's the core topic. Around us also today, there are multiple emerging technologies are coming. We all are talking about autonomous driving, cybersecurity, quantum computing, and biggest of all, artificial intelligence, where the largest investment in the human history is going in that direction. Some research are even predicting that that market is going to be around $5 trillion in next 10 years. So with that particular comment, I would like to start the discussion and try to understand more that what are the different emerging technologies in different industries and how they are transforming the way around our panelists. So, Gerald, do you want to start with the data management?
Yeah. So while we are talking about AI, and there's so much of investment happening in AI, it's also a time of turbulence that is in the market. And you see the contrast. In spite of the turbulence, there is so much of investment that's going in. It's just showing that that trend is not going to die. It's going to just accelerate from here. But that's just opening up a lot of other doors as well. So there are other areas that are evolving along with AI. Like, for example, the need for GPUs and the compute power, the cooling systems used in data centers. That's one side of it. There are technologies that is adapting to AI, and that's evolving, which is, again, a disruptive market that's picking up. You will also see people using AI for the negative side of it. The hackers using AI. So they are becoming smarter with AI. So they are what they used to sit and keep cracking, say, networks and systems for days. Today, agents are doing it much faster. That opens up the topic of security, cybersecurity, and data protection. That's another market that's picking up. So I think we are in a very complicated landscape today where all these different technologies coming together. And I think navigating this carefully is the need of the hour.
Absolutely. Since we talked about how hackers and hacking is becoming more and more sophisticated, we have multiple cybersecurity experts on our panel. Do you guys want to share your opinion on that? That how do you think that whole domain, the negative side of the cybersecurity with the help of AI and quantum computing and other things, how it is actually attacks are getting more and more sophisticated?
Well, I would like to start from the term AI, then move into cybersecurity. We have a saying internally, if you want to sell a toothbrush, just say that it is AI enabled. Having said that, we need to understand what AI actually does. It helps you become faster. It helps you become a perfect, it takes you towards perfection. So earlier when you used to receive a phishing email, they used to have grammar mistakes, basic grammar mistakes, and everybody was a prince asking for money. Nowadays, the emails that you receive are very, very sophisticated. It's directed towards an individual with realistic case studies, so it becomes very difficult for individuals to identify that this is a phishing email. AI has become a tool not only for the good guys, but also for the bad guys. It's like a gun. The army is using it, and so are the enemies. Who uses it better actually wins the race. So you have sometimes you fall for it, sometimes you win for it. So that's how AI is doing it. As far as cybersecurity is concerned, we have been able to speed up a lot of actions. For example, when we used to do manual pen testing, we used to take a sample size of 20%, do it in 4 days. What AI has enabled us is to do 100% surface management. We are doing 365 days pen testing. Now that helps organizations to stay safe. So yes, it's it's how effectively you are able to use AI, because the bad actors are just actually they are killing it.
Laura, please go ahead.
Can I offer? I see with cybersecurity and how we use AI and with any technological transformation, I think there are three lenses that we look through. There is the technical capability, there is the human behavior, and there is what people are going to do driven by their own motivations, the culture in our organizations, and how well we educate people. Thirdly, and I think this is the part where there is a lot of catching up to do, is regulation, and by that also international harmonization of regulation and security standards in this brave new world. So I'd like everyone to build on that point.
That's true, but the part of the regulation is like the really strong one that needs to be put in place right now. It's like so open, everybody can do whatever they want. So, and even the companies that are building AI models are not being regulated, you know. And at some point, in the previous panel, I have discussed like, okay, we have like an AI models building by Microsoft or whomever, and who's checking up the data? It's your data. Are they poisoned or not? Has anybody tampered with your data? An AI model is being built and you get to know from its data, but who does, confirms that the data are valid? This is another option. So regulations, checking up the security part, it's too complicated. And right now, it's a black box. Nobody knows what the whole thing does. Even the ones that develop it, build it, they don't know what AI does. And that's why we need regulations to put in place.
Absolutely. And with the AI, there is a famous saying that we should use governance as an accelerator, not for the bureaucracy. So give few comments from your side on that.
I would like to kind of chime into what was said before and address this point. I think one thing we have to imagine that cybersecurity, there is no cybersecurity without an adversary. There's always someone. And we have been used, some companies have been used to do standards. You know, we have to do this and this and this. And they never think about the adversary. Yeah? Now the adversary, we know it is there. And cybercrime has become an industry. What does it mean, an industry? It means there are specialists. You can buy access to a company. You don't hack the company. You can buy tools and so forth. So what an industry allows us, like any normal industry, it allows us to, it gives tools to hackers which are less technically inclined, but maliciously inclined to do things. The same as we know how to drive a car, we don't know how to build one. And I think, we have to accept this as a premise from here on. AI is just the latest technology they are trying to leverage. And we started with AI. I think we'll come back to that a bit later. I think AI is a new thing. And the only, I think the big point which has not been mentioned yet is that where we are surprised, it doesn't do that much sophisticated things, but the adoption rate, the speed at which AI has spread all over the world, including to the bad guys, is what is so unique about it. Still we have to feed it, and learning is a lot of money, and data center costs a lot of money, and it cannot learn yet by itself. But it is certainly growing in a fast rate. And the governance, I think, is a way to some extent to control something which is not fixed. It's not static. It's changed every month, every year. So I think it's good to think about governance, but I don't think we can fix the rules yet so easily in many ways.
It's still evolving, and that's a wonderful, wonderful point. But besides cybersecurity and besides AI, there are a bunch of emerging technologies coming around us, like autonomous driving is one of the things. I went to the Museum of the Future since we are in Dubai, right? And there is a whole section about the robotics. So Pradeep, considering you as a product leader who have developed many products from 0 to 1, 1 to 10, right? how do you see this as an opportunity? That bunch of these emerging technologies are coming up. How do you think that you can disrupt the existing ecosystem and build something new, build a billion-dollar company out of it?
That's a great segue, Praful. So, funny story, like a couple of days ago, I was watching this latest podcast with Elon Musk on it, and he just said two of the factors that's going to change the industrial landscape in the coming times. A is AI, obviously, because everybody's talking about it, and it's still in its nascent growing stage. And the second is robotics. His prediction is that in 20 to 30 years, most of the autonomous jobs will be human-free. And the ones that are still need human in the loop will also be eradicated, because these robots and AI will be tuned or programmed in such a way that they'll be able to take out all the mundane tasks from humans' hand, and people are just going to either go on a universal income or just going to focus on the creative side of things. So if a person with that point of view is talking about AI and robotics in such a way, I still feel that, considering our topic today, we are just seeing AI as a horizontal. But I would like to connect the dots here today that was thrown out in the air, that we also have to put in the lens of which industry the problem is being solved in, who are the users of that particular solution, because that changes a lot for us. It's easier to say that, oh yeah, I'm sending out this new application into the market, people can use it, we can worry about the security later. But I'm using power market as an example, where your entire system is run by electricity. Electricity is essential for every small operation, from charging your smartphone to conducting a life-critical surgery in the operation theater. And that's a system that solely runs on reliability and trust. If you can build any company in any other industry that is used on a day-to-day basis, you only need three things working properly: people, processes, and trust. Sorry, technology. Not trust. But when it comes to industries like power market, you need to add the fourth P. That's trust, reliability. Because I can only use AI as the first step of speeding up my decision making. So I would see AI as a decision enabler. But the ultimate decision in operations like in power market solely depends on somebody who can be, given the responsibility to take such critical decisions. So you can't really rely on AI on that. So we haven't gone to the stage where AI has grown enough to be the operating layer on it.
Absolutely.
We are still using AI to just grab that decision velocity, at least speaking from specific industries. But yeah, so again, coming back to the regulations, electricity industry is one of those industries which won't adapt AI to the greatest extent till we actually lay out all the regulations and guidelines. Because as everybody's pointing out, the biggest innovators in the world are bad guys.
Absolutely. So one more thing I'm going to talk about, right? Even though there are a bunch of technologies which are disrupting the things around us, in the current landscape, AI is probably the most significant one. Do we all agree with that in the room? That the bunch of technologies around us which are disrupting the ecosystem, AI at this point of time is probably the most significant one, right? And because of that, what is happening, that there is a widening gap between the people who are actually using AI and the people who are just trying to solve the business problem with the simple workflow, whether it is enabled with the AI or not enabled with the AI. How do you see the competitive advantage between these two segments? So what is your opinion, guys, on that? Yeah, Laura, please go ahead.
I'm going to say, from an operational point of view, and when I'm working with companies on the strategy, the starting point is AI and all of the technologies have a place and a purpose. But we have to ask ourselves, by going through a process of audit, what is it going to do? Is it going to add value? Is it going to align with our purpose ethically? And then, what are the costs of implementation? So I think back to the first waves of digital transformation. Sometimes the cost of implementing the technology, the training, the support that needed to go with it outweighed the benefit to the business. So I think a lot of people are very keen to jump onto it, but I think that there needs to be a little bit of a pause and a little bit of a reflect to say emerging technologies are great, but I go back to the days when I was asked by companies, can we have a website? Okay, great. What do you want your website to do? 2007, we need to build an app. Our competitor's building an app. Great, it's got your logo on. What do you want it to do? I think we've got the same scenario here with AI.
I can agree, but I want just to make a question. Okay. AI, in what language? Right now, all the models are trained like in English. You get the best answers in English, but what about all the other languages? So how many people are getting, into AI and what level? It depends also about that. So
there's also a bias, right? Like, for example, let's look at skin screening. The training data that has been used to train these AI models are all whites. If you have a slightly darker skin, you get wrong results. So you'll see this whole ecosystem, it depends on what data you give. Now again, I'm just going back into a little bit older times. Like we used to talk about security from a point that, I'm talking about year 1999, 2000. I came across this statement: the only time your computer is safe is when it is switched off. Okay, and then that moved on from switching off and switching on systems when you need it and don't need it to uptime. And today we have moved on from uptime because that's taken for granted. And we are talking about sovereignty because now you don't want your data to leave your premises though it's available. So there are challenges that is constantly evolving, but at the same time, the topic that we are talking, disrupt or be disrupted, I think everybody realizes that. People do not want to get disrupted. So everybody is jumping into AI so that they want to disrupt something, but without understanding the ecosystem. So when you walk into any of these exhibitions, there are tons of AI companies. How many of them will actually survive it? Because when I spoke to a lot of them, they don't even know how to run it in production mode. They just have a concept, and they kicked off something, and they have no idea what they're getting into. So you need to test the waters. You need to know what exactly is there before you even try to disrupt something.
No, please go ahead, Guy.
Yeah, I would like to add to the disruption argument is that we said, we had the argument with the robots going to replace humans and so on. We have seen also different technological evolution. But I think what I find amazing, besides the speed, is that, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, we were all at the same level, maybe. That was T0, we were at the same level. But today you have some people who still only use ChatGPT in a very simple way, and those who use many tools every day. And the disruption comes in that, the gap is widening. And it's very, I don't know whether they will learn by themselves or they will learn when they lose a job or they will learn when someone forces them. But that is a disruption in the making. You could make the same argument for robots in some ways, I think that is technology which touches all of us. But we were equal 2 or 3 years ago, but we're getting more no longer equal. And to some extent, even in a company, you would say, well, salaries depend on seniority and so on. But today, maybe your AI skill, how does that fit in? Maybe whoever has the AI skill should be, maybe playing a bigger role and so on. But that consciousness is not there yet. It's just happening, but people have not realized, that they either part of it or they're out of it.
Absolutely. And in some of the industry, sorry, you are next, I'm just going to add one more point. In some of the industries, we are seeing the real transformation and disruption. For an example, software development. The normal workflow has changed. Now everybody is using some sort of generative AI tool to get the code generated and then trying to contextualize it. And the way these things are going, if we look at Meta, Microsoft, Google, the statements coming that at least 25% of the programming is now being done with the help of generative AI. Similarly, we are going into the customer support and the contact center area where the organizations are truly getting wiped out. So there is a human capital element which is definitely coming into the play. So that is one aspect we definitely need to touch on. But Binay, please, I'm going to move towards you for your thoughts.
I'll answer that, but I would like to build on what Guy just said. You all are using ChatGPT, almost everybody. If you ask a question, will everybody get the same answer? Never. So we need to ask ourselves, are we using AI or is AI using us? You need to ask yourself that very important question. So from an industry perspective, AI is useful when you are using AI. A tool which helps you do your job faster. Not ChatGPT, it's basically making you lazy. You're able to draft emails faster, but then you're exposing your old data to OpenAI. And then you're asking the ChatGPT to write a response to that. That's not the way it should be. If you're using a tool to make your job easier, faster, yes, you do it. So products which are using AI to do a particular job and they have been trained again and again in doing that particular job, for example, in agentic AI for red teaming, it has been trained to do red teaming and that it will do red teaming very nicely. So for me, that's use of AI. Secondly, building on human capital. Companies will buy tools, but in order to use that tool, your people need to be trained. There have been instances where companies have spent millions of dollars in investing into latest technology, but forget the new technology. They have not even utilized the previously purchased technology well enough. So if companies are investing in buying stuff, that's money being spent. But are you actually juicing it out? If you need it, only then buy it, not for the sake of buying it. That needs to be done. And your people need to be trained on whatever you are buying. That's a very important aspect that companies let go.
Excellent statement, Binay. Are we using AI or AI is using us? A lot of time I'm actually into the room with the C-suite, and when I'm talking about their AI strategy, they reply, oh, we are using Copilot, or we have a chatbot, or there is a wonderful dashboard where all the LLMs are listed. People can use whatever they want to use. The AI strategy for any company, whether it is a startup or an enterprise or a government agency, cannot be a tool. It's the combination of people, process, and technology. We need to glue it all together, right? And that's how we need to kind of take it forward. Now, considering all of you people are the leaders in your respective area, so how would you build the trust and the high-performing teams in the field of emerging technologies, particularly in AI? I would like to get your thoughts on that.
I can start with that, because we're talking about trust. We discussed it with our fellow panelists outside. Trust in an open world right now, cloud, we're talking about zero trust. We don't trust anybody. Zero trust. That's the model. We're trying to build that and to build everything around that, because as you have seen already, deep fakes, many techniques that can be used against you. So we're trying to do every actions and everything to be reevaluated again and again, just to be sure that I'm talking to Laura and not somebody else, you know. So we need to have systems that we trust, AI models that we trust, but in a zero trust model about everything. So that means that everybody should be prepared to work like that. Don't accept like a phone call because someone tells you it's your mother or whatever, and just take it by granted like that. You need to verify that. So for me, the next step is that getting like in our everyday life, the zero trust model that we have, like with multi-factor authentication, etc., all of these years. But yeah, the idea is to create an ecosystem around cybersecurity, obviously, in order to make us trust those tools, because these are tools for us, okay?
I would like to build on that. I'm going to say with trust, I think verification is going to become more important, particularly in the areas of procurement that we're dealing human to human. I think building on the human capital aspect, I think where we need to be looking in terms of the training of our people, yes, train them in AI, also train them in critical thinking and discernment and relational skills that are also going to be required to work in harmony with AI. When we say AI, I prefer with my clients to think about it rather than artificial intelligence, think of it as augmented intelligence.
Absolutely.
Yeah, actually, I'm just adding on to that trust factor. That's exactly what we've been talking all through since yesterday. Zero trust is the principle of probably the next decade. Okay, that's the direction in which the market is moving. And in fact, if we need to disrupt something, I think it comes down to that, the question that Praful was asking. And this principle, so even if it's a technology, even if it's a system, it's an AI system, it's a model, the question is, can you trust everything that is coming out from that? Again, the question comes down to if it's a deterministic result that you're expecting, then that can be trusted. But if it is probabilistic, then you land up in a situation that, okay, this may be correct. And can AI iteratively verify it? We can go on that model. But I think as a principle, don't trust anything, verify everything. That trickles down to the systems, to the data, to the way the policies are implemented. In fact, the language we are using even in our marketing, we had to change it over the last 1 year. Because everybody says, we ensure your data is encrypted, encryption at rest, encryption in transit, everything, so you can trust us. And we are saying you don't have to trust us, and that's why we are giving you a system that you don't have to trust at all. And we are trying to remove trust out of it. And as a CXO context, I think we all will be learning to get trust out of the equation completely.
Absolutely.
I would like to add that in the classical way of zero trust, that was, in principle, you don't trust anybody on your corporate network. And you verify. But we come to a situation, I think you were alluding to that, where it's not only about the people of the network and whether we check and we decide whether we trust them, but we come to a point where we may have to augment that zero trust, not only about people, but actually we're not sure we can trust the data, which we have. I mean, we know before it was we have the data and we must make sure that nobody accesses data we shouldn't. But when we have basically data which may not be as accurate as we thought, or some may have been distorted, you could almost say there's a data pollution coming our way. We have to augment the concept of zero trust, not only to people on the network, but also to, in some ways, verify, like Laura was saying, that we have a chain of custody, you may say, on the data side or information side.
I think one fundamental part of computing was we were taught in engineering garbage in is equal to garbage out. But we have forgotten that. We put garbage in and we expect good things out of that. I think that's where we are going wrong.
See, that's exactly the statement I gave it on my yesterday's keynote, that when I talk to a lot of CIOs that about their AI strategy, they often of the time they straight away jump into the model, what they are using, or the tool or the technology, what they are using. But the problem is their data ready for that type of transformation? The answer to that is no in most of the organizations. And as Gerald rightly mentioned, if you feed garbage to an AI model, doesn't really matter how many billions of parameters on which the model got trained, you are going to get the garbage out. So Pradeep, you were trying to say something there?
Yeah, I just wanted to double click on that trust factor here, that it's very simple. Suppose any one of us are sick and we want to go to a doctor, and you have two options, one doctor from an elite medical school of the world and the other doctor who just practiced in the back of their home all their lives. Now, who would you choose? You would probably go for somebody who has been accredited and very well honored in the space of medicine practice, so that you know that whoever you are going for a service for are actually a valid offer of that service.
Perfect.
Same goes with AI, but the trust factor will only come when a normal user of ChatGPT also will be able to know that what's the quality of this output, how trustworthy an output can be, I don't think so many of us has ever explored that yet. So that's yet to come.
Thank you so much, Pradeep. I have
George.
George and Benay to
Yeah.
add few last points.
Just one question. As far as zero trust is concerned, if someone is asking money, zero trust. If someone is paying money, 100% trust. We need to understand what we are using and why are we using it, right? As Praful, you rightly pointed out, the models aren't ready yet, right? If you start from the back, what exactly are you looking for? Then you'll be able to build something, and then you reach a point where to start. Unfortunately, many people are starting up without recognizing where they are leading to, where they are going. And midway they lose focus, midway they get lost, and they keep asking money. You are using Uber. A lot of you have come here through Uber today, right? You'll be using Uber to go back, right? Uber just got hacked a couple of months back. What happens to your data? Will you stop using Uber? No. Will you trust Uber? Yes. You don't have any other option. So let's be realistic. There will come a time when you have to trust organizations with your data. You cannot do without that. What you can do is be selective in choosing the right corporations who have the right mindset and they have the right approach towards your data management.
Perfect. Looks like we are running out of time. Last comment from you, George.
I had one point to make. We're talking about AI, technology, etc., and about models. We're talking about LLMs, large language model. So I guess most of you understand what that's a language model, so not a mathematical model. So if you ask a mathematical question, you don't get the right answer. It checks the language. That's it. So there are too many things to realize as human beings on how these tools work. And we're talking, I say again, these are language models. They need to be augmented with other type of models to have like more results in other sections as well.
Thank you so much, everyone. Since we are sitting in Dubai, and I'm going to open it up for 1 or 2 questions from the audience as well. Laura, do you want to spend 20 seconds talking about the Vision 2030 or 2050?
Honestly, I think the one thing I would add with aligning that Vision 2030 and Vision 2050 is clarity of purpose. If we are going to disrupt, we must be intentional. We must know why we are disrupting and what we are disrupting and the direction that we're building towards.
Thank you so much. So guys, this is happening. I mean, we are at the junction point whether either we are disrupting the things with the help of AI and other emerging technologies, or we are also going to be disrupted like the way Kodak did. So any questions from the audience? Okay.
We have been disrupted.
Sorry, I have been disrupted. All right. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much, everyone.
Just take a step forward for me for a group picture. I had to disrupt. I'm so sorry. All right, we're trying to catch up some time here, so I hope everyone's feeling okay. Yes or yes? Everyone still with me? Kinda-ish, one. Yes, thank you. All right, so a quick show of hands. How many of you have chosen a product just because of the brand behind it? 1, 2. Okay, there we go. We are listening. Right. Now, that is the opening to our next panel discussion. Your name is your empire, turning your reputation into your legacy. Now, of course, we have a number of panelists, but leading the panel is our moderator, Ankesh Saxena, who's the Chief Business Officer of Acutus AI Insights. So I will be handing over to Ankesh, and he will be introducing his panelists. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The topic is really closer to my heart because, as just what she mentioned, we actually go after the brands that we know of. We trust them, and which is why we buy from them. What if the name supersedes it? Will you still buy? We have seen a lot of ads. I mean, the latest one is Dimac, where our famous actors Alia Bhatt and Ranveer Singh is actually promoting the new properties. People are aligning with their name or Dimac. What do you think? Is the actors or the name of the real estate giants? I guess so. I mean, there's a mixed opinion for each one of us. So the topic is your name is your empire, turning your reputation into a legacy. So to build upon that, I have a very diverse guest that's going to come up on stage. So I'll first of all call upon Vaijanti, founder and executive director, CSSL Global Private Limited. Please give us a round of applause to her. Now I'll call upon Dr. Nicola Middleton. She's founder and president of God Brands Private Limited. Can I have some clappings going on, please? Thank you. Then I have Dwayne Nathan Jack. Dwayne, there he comes. Mohammad Rabi Itani, partner and general manager, Keller Williams Prime. Yep. Ahmed Amar. And if we have Jishan Sabri here. To start with, we'll just take a quick 10-second intro from each one of you so people should know much clearer. Vaijanti, we'll start with you.
Okay, thanks. I'm Vaijanti Shankar, as introduced. I'm the executive director and the founder of Center for Science of Student Learning. We work in the area of measurements, large-scale, psychometrically validated diagnostic assessments. This could be in areas of either learning achievement, academic learning outcomes, or social skills, or emotional skills, or leadership skills. A whole range of stuff gets checked by us and feedback given to student or teachers, now to corporates, and also people who are in career readiness stage and so on. Clients across 16 countries, about 12 million students and 130,000 adults and 30 plus partners have people we have reached so far. And incidentally, tomorrow day we are completing 10th year.
Congratulations. Yeah. Dwayne.
I'm Dwayne Nathan Jack. I'm an educator in human potential, providing services within the UK institutions, Her Majesty's Prison Service and Ministry of Justice. We educate people on soft skills through emotional intelligence within the institutions within the UK.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mohammad Itani. I'm the General Manager of Keller Williams Primes in Saudi Arabia. So I've been in this industry for 22 years, selling and marketing and deriving strategies for real estate projects. So mainly I have two main services, which is the consultancy part and the sales and marketing part of, at this moment, I'm focusing on luxury developments and projects.
Nicola.
Hi, I'm Dr. Nicola. I'm founder and president of a company called God Brands, and we do actually exactly what Ankesh is talking about. We're very much about building brands as messages to humanity. Must I speak louder? Can you hear me? Okay. All right. Maybe we could have some more volume on the mic. I don't know if the audio people can do something. Is it okay? All right. So what I was saying, we build brands as messages to humanity because we understand the power of the brand and that people will choose products connected to the brand because they have brand loyalty or there's something about the brand that they want in their life. So that's my business. And with it, we work to take humanity higher, and we speak about Humanity 2.0. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicola.
Hello, I'm Ahmed Ammar. I'm the executive VP of a company called Labs. Actually, I've been working, I'm always facing a challenge from my own kids. What do you work in? What's your industry? We don't understand anything that you're working in everything, literally, on the whole planet. I work in coffee, in sports, in technology, in too many stuff. I love to be doing and living what I'm doing, to be operating in it in an excellence manner. And what I discovered lately is that I'm fueled by making things better in general and fusing the technologies that's available right now and that can be available on a later phase to be utilized and be helping and serving the industries. So right now the main venture is the Labs, which is implementing SAP solutions, which is helping the whole companies for operating on a much better basis, in addition to a sports academy for developing of youth to be athletics on a pro level.
Thank you, Emma. So, ladies and gentlemen, the fact is this is a very diverse group of people, and we are trying to understand and how to, in fact, decoding how the name actually works before the brand and how we can build on a legacy. So, before this, I'll tell you a quick story. I was just talking to Vajanti a while ago, and I said, I used to work for an organization very early at my stage when I was started doing my sales. The first worry I had is whether I'd be able to sell to people or not. I thought it would be an easy game because now I know my operation gimmicks. I know 7 years of my life has been into understanding the products and services. So how far it could be for me challenging whether I can actually sell or not. But the moment I entered into the word, I realized that it's not an easy cup of tea. People believe in you, only then they buy from you. So if you're in a new word, what would the repercussions could be? And how can you challenge yourself to be the name of your own self rather than backing up by a multinational brand? So I'll start with the first question, and that's a universal backup question that I'm going to give you. What has been the most defining moment, and you can probably answer each one of you in your turn, is that moment when you sharing your reputation on with people as who you are today? So probably Vajanti.
Yeah, so continuing the conversation we just had outside, I have been in the sector for the 30 plus years, doing educational learning assessments and so on. So I actually was part of another company as a founding member, built it for about 13 plus years, went to US on a Fulbright Humphrey, came back, wanted to start something to solve on my own way. And so I walk to this funder, it's a trust, it's a well-known trust, I'm not naming it, but I walk into the room. It's very difficult even to get to meet the person, but I just walked into the room and I said, hey, I want to start this. I've never met that person before, okay, by the way. I want to start this, and to run this for 3 years, this is what it would cost me. I'm looking for a philanthropic grant. In 6 minutes, I got the grant and I came out. Okay, and that is what reputation does to you. So people knew me in the sector for the type of work that I was doing. They knew what I was building. They believed in the integrity. And when I wanted to start over on my own, that preceded. And, so definitely I think your name is always your legacy as long as you take care to build it.
Vajanti, that's a very fine line in creating your own reputation. But Nathan, I was talking to you as well. The era is about social media, and building a reputation on social media has its own pros and cons. What's your opinion?
My opinion on social media?
On building a reputation on social media.
I think it starts within oneself before you expand externally to whatever platform it may be. Online platforms, I think it starts at home, within the heart. And when you start from within, then everything else will flow for you. It's already written in the stars. So I think when you focus on the basis of the heart, of that authenticity, I feel the brand produces itself because it's what's behind the brand that produces the attraction, because it's passion over perfection. So I believe when it comes to global impact, social impact, whatever it may be, I believe it starts from within inside someone's self, and then it will expand out depending on how high that frequency is, will attract, whether it's online or in person, you will be recognized because of the attraction.
Ravi, I'll probably take from the same question that Nathan just answered. Passion over professionalism. Real estate is a very dicey industry.
Yeah, especially because in real estate you buy from the person that you trust and not from the company. So it's very important that you as a sales agents have this close connection with your client. And usually this client will follow you. So he will trust you and he will buy from you and you will resell for him. So definitely you should have a certain level of integrity and you should work with it along the way. So it's an everyday job. It's not something that you can stop at doing it. And understanding the client and understanding, because the client will become your friend, especially that in real estate it's high tickets, it's a high priced items. And you need to understand what do they want and what's their objective. And this is where you start building your credibility amongst the clients. This is the most important thing when it comes to building personal relationships. And it's all about how you network with them till they become, as I said, your friends.
Doctor, we were talking about integrity and passion and authenticity when we were doing a recap of this conference. There's one question that you spoke about integrity as the core personal identity. Can you throw some light on it?
So integrity as core?
Personal identity.
Core personal identity. Yes, so if I focus on the word integrity, I just want to pick up from what Dwayne said in his answer about it starts within and even taking it into the home. You know, we really do have to look at ourselves and connect to ourselves and connect inward. And we are talking here about your name, empire, reputation, and legacy, but it comes also to your identity. Who are you? And then the word integrity, I mean, I'm not going to give a dictionary definition, but it is a really important word to me in terms of being whole, you know, entire, and in any which way you show up, wherever you go, you are that same person. You don't show one side to, you know, one part of the world, another side somewhere else, and, you know, even the opposite. So it comes to your values, it comes to who you are. I like to also talk about if you slice an onion, all those layers in an onion, they're all the onion, and they should all be clean and not rotten inside or anything like that. And that's also for me a good image, sort of picture of integrity. And when it comes to your name and your reputation and making those into an empire and a legacy, it's us that have to carry that. We have to actually embody that and live that. And the world does see that, and the world responds to that. It might take time, but, you know, Rome wasn't built in a day.
Yeah.
We are dealing with weighty things here, you know, substance.
Yeah. And I'll move to Ahmed. Ahmed, you come from a tech background completely. How do you see the name getting built up as a legacy in the tech environment? Because there are multiple players, there's so many things which are happening, and it's again a very dynamic industry altogether.
So it's the same thing happened when tech industry started entering the normal industries. They tried to pick up a persona. One is playful, one is super serious, one is super complicated, one is covering everything. I see right now this is, I won't say it's failing, but it's the whole concept of the persona in tech, it doesn't make any sense. You need to be everything in tech. You need to be playful at some times, in some applications, in some business areas. You need to be super progressive when it's come to youth, when it's coming to looking in a progressive manner. You need to be super conservative and super secured when you're coming to the data and the technical stacks. So you need to be all the personas in one thing, which is that's the complicated thing about tech company. Tech company needs to be everything. It needs to be super serious, super playful, super progressive, super everything to be a successful company. So having a specific thing in tech is, or having a personality. The core thing is that, as again, I'm mentioning Dwayne part is the authenticity. If the company is authentic about serving, about doing a stack, helping something, I'm helping the companies help their customers better. So I'm doing a CRM that's helping the people. Right now, people are working on WhatsApp. I'm going on WhatsApp all the way. I'm not just limiting them because I'm not able to do it as a tech company. I'm going to do it anyways. I'm going to find a way to be reaching this out. When companies try to limit that, or okay, that's our stack, you need to be messaging on our stack, they always fail. This always fails because people are the driver of technology. Technology is not the driver for the people. So I see that the authenticity is the key thing that helps the authenticity of a company through its people and through its diverse background helps this company to be a successful one in the tech industry.
Doc, quick question. I mean, that's a very good point. Be authentic is what we have always been talking about. You've blended purpose with leadership, Nicole. The fact is, a leader at a certain level needs to be very wary of, what he's speaking in the word, because that's where the legacy start building upon it. So the question is, how does a leader ensure that their name becomes a message that outlines their own business or the overall business?
Sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
The question is, how does a leader, when we sit on a very top level, we really need to be wary of what we are saying, how much we are saying, and what message is actually going out. So how did the name becomes the message when it outlives the entire business? It's you who is being seen as Nicola.
Yeah.
Then we spoke about this as well.
Yeah, so we also spoke about, your name, and I particularly, in preparing for this, was considering, is it the name of the individual or is it the name of the organization? I'm building a organization with brands. At the moment there are 8. They're not all built out, but they all are qualifying for your name because it's the brand. I myself am a brand, Dr. Nicola. And it's, in terms of talking about outliving, well, if you're building a successful company and you're building a company, I'm building a company with many names, all of which I hope will live way beyond my lifetime because they are here to serve humanity. It's like Coca-Cola, and I'm not sure when Coca-Cola was founded, but like the founders, the individuals, and Coca-Cola today, it moves on. There's succession planning. You pass through this earth and the brands, the name, the legacy, the empire can live on. I mean, I think we should think like that beyond our lifetimes. So even though I'm building my name, if we talk about Dr. Nicola, I wanted to outlive my lifetime. I mean, Shakespeare is still around. He's not been on earth for 500 years. So how do we ensure that that happens? Well, it doesn't have to happen. It's not a requirement. It's not a requirement for business. It's not a requirement in life. You don't have to climb Mount Everest. I don't have to make names, brands that outlive me. But if, and here is the secret, if that is the destiny of those brands, including the brand that is Dr. Nicola, then I believe it will happen. I think it's written in the stars. Thank you, Dwayne. I think you used that phrase. So I think you have to be true to the path. You have to follow purpose. You have to use your integrity. And it is sowing, and you will reap from what you sow.
So following a purpose, be authentic, show your integrity, and that comes to Dwayne. We spoke about the transformation, and you have been, deeply rooted in the transformation side of it. How does adversity shape the meaning for your name?
I think it's not just my name, but I feel as adversity is the fertilizer for growth. That uncomfortableness enables one to wake up from a coma, they may be in unconsciously, and it gives one the ability to reflect, to be able to reject back into their community, society, with the learning through the pain, suffering, whatever that may be. So for myself personally, it's only through my adversities, trials and tribulations that I was able to discover who I truly was to enable me to be who I am today. Without the trials and tribulations, would Dwayne Nathan Jack be sitting on this stage? No, he wouldn't. So I embrace every experience that may be uncomfortable, because it's the uncomfortableness that enables us to build these psychological, spiritual muscles, to be the version that we are, to lighten up future generations.
Thank you so much. I mean, I think that's the most of the time people actually believe being uncomfortable doesn't solve a purpose, because you really need to be confident. That pressure of being confident always fall apart. So Vajanti, you've been into this whole measurement and you've been talking to a lot of students, you've been on the inside side. How do you see this growth within someone who really kind of building their own brand as their own name?
Yeah, I will share from my research studies, actually, because we do these large-scale studies, pan-India, multiple countries, and so on, and different age groups. I'll talk about two studies, and then we can come to the findings. So one of the studies was what we call as the cognitive and affective skills study. And this was conceived 10 years back, pan-India, multiple states, private schools, top private schools, affluent schools, as well as the government schools. All age groups from grades 3 to all the way to grades 10, and we looked at, our hypothesis at that time was that we said that if you want to really succeed, or if you want to shape yourself, you need to, at least at a student level, you need to of course have the skills, and you need, that's the learning outcomes. You also need to have what we call as the social emotional skills, the right attitude, and of course the right environment, which is where serendipity probably comes in. So that was our hypothesis. And here we collected data from teachers, students, even parents. And the second study was something which, again, pan-India, 700 districts. Here there was this intervention group which was actually teaching values, values like being heroic, values like living in harmony, and what we call as Atma Shraddha, that is having faith in your own potential, things like that. So, and we had to measure these through assessments, where I'm not seeing the students spread across the country and so on, and we had to come up with some new methodologies and techniques and so on. But what did we find? We found that there were very, very clear markers, or what I call as habits of success. And the first habit, what I found was that if somebody believes in that what they are doing is important and is needed, the second thing is that you also have to believe that however many times you will fall, you will not stop till you find the solution. And the third was that you also pay diligence to what you are doing. And fourth ability was that you are able to delay your gratification as you are doing this. So these four habits of success, when we had to correlate all the data and figure it out, we found that people who had these types of beliefs and attitude were able to succeed. And therefore, I would say that you might have the skill. Skill is something learnable. Skill is needed, but if you don't have the attitude, even if you have the skill, you would not sort of succeed.
That's a very good point. Rabi, the questions to you in this case, because real estate is a very dynamic environment. You find people with different attitude altogether. They have done some research. When you go and sell to them, they are only buy either because of the reputation that the salesman or the seller is building or the builder is building. What are those non-negotiable that helps you protect your own name in this case? I mean, there could be possibilities where you may be talking to someone in Saudi Arabia versus in Dubai, and both of those personas are different.
Yeah, what we discussed in the first questions is a given, which is the being true and transparent with the client. But also you need to understand, especially in Saudi, for example, or this part of the world, to understand the culture of the people and the clients themselves, and who are your buyers, is to understand them. A second thing is that you always have to be professional in your offering, and be consistency in what you're telling to them. These are very important, so because without you will not be able to build any reputation, especially that if for me real estate is a passion, it's not a job. So this is what I do on a daily, day and night. And I read, I write about real estate, and I always communicate, even with my team, how they should, because every member of my team should be a star by himself or herself. They need to build their brand also to be able to reach these type of people. And it's a learning, it's a learning journey. It's not something that you just learn and stop and then you go practice. These kinds of events, networking events, are also essential part of building your name in the real estate industry. So these, I think, are the basics, non-negotiable terms when it comes to building your reputation.
I think that's a very good point that you mentioned. When you reach out to your own teams and you say you really need to be a star of your team or for the company, do you think that there's an unnecessary pressure that they are taking in a dynamic environment like real estate, that I need to be a star, I need to sell that, and then I have to prove myself, but the things are not happening at the same way? How do you have a kind of a contingency plan for them if they break out, or how do you ensure that they are staying on track?
Definitely, when we start, we have multiple channels. So the sales team is one of the channels. The brokers are the other. The brokers are another channels, or the outsiders that will work with us. But the change is essential in our life, and they need to work hard, and we train them to do so. And everyone makes mistake, and we are allowed to make mistake. So they need to learn on the job. Even when they communicate with the client, they have to be themselves, and it's something natural. Communication and sales is every communication that we do between each other. What we are selling to, what we are doing today is selling. So sales is natural and important with us. It's how you work on it and you develop it in each and every industry that we are in. And this is where I think when it comes to the team themselves, we train them to make the most out of their experiences.
Amar, if I would ask you the same question, considering that tech industry is also a very dynamic and a very hard to run industry where everybody is challenged to prove himself or herself, how do you see those non-negotiable items that they need to be? Because of course, within your team, you really wanted stars to come out.
In the tech industry, the first thing is the integrity. Whatever that you're doing, it's reliable, workable. You can work with this. It's not because that's always the challenge. The development teams are always not seeing what they hear from the customers. They have different mindsets, and so they need a translator in the middle, business people, to be understanding what are the exact requirements, because what you're telling me as a developer, that's not what I'm not going to do. It needs somebody interpreting something in between. So being true that I'm trying to solve, because you may make mistakes, and that's normal in the tech industry, that I may hear some requirements that may not be interpreted correctly in the beginning. You must have a good, reliable name. You must love doing your job, not to have the money out of it. You need to be having a vision of you need to be the last to be having the meal. You need to be staying until everyone eats, then have just the remains. That's how you build up in tech. After having this 1, 2, and 3 times, at this point, you are going to have a name. At this point, you're having systems, you're having concepts that may differ from anyone else. This is a resellable solution where everyone has been fed already. Right now, these remains are going to create your empire. These remains, when they are collected collectively across years of sustaining this kind of model, is keeping the tech giants right now. Oracle starts with a database. SAP started with an HR system. They were all very small companies as big names. Microsoft started with an OS. Right now, every one of these companies are doing billions from the remains, started from the remains, and the legacy built up on this. So being true in delivering, that's the key aspect in tech. That's who continued in the tech industry and succeeded.
Okay, Nicola, I'll probably just ask you this question, because you're sitting between real estate and IT right now, and you've actually worked with diverse humankind. living a life and talking to them and then building your own brand. What challenges did you face and how did you overcome those? Because you've built your own legacy right now.
Yeah, so I'm hearing your question as the diversity in the human condition
Exactly.
or the human reality. Yeah, I like that. Well, I mean, I've definitely embraced the challenge of, as I say, my slogan is change the world, love wins. So that is my overriding personal life slogan. And, humanity, one family. So I'm having to mentally and emotionally love the whole human family. And it's been an interesting journey because when I started, I actually said, I love me and my goals. So I thought, well, maybe I have to love a little bit more than that. And it's a spiritual story. So quickly I sort of was like linked to a scripture in the Bible, which was love your neighbor as you love yourself. And I'm an achiever, so I'm really good at loving me. I want to love my neighbor like I love myself. So, and I was having a conversation up there, and I had this image of a mountain, like a Mount Everest, and as if you want to love your neighbor, you have a very high mountain to climb. So I remember feeling like, okay, well, let's start. And so I'm really talking about an internal transformation journey where I opened first myself to love humanity, to love everyone, to love the human condition. And it does break down prejudices, and it does break down. You start to see as like, well, I like these kind of people. I don't like those kind of people so much. And you just see that is inside of you. It's because it is a spiritual maturing to expand your heart. And I must say at the moment, so I would say a big challenge is that we have natural prejudices, and we do tend to look for ourselves in other people. So if there's something in you that I can relate to, it's natural, then I'm going to have an affinity for you, and other people I'm feeling like I don't have anything in common with you, So then you just kind of like, oh, I'm drawn to people and I'm not drawn to other people. But when this love in you grows, which is where my work is it's about love, then those things just start to disappear, and you start to be like, I see the beauty in everyone, I see the special in everyone, and to me, to deal with the diversity of the human condition, the answer is love. Thank you.
That's beautiful. Dwayne, you also, being a consultant, you're running your own firm, and you've been talking to a lot diverse people in your vicinity or within your group. What's your take on what just Nicole mentioned?
I think it's similarities rather than differences. When you come to the conclusion of there is one, there is no other, there is no separation. You are me, I am you. So the more we can delete the software, whether it's religion, culture, A, B, and C, and we are one, I will treat Paul the same as I will treat Peter. And it's Peter's me, Paul is me. And when we evolve consciously in this state, we're able to serve not just ourselves, but those around us, from communities, societies, through businesses, and the leaders of tomorrow. Because I believe there's one war going on, and that's between our two ears and the ego. And I believe we're going into a new age where there's leaders that are going to be operating from authenticity, from their true version of doing that inner work, that shadow work, to enable them to be a beacon of light for their firm or their society.
We got a couple of adjectives: be authentic, be loved, be responsive, and then we have diverse real estate and tech, which is sitting and they have their own opinion. Vajanti, from the education standpoint, what's your take on the same concept?
Yeah, so this is, I mean, all of these are something that we end up measuring. Like I was saying that you were talking more about consciousness, universal consciousness versus individual consciousness, and whether they are the same. I think of it as bubbles in the air, and the minute the bubble bursts, the air, and both are air inside and outside, that sort of a thing. But anyway, coming to, therefore, how, what are the three things I think are important when you're talking of building a legacy or building a name? I think the first and foremost is the character. And we all spoke about integrity. So character is something that you say that this person is something who has integrity or trustworthy and so on. And that comes after you see repeated observable behavior, consistent behavior. And behavior is something which is a manifestation of the attitude you hold, And attitudes are driven by values and beliefs. So fundamentally, if you have to have character, you have to have the right value and the belief. And that's how it drives. The second thing I would say is competence, So just because you have character, you don't think that people are going to come to you. Definitely, you're in the tech and you have to have competence. And the third, I would say, is communication. Because I've seen that when integrity, the way you build integrity is that when you go wrong, for example, all of us may go wrong in our companies, in our deliverables and so on, you pick up the phone and talk to the client, even though you know there will be some negative consequences, and you put the things fairly on the table and say, hey, this is what has happened, this will be the implication, and this is what I can do about it. And the first time I had to do that, it was so difficult, but you won't believe that the client actually came back to me for many more projects. So communication, so internally as well as outside, whether it's the client or even internally, how we communicate transparently. So these are all parts of that character. So how you build the character, have the competence and the communication to sort of tie it all together. These three things are what I think basically defines you as a person.
That's really beautiful, because building a character starts with, in real estate, with a cold call. Finding the right customer for your project.
These were the old days. But I think that today there are many ways than cold calls. And for me, it starts with when you work on luxury and branded residences, you don't sell luxury, you offer it. So it really depends on what's your approach toward the clients.
Nice. For our beautiful audience here, we would just wrap it up with a quick rapid fire questions. I would give you each and you have to answer that in less than few seconds. So the first question, Vajanti, one leadership value you'll never compromise on.
Trustworthiness.
Dwayne. Mike.
Yeah, truth.
Rabi.
Yeah, the same. If you can't do it, just say you cannot do it. You'll not lose.
Doctor.
Passion.
Nice.
Trustworthiness again.
Legacy in one word. Amar.
Your people.
Sorry?
Your people. How are you building your people? That's your legacy.
Doctor.
People, your team, your family, everyone that you are leading.
Beyond your lifetime.
Rabi.
It's a difficult question. I don't know.
Legacy in one word is a difficult question. That's also beautiful. Dwayne. Legacy in one word.
Passion.
Vajanti.
I think it's about how much you are able to change the world around you.
That's also nice. A habit that strengthened your personal brand, Dwayne. A habit that has strengthened your personal brand.
Self-love.
Nicola.
A habit that has strengthened my personal brand, I think being on social media.
That's what I was telling you, Vajanti. What's your take on that now?
I think, I don't know. So for me, I think social media does not convert into very, very meaningful relationships or business associations. But if you're not in social media, people think that you're not alive, So it's become the necessary evil. So I still hold on to my same take on it.
I'm with Nicola because, again, yes, you're not alive if you're not on social media.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just want to say, I think it's a well-known marketing phrase, but the best known beats the best.
Yes.
You can't
Rabi,
escape
you would
it.
probably compliment that phrase.
Yeah, for sure. I've been on social media. I'm very active on LinkedIn, and again, this happened because I always used to write about what's happening in Saudi till I once Favikon sent me that I'm one of the top 10 urban writers in Saudi Arabia, and from there, my interest in social media increased. So definitely, if you have to be there, you have to tell people what you're doing, and it's self-satisfaction at the same time, which is important for you to keep going.
Amar.
The energy, I think that's the main drive.
Yeah, you can probably just go and subscribe to Rabi's channel because there's full of energy.
Okay, sure.
One misconception, Amar, people have about reputation. Considering now we are on social media, what's your take?
Misconception?
Yeah.
That we don't change, that everything is constant, that people feel that it's always constant, that you're not going to change, but if I leave you 1 year and come talk to you again, I'm going to find you changed. You are changed, but you don't feel it. People feel that nothing changed in a person. That's not true.
True. Rabi, in your case, what would be this?
I think if you rise, you can fall, so you have to pay attention and make sure that you keep on growing. This is very important. Education, self-education, self-development is essential key.
Nicola?
So a misconception about a reputation, I would say that it's an overnight success. You know, it's actually built over the long term.
That's true. Dwayne would answer that question easily because you've been building that on for a longer time.
Yeah, I think it's, remind me the question again, sorry?
One misconception people have about reputation.
I think sometimes people are stuck within the past or someone's character, or just from their 5 senses of information that they take in, they can perceive and bring judgment upon something without looking and reading the whole book.
Beautiful. Vajanti?
I think when it comes to reputation, people think that you always have to be successful or seen as successful, the social media thing I'm saying. But in reality, it's about your reputation is not how many times you fall or fail. Your reputation is how many times you're able to get up, right? So, so therefore, it doesn't really matter whether you have to put your positive self-image in social media or not. It's about what you actually do and what value you create. That's what matters.
Well, looks like our telepathy is actually working right now because the next question was I was about to ask, what advice would you give to our audience, and you actually ended up with that.
Okay.
Nice, thank you.
Thank
Dwayne,
you.
one advice, because everybody is now entering 2026, what legacy that they can build from their own name?
That you are the solution, you are the dream, it's within.
Rabi?
Yeah, I think that in today's world, again, the social media attention is 8 seconds today on over the platforms. So, but you have to be there, and you can create a name for yourself. You're not just a number. You are yourself.
Nicola?
So a bit of advice when it comes to name, and because we kind of said we were going to focus on personal names, although some of us have mostly focused on companies. And I think name and identity go really close together, and I don't feel we've paid enough attention to ourselves, quite frankly, talking about humanity, which I'm so passionate about. So build your own identity. It doesn't have to be a business. It doesn't have to be on social media. Do it for yourself. Do it for yourself. Stand tall and be all the way the beautiful human being that you were created to be.
100%.
So the main advice is to embrace the change. That's don't let your ego makes you not change your mindset, because just hear more, you're going to embrace the change.
And that's, ladies and gentlemen, we end up with saying embrace the change. Do you have any questions in the meantime? Yeah. All right. So there's no questions because we don't have time. Thank you again. We have the beautiful guests here. I just need a round of applause for what they've shared, what they've built upon.
right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are still with us. Everyone still awake? Everyone give us a wave. You're still, there you go, lovely. That was nice. All right, so we will be moving on to our next panel discussion, and the topic is how great leaders build movement, not just management. So we will explore what it takes to create a vision that motivates, inspires, and unites people. I'm going to be handing over to Brigadier Sushil Basin, who's military-inspired leadership expert at SB Consultancy. He will be the one moderating this session, and I'll leave it to him to introduce the panelists. Let's give him a round of applause.
Okay, so may I request all the panelists to come and sit according to their sequence. Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and now we move to this panel. I know it's the last panel, but I hope you're not tired, because if you are, we'll make sure you're not tired anymore. Okay, so here is my panel, a very strong panel we have got, and I'm sure you will have a great time. But just before we start with the panel, there are a couple of things I would like to tell you. One is that we believe that we are here for the audience and we are here to give you value. And if we are to give you value, the authors here don't matter, the content matters, and therefore no introductions, right? So you know their names, they're sitting in that sequence, I hope, yes? Yeah. And therefore you can connect with them, the names are there, right? So that is where we wanted to save time, and whatever we do today, we'll look at brevity. So let's start by, just one second, okay, I don't know. Okay, so I just have to see the sequence. So basically today, the topic you have heard, but we have divided or we have themed it like from managers to leaders to momentum. And we're going to start with Ajay. So Ajay, can you tell us, how do you think the teams that you make are the teams which are strong, which are focused, and which are result oriented? So tell us something about what you feel about teams that make great leaders work to bring up good teams.
Okay. Hello. Yeah. We think if a leader transform their or convey the purpose to the team, especially we are working in a different type of environment, especially we are in financial inclusion area. So our team first would understand the value which we have created in the field, especially how the members are touching, or how we are converting the members, and how we are giving positive impact to the team. That way the team can be changed.
Is that all? Okay. So I would tell you a lot later as we go along, because that is my subject of building and leading high performing and mission oriented teams. But once you get the teams right, and you know the purpose, the more important thing is how about ownership? Because they must take ownership. They must not wait for orders. They must act in absence of orders. That's what we said in the army. A good team works without being supervised and works in absence of orders. So let's have Asad talking about what is ownership and how would you deal with that?
Thank you, Brigadier, and reminding me for military discipline, and a lot to learn from military, definitely, no matter which country military we are talking about. Now, going back to your question of how do we create such an environment, I think if we really want our people to take ownership without, instead of following orders only, I believe we owe them something. We owe them more than instruction, something else. I believe that is what clarity is all. You know, when there is a clarity, we're talking about clarity that takes away the doubts, clarity that removes all kind of assumptions for whatever they are supposed to do. So once things are clear to your people, the ambiguity goes away. At least that fog is removed where they are wondering, shall I take decision, shall I not take decision? What shall I do, what shall I not do? So once you provide them the clarity, that fog is removed. Now, the second factor that adds up to this, and it is very, very important because only clarity will not work. The second factor is the trust. Before I talk about the trust, I want to say something that late Steve Jobs has said, and very close to me, that statement. He said, we do not hire smart people and tell them what to do. Right? We hire smart people so that they tell us what to do. So if you are having huge team working for you, working with you, whatever you want to call it, and you do not allow them to do what they are hired for, do you think they will take ownership? Do you think really they're going to take ownership? If they feel that my management is not trusting me, why should I take decision then? At the end of the day, they're going to tell me what needs to be done. So let me wait for them to give me order. So if you really want them not to wait for order, clarify everything, clear expectations, clarify the boundaries, and clarify them the guidelines, how they're supposed to behave in good time, bad times, and when things are not going as per the plans. They should know if I have, like for example, aviation. When pilots are flying any kind of aircraft, they have extensive training for the pilots, right? But still, they have something called emergency book. And if something happens, they refer to that. And they take decision then and there without talking to the dispatch. Similarly, we need to provide them the guidelines that if something happens, what are my guidelines? It all depends on companies. Some companies will have mission as their guidelines. Some company will have vision as the guidelines. If you are stuck with a decision, see the impact on mission and take a decision. See the impact of that decision on vision and then take decision. So clarity and trusting your team for them to make mistakes and learn out of them. These two factors, to me, makes the foundation for creating such an environment. Thank you.
Absolutely. So, thank you so much. Clarity is talking about, and I just want to tell you a small little story that I wanted a handset which had a very good camera. And my son is a professional photographer. So I asked him, he asked me to buy this phone. I bought it. It's got a very good camera, but my pictures still wouldn't be as good as his. So when I asked him, I said, tell me, how is it that your pictures are so clear and mine are not? He says, Dad, when did you clean your lens? I said, I have never done it. So he says, the dust on the lens will never let your pictures be clear. And similarly, the dust or the fog in our mind never lets clarity happen. So clarity is eliminating of what is not wanted. For example, a sculptor, he has a real good picture of the statue, But what he does is he scrapes off all the unnecessary wood, and what emerges is a great statue. So now, having seen the statue, we want to come back to now Alex, again with the same thing of, we talked about ownership, we talked about a little bit of purpose and how teams do it, but we'll come back to the very important part of a leader who transits from not doing things, but getting things done. And that is an essential transition which I, in my 21 years of teaching in the corporate world, have found people do not easily come to. They don't delegate, and they want to do things themselves. And when they do things themselves, they will lose ownership. People will wait for orders. They will say, oh, he's going to do it in any case. And so how do you build those type of autonomous teams who can do things on their own?
Yeah, so I would say that we have to trust our employees and our team members to do the job and without micromanaging their day-to-day activities. So we, I personally believe in giving my team members the autonomy to run their work streams the way they feel it is the right way of doing it. And then later we look at the results and see where we did well and where we have opportunity to do better. That is one. Secondly, the culture within the company is very, very, very important. So I spend a lot of time sitting with my team members. Can I be heard? Okay, it's not working. Can I be heard now? No? Can I borrow one? Thank you.
You can borrow a mic.
Okay, cool. I borrowed one. Oh wow. Okay, cool. Just to reiterate. So, I do believe to give the autonomy to my team members to run their work streams and their particular domains the way they feel it's the right way of doing without me micromanaging my team. We look then at the results periodically and see where we do well and where we have opportunity to do better. Secondly, the culture is the fuel of the company, right? The culture is what keeps people going, and the culture is what keeps your family together in that sense. And I spend a lot of time emphasizing on the fact that the we is always greater than the I.
Absolutely, yes.
And by doing that, and I tell that to my team members who run bigger teams, don't manage people, don't manage them, mentor them. Mentor the people.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now, before we go further to the next speaker, I want to bring something about this ownership, about the building of teams in that way. That it's a very long story, but I'll just tell you as shortly as I can. I don't know how many of you are aware of the 2008 terrorist attack in Mumbai on the Taj. Anyone knows that? So I'm talking about that. The NSG was called from Delhi. Okay, long story of that, I'll cut short to say when they landed up in front of the gateway of India and they got down from those buses, the mission leader had only been in that unit in the NSG for 3 months. That means he didn't know his team so well. But the system that Indian Army follows is such that he was told when he got down that there are 3 missions and each one of them is equally important. And NSG is designed for one mission at one time. And that entire equipment and manpower is designed for one mission. He had to stand on the road there without any preparation, and he divided his team into 3 parts with the equipment, and within 15 minutes they were disposed of to their various places. And when he got everyone together, he just said 2-3 things. He said, mission, no civilian or nobody other than the terrorist will be killed. I want zero casualties. Secondly, I want you to ensure that everyone is then evacuated safely out of the hotel. And there was one more thing which is not so significant here. With this very clear terms and telling them what to do and not how to do, the result was that that case study has become a world case study where not a single, not even one guest or non-terrorist died. 100% people were evacuated safely. That is the way a team can really perform if you know how to give clear orders, build ownership, and build that teamwork. Now we transit into what is a very important question is that what do we do as managers to become leaders? Which means how does that transition, that shift take place that one could say that no, manager is different, leader is different. And he just said something that you don't order them, you mentor them. So we'll go to Vita Sana, to tell us about how does that transition take place.
So I think in my experience in senior leadership position for some of the largest design and engineering organizations globally as operation director, and today as an executive leader, executive coach for leaders, team coach, and leadership development facilitator, I've observed that one thing is clear. So people don't get inspired by titles. People are inspired by people who help them grow. And leaders who create movements, they don't do this relying on their authority. They actually do this because they know how to influence behaviors and environments they operate. And how do they do this? They actually have things in common. One thing is they see challenges as catalysts for growth. So leaders who create movement, they don't protect their teams from challenges. If anything, they actually help them navigate challenges. They help them going through, and they help them reflect through challenges. So asking questions such as, what can we learn from this? How can we go through this experience? And that's very powerful. Second things that they do is they also create what we call it like speak up culture, which is not a psychological safe environment. There is a slight difference. So people don't speak up, meaning they don't bring their own ideas, innovation, concerns, and risk when they feel it's safe to do so, meaning when they don't fear consequences. That's not enough. People do this and contribute when they know it's also worth it to do so, when they believe that something is going to be done with my contribution. People are going to listen to me somehow. People are going to take my opinion or my concern into account. It doesn't mean everything needs to be acted upon, but at least consider. And that's very important. It creates an environment where people can innovate and grow together. And third thing, very important, leaders who create movements are those who are fully aware of the impact that they have in the culture of an organization or a community that they are part of. What does this mean? We know that behaviors create cultures, and cultures influence environments. And the environment reinforces the behavior. So it's a very powerful loop. And leaders who create movements are fully aware of this loop, and they consciously choose how they want to perform, how do they want to show up. They are aware that they set the tone. Their whispers become shout, and they're fully aware of this. What's powerful here and what's the opportunity? And what I've been doing with a lot of organizations, leaders, and institutions is to help people to learn all of this, because we can learn. And we can create entire organizations that are led in this way. And this is through programs, initiatives, leadership development initiatives, and so on. And people can transform. And when we do that, people don't only perform, but often they transform themselves. And that's what inspires movement, in my experience.
Wonderful. I think it was very well brought out. And organization culture is something which is more important than what is normally understood. I mean, many of us would be doing, I do a 40 minutes class only on what organization culture is, and takes a day or two to build up if you want to really tell people the importance of organization culture. So as she said, cultures shape behaviors, but now we need to also turn into stability. And I want to now get over to Manish to tell us, how do you get stability in a team so that they can work without orders during uncertainty, when things are not imagined, uncertain things happen, or unexpected things happen?
Thank you for the question. I think trust and alignment are the two attributes that are absolutely important when leaders build movements. We heard earlier with a few panels, all of you have heard about the word trust. They spoke about zero trust, but when it comes to people, it's important to understand that for a leader to create a movement, having trust is going to be absolutely important. However, trust and alignment are untangible attributes for a leader to build a movement. What really influences individuals to build trust and alignment is where, Rita, I will take on where you ended. Your behavior functions have an important role to play. So I think being able to understand the sentiments of your employees, being able to build relationships with them, and then to look out for their behavioral signals are some of the fingerprints that we should be looking at as signals for leaders to build movements. I can give you an example of how really has it been happening in our organization. I work for IBM, which is a 100-year-old organization, but I'm very proud to say that even after 100 years, the organization still works in a startup mode. And for us to be able to do that, it was absolutely important way back in 1990s that as an organization, we were able to build a movement. So the then CEO initiated a movement which had a mission statement, which actually influenced a lot of employees, and that was the Smarter Planet Initiative. Smarter Planet Initiative was during the times when the internet was just starting, and it gave the organization a single messaging that they could actually build a movement upon. Second example was where there was a shift of power. What that basically means is that for leaders to build movements, right, my performance will not be judged only based upon me as an individual. My performance will be judged based upon the business unit or the organization that I belong to. So I think a combination of all these will only ensure that there is alignment and trust, and as leaders, we will be able to build movements beyond management.
Thank you. Thank you. You brought it out very well, and very good examples you gave. Now, we have spoken about purpose, we have spoken about ownership, we have spoken about teams. All that said and done, today in the fast-paced, rapid world, we also need to know how do we prepare leaders for the future. So Suveka, I'll request you to throw some light on what advice would you give leaders to train people and be leaders who are future ready.
Thank you for the question. And simple answer for this one is, I would advise future aspiring leaders just lead by example is the first thing. So they really need to understand what is the purpose, understand the vision of the organization, and then clearly articulate that down to the teams. If they don't understand the vision first, they can't really be able to create the momentum, because the teams they can't really be able to communicate to the teams in such a way that they will be more feel inclusive of the organization, and that really creates some kind of disconnect with the teams and the vision. So that's the first thing, understand the purpose. Second thing, transparency and trust, maybe. So avoid corporate politics in the first place. So anybody who wanted to play leader who can actually create momentum cannot really do the corporate politics. In most of the organizations that we see, corporate politics is something which is unavoidable. At some point of time, everybody should have faced the corporate world, but true leaders should not really entertain that. That's my advice to the people. Let's not get into the corporate politics. Apart from that, adapt to the change, adapt to the technology, adapt to the trends in the market. So as a leader, if you really wanted to create the right level of momentum in the team, in the organization, you need to understand what's happening outside the organization also. So you need to understand what is the management goal towards, let's say, next 3 years, next 5 years, where the organization wanted to move forward. So there may be changes as the top management changes, sometimes the changes that happen, the direction changes, roadmap changes. So in such cases, you need to be flexible enough to adopt those changes and communicate those changes or cascade those changes down to the team. So that's one more key important for any person who wanted to be aspiring leader who truly wants to create the momentum. And last but not least, as you used the word, create empowered, self-empowered teams, autonomous teams. So that's the most important thing. So create a psychological safety environment where people can freely, openly talk their ideas and take their decisions. But sometimes these decisions may go wrong. As the person is newly coming to the leadership role, they may take some wrong decisions also. That may create an impact. So be watchful. Even though if you create self-empowered team, be watchful. So you really need to understand, are they going in the right track or off track? Whenever they are going off track, guide them in such a way to come back into the right track so that they understand what are the implications or what are the impacts that are going to be created at a later part. So considering all these, I think these are my key advices to the aspiring leaders. Understand the vision, cascade the vision in the right way, then take the decisions freely.
Thank you very much. So that really brings about everything that we were talking about this topic. Now we'll go in for a lightning round. And before we go to the lightning round, I want the QR code to be up. So what we want is, we want to promise each one of you that your questions will be answered. And what we are going to do is, to ensure that we take up some quality questions and not waste the time of everyone if the question is not so good and relevant. So we have got a QR code. Now please, any question you have, put it on the QR code. Open this. There's a form, very simple form. Just put your question there and tell us whom is it directed for. So it could be for any one of the panelists or it could be for all. So you can just do that while we go through the lightning round. Now in this lightning round, I would like to ask all of you, and we'll go in the seat. No, we'll start from the lady and come back.
Thank you.
Okay? Yeah. Only one lady, and we told her to be the leader, but she refused. She was you know, men sometimes today, for ease of comfort, love to have a women leader, because you just leave the leadership to her, we'll sit and enjoy and do what we do. Okay, so in just one or two, sorry? Oh, so only in one or two sentences, I want you to tell us, what do you think is the final one message that is your key message to the audience for making people go from managers to leaders to movement? Start.
I think the most important thing today, at any level in your career, even where we're a student or a CEO, I think is strong belief in our ability to grow. So that whatever our abilities are today, we can expand those abilities. We can continuously learn and develop at any time in our life. When we have this strong belief in ourselves and for others too, then I think we can always expand and explore and become a better version of ourselves.
It has to be shorter than this. Okay,
2 words.
15 seconds.
Grow mindset.
15 seconds.
You're putting me in trouble, Brigadier, 15 seconds. Anyways, I'll make it very quick. My suggestion and my recommendation to all of you. First of all, stop calling your employees as your family. They are not. Let's not fool ourselves. Just treat them as humans and everything will be done. Trust me. Thank you.
Wonderful. Yeah. Treat them as friends, treat them as humans.
Hire people you can learn something from and trust them to do their job and do not micromanage them.
Very good. Thank you.
I think as an individual, as a leader, we need to be vulnerable. That's one. Second, as a leader and our employees, we should bring in their ability to learn, unlearn, and learn again and again and again. And lastly, be agile and flexible.
Thank you.
Create an open dialogue culture at all levels.
Very good.
Leadership is not about holding their hands only, but lighting a fire in their hearts.
Very good. We have some time left for the audience. That's what I wanted. Okay, so I will also just add one or two things here. We talked of how we go into future leadership, and one of the main principles of war or leadership in the army is foresight. Are you able to see ahead? And now, within this present world of ours, I say good leaders operate ahead of the predictability curve. So you're not operating as of today, as of tomorrow. You are operating a few years ahead and preparing your teams, preparing your organization for that forward area. Okay? And the second thing is, the army taught me as a leader two things. And they'll be very, very well worth taking a note of. One, that a leader has two tasks. One is accomplishment of mission at all costs. No compromise, no. The second is welfare of your troops. So welfare of your teams. If you take care of this, it's a very tightrope walk, because if you indulge too much into welfare, you'll compromise on the mission, and if you totally into mission orientation, your people will not be happy. Okay, so now we'll come to the questions. So, do we have some questions? No questions. No questions. So yes, so you can now you can raise your hands, because we wanted to give a fair chance to everyone so that the questions are answered, because that's what we do when we get this data, and we also give you answers within a week from the panel. So any questions now? Yes, one question there. Can somebody give him a mic? Yeah, young man, you can run and come here.
I love your hair, man.
Yeah, okay.
So this is a question oriented towards everybody. I typed in the question, but I was confused whom to ask. So anybody who feels, having relevant experience can answer this. So as a young businessman in my company, or when I see others, there is a notion when I see other businessmen or any managers I talk to, they usually yell at their employees, or they give strict deadlines, especially in India. They make them stay after 12 a.m. and all those stuff. So as a businessman, I decided, I made sure that everything happens. So I plan in advance and try not those things happen to my team and all that stuff. So what is your opinion on yelling at employees or anything related to competence? What is the line? What's the boundary for a leader or a manager to mentor an employee, at the same time manage an employee without, going into that, crossing that line? How do we, as a leader?
So again, a military learning, and I'll pass on to somebody more to elaborate. 2 words, be firm and polite. That's it. You don't have to yell. Your voice is not going to make the difference. You have to be very firm on what you're saying, but you'd say whatever you say politely. What have you feel?
That's a wonderful question, by the way, and a very genuine one, because not only in India, moreover everywhere the same thing is happening. The level differs only. Now, let's understand the characteristics of the people, those who are shouting. First of all, these people are not the leaders. They are insecure employees in the company. Shouting comes from where? Shouting comes from stress. And stress comes from where? When you cannot handle a situation. And as a leader, if you cannot handle a situation, you are not a leader. Because leader is not like, okay, I'm the father in the company, I'm the big brother, I'll take care of you. No. Leadership is way, way different what we understand. It's beyond our apprehensions. It's not simply, leader does not mean you report to me, you report to me, you report to me, I'll sign your attendance, I'll give you promotion, that's it. No, that's not leadership. That anyone can do that. So it's the insecure people who shout, and definitely it should not be accepted. And I congratulate you that what kind of thinking you're having as a businessman, budding leader. As I said before, treat your people as humans, not as employees. Not your family and not your employees, just human. As a human, treat others the way you would like to be treated, and nothing will come in front of you. Thank you.
I would like to add on. First of all, congratulations. It's always good to see young entrepreneurs picking up the journey, and I wish you all the best. I would boil down the answer to your question into one single word, and that word is respect. So, and it comes again, it depends very much on the leadership, which culture is there within a company. When leaders screaming at their people, then we have a very toxic environment, which ideally the leadership should take care of, that we have a respectful environment. And basically we should respect each other. Forget about the corporate world for a moment. I do strongly believe we should respect each other as a human being and treat each other in that way. And what counts for the how we deal each other on a human level, I would replicate the same into the corporate world. Thank you.
What's your name?
My name is Prince Joseph, sir.
Sorry?
Prince Joseph. Prince Joseph.
Okay. Prince, firstly, what they have told you is what leaders should do. And I'm sure your question is, what do I do when they yell at me? Is that right?
My question is, to give you context, usually my company is good, but usually when I interact with clients, that's where the toxicity comes in.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, we also now need to understand, and meet me after this. I'll tell you what do you do when your leaders yell at you. Thank you. That's why. So you have to also learn how to react to them, because what he's saying is good for leaders to know that don't do this. But if they do, then what?
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, we finished on time. Okay.
My name is Muhammad Mansour. So it's all well and good when you're there, you're leading a team, regardless of how big it is or small it is, and people come and join the team. But many times you'll find that some people will end up joining to be the leader of a team from outside of the team. And you're faced with a culture that's already there. And it's not so easy to put all of these things into practice in one shot. Usually a layered approach maybe is better. So just thinking about that, that if we just take it from I'm there and everybody's coming on or everybody's already there, it's a lot different than when you are hired maybe to lead a team that already has a toxic culture, already has a lot of problems, and then you have to steward them away from that in a way that everybody will come along and not lose anybody. So anybody's thoughts on that? Yeah, please.
Maybe to take this. So two things are very important here. Number one, it's awareness. Because awareness is the precondition for change. When you have awareness plus action, you have change. So awareness is number one. The second thing I want to say is like a culture. What is a culture? It's the sum of the actions of everyone, right? Community, a country, or an organization. Times the formula, the level of seniority. When you are as a leader, do something in an organization, the way you answer an email, the way you lead a team, the way you scream at your team, you set the tone for everyone else to think that that's the way we should behave. So as a leader, you will be surprised how powerful it is, the way you engage, you show up every day. That's why I mentioned conscious choice. Because often, with a lot of pressure, everyone needs to deliver results, right? So you have that pressure from the top, pressure from the client, pressure from the team. As a leader, it's not an easy position to be. But the moment you become aware that you can consciously choose how you want to show up in that situation, instead of going autopilot, you can make a huge impact. Is it going to happen overnight? No. Nothing changes overnight. But you can choose every day to set the tone and give the example. And that can be extremely powerful. You will be surprised how people respond to that.
Yeah, I'll just add on to that. So since you specifically highlighted about new hires coming in, 100% of the times, it is impossible to say that there is any organization where there's no politics. There will be politics. My experience has been in my organization that whenever there is a new hire, as a part of onboarding, behavioral training and what is the culture of the organization is now embedded as a part of our onboarding, so that the person who's coming in and joining the team is aware to a certain extent what the dynamics of the team are. That's number one. Secondly, there is a committee, it's like the project management office. There is a sub-office within the PMO whose responsibility is only to handhold new joinees for at least a period of 6 months, not just looking at how well they are doing at their job role, but to ensure that within the first 6 months of being in the organization, they are as comfortable from a culture perspective in which toxicity is also a part of it. So there are people who are now being hired, counselors plus, who deal with such kind of aspects. At least that is what we've experienced in our organization. And most of the organizations should be looking at that, otherwise there is no movement that can be built. And you are as good as your team. And with the new hires coming in, I think that becomes more and more important. Yeah. I hope it gives.
I was thinking more in terms of if you come in to lead a new team, if you come in to lead a team, yeah, you come in to lead a team that you were not part of before, and they have a certain culture, and you're going to have to make a stand, like you were saying, or this is how it's done. You may have to have some losses. You may have to have some losses to prove a point. In my line of business, especially safety is a very important concern. So even if you're busy and you're going to go to do something, if you pass by somebody doing something unsafe, you stop everything. Because if you walk by, it's not busy, then that's okay. What they're doing is okay. So it's about picking and choosing where to start to change a culture to lead it towards something better. It's not going to happen in one day.
But I want to say one thing.
So it takes time. It will take time, but there is a way where a new leader who comes in, they bring in their values, influence people to see what is not going well, eradicate that toxicity and bring it back to rails. So that can be done, but it's a process, as he said, it doesn't happen overnight.
I just want to say one thing. One thing that is super important. As a leader, as a person, whatever you're not changing, you're choosing. In life or at work. So if you see something that doesn't work, toxic behavior, a person who is not giving their best, you're tolerating this is your choosing. You're setting the tone. So it's very important that certain things, don't, oh, I'm new, I'll take it 1 year from now, 6 months from now. It doesn't work. But I'm happy to continue the conversation later. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I must thank the panelists a lot for being so cooperative and collaborating in a beautiful way. So thank you very much.
And thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, wonderful. We are back on track, and it's now time to celebrate the very leaders who are putting these lessons into action. Our recognition session honors individuals and organizations that have demonstrated exceptional leadership, innovation, and impact across industries. Now, to help me hand out these awards, I would like to invite Mr. Gary Young, who is the CEO and founder of Avela Global. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Thank you for having me. Nice to meet you. We'll just give the team an extra 30 seconds to remove the table. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for our very first award for this session, I'd like to invite Mona Abdulrahim Santil, who is an internationally recognized award-winning trainer, coach, therapist, and managing director of Mind Your Power, LLC. She founded HypnoRise, her signature corporation approach that integrates hypnosis to unlock potential and reprogram limiting beliefs.
I believe that true transformation really starts from within, and
the results are then visible externally. And HypnoRise was founded like this. I am very honored and proud to hold this in my hand because this is actually the visible success of a long, long journey of myself, a journey of hesitation and maybe a little bit of fear of bringing these two worlds together, hypnosis and then leadership and corporate leadership. But here we are, and last week, actually, my baby HypnoRise was born, founded, and if nothing goes wrong tonight, my book will be out on Amazon tomorrow. HypnoRise, thank you. I'm very grateful, of course, to every single one of my clients, whether corporate individuals or organizations, for making this possible, for trusting me and opening up with their personal journeys. Otherwise, this would have not been possible. Also very grateful to my family, extended family, actually. Mami, Baba, Lino, Luca, Luis, Marianne, Maria, Leila, Hannah, Lina, who all contributed, and thank you for challenging me, for believing in me, whether consciously or not. And lastly, thank you very much, CXO, for inspiring me to rise even higher and maybe to come back next year.
Yes, we'd love that.
Thank you.
Up next for the CXO 2.0 Conference Emerging Leader in Business Award, I'd like to welcome Kedar Meranti, who is the company secretary at TBEA Energy. With at least 10 years of experience in governance, compliance, legal affairs, and stakeholder management, he leads secretarial functions for green energy operations.
Organizers and jury for this award. I really appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you. For our next award, I'd like to invite Pradeep Nair, who is the product head of Arcus Power, specializing in B2B SaaS-based product development across energy tech, fintech, and investech. Previously, he was the VP of product at Traxin, a private market intelligence platform.
First of all, thank you so much, CXO 2.0, for inviting me again and honoring me. You guys do a great job of organizing these events. This is just such a well-managed event. And lastly, I would like to dedicate this award to my family, my parents, and all these startups companies that have worked with me and scaled in the past, and currently do so as well. I think their success adds to my credibility. So thank you all, and thanks a lot. Have a good evening.
Thank you. For our next award, I would like to invite Monish Jaswal to the stage. Monish is the vice president at PW with over 15 years in ed tech and consumer tech. He excels in data-driven decision-making, disciplined execution, and empowering teams, fostering growth with integrity in fast-paced environments.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank CXO 2.0 conference for honoring me with this award. it was a great privilege to be recognized, and will motivate me to work harder and look for more such motivations in future. And in the end, heartfelt appreciation and thanks to the family, to my family, who has been part of my journey as I grow in doing business. Thank you.
Thank you. For our next award, I'd like to invite Mufadal Chalalawala to the stage, who is the founder and CEO of Netfire. With its expertise in paid advertising and inorganic marketing, he blends strategic insights with creative precision to help businesses scale through impactful branding.
Okay, everyone. So first of all, good evening to everybody over here. And CXO 2.0, thank you for this achievement. Because, this award, I can't tell you what this means to me. So it's not been too long, like every one of you over here, that I've been in this business. I've been in just doing anything at all. But to be getting recognition on the stage amongst all of you all, I can't even put it in words. So first of all, my first credit goes to my parents. My parents are the reason that I'm here. They have pushed me and pushed me to get here. Then my family, my friends, and of course, most recently, my partners and my team at my company, Netfire. I'm telling you all, team and people out there, you should invest. All the other things do not matter. It's not gold, it's not real estate. Just invest in good people, and you'll get there someday. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and congratulations. For our next award, I'd like to invite Omar Al-Ameri to the stage. Omar is a seasoned executive and enterprise leader who currently serves as the Chief Shared Services Officer at MED Gulf, Saudi Arabia. Is Omar in the room? No. We'll move swiftly on. For our next award, Sukanya Sivakumar. Sukanya is the founder of Right IT Solutions, brings over 18 years of expertise in learning technology, spanning e-learning, ILT, and learning consulting. Sukanya, are you in the room? Sorry, the person who stood up left the room. They bamboozled me for a second. Let's see, next one, Zainab Abdulbak. Zainab is here, is the Chief Operating Officer at Fox Cooling Group MEP, with over 15 years of operations management in the HVAC industry across Ghana and West Africa region.
Good evening, my fellow leaders. I'm really honored, let me say leadershiply honored. In the Middle East, we have the legacy of turning sand into gold. And we, as leaders, we get to make a change, to inspire, to innovate, and to leave an impact. That's why we have to continue doing this no matter what. Thank you for this award. I dedicate it first to myself, to my family, to my friends, to my team, and to my daughters. Hard work always pays off. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Abdulbaki. For our next award, I'd like to invite Patrick Lang to the stage. Patrick, are you in the room? For our next award of the Business Leadership Excellence, Abdullah Hassan. Abdullah Hassan is the CEO of Global Next, with over 8 years of experience in quantitative finance, IT development, AI development, and international logistics.
Thank you, guys. I don't know what this represents for me. I'll be honest, I love the story, and I love that I get to share it with you. Though, who do I dedicate this to? Truth be told, the answer is I want to dedicate it to the leaders of tomorrow. Not the people that are in this room, but rather the people that aren't. The people that are suffering, the generations that are getting lost because of inflationary crises, because of economic crises, because of political and geopolitical crises. All I want to acknowledge is the people that got me to this stage and the people that I am hoping to uplift as I go into many more stages. I want to acknowledge that we are the generations that are going to be building tomorrow. We are the generation that feel like we are inheriting a world that has not been, well, it's just built to allow us to succeed. And even though I might be here and I might have been able to build a team to actually get me to this point, and I'm so grateful for you guys. But I also want to acknowledge the people that are struggling. I mean, depression rates are higher in our generation than in any previous generations. We are facing demographic crises. We're facing the fact that most people can't even afford rent. So all I want to say is make love, not war. Let's build and not destroy. And to the leaders of tomorrow who are here today, let us uplift each other, and hopefully we'll be able to create a world that will be sustainable for future generations. Thank you.
For our next award for Business Leadership in Excellence, Aditi Chatterjee. Aditi, are you in the room? Again, for Business Leadership Excellence Award, Ahmed Amar. Ahmed is an Executive VP of Logical Applications for Business Solutions, with 20 years of experience in consulting, business development, and innovation, a Forbes Business Development Council member, and award-winning leader.
Thank you very much. Having an award is never a solo endeavor. I'd like to thank all the teams that support all the teams, all the partners, or everyone that has helped to reaching this moment. Thank you very much for the recognition. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Up next for the Business Leadership Excellence Award, Andrew Svoboda. Andrew, are you in the room? Svoboda. Again, for Business Leadership Excellence Award, Andy Nicholson. Andy Nicholson is the Chief Experience Officer at BLR World. A visitor experience expert, he analyzes environmental interactions to advise businesses on optimal experiences, combining consulting, strategy, and operational management.
Thank you very much. Look, it's always fantastic to be recognized, so thank you so much for the award. It strikes me over the past couple of days that actually the quality of leadership and quality of humanity that we've seen on the panels and in the lobbies and in the rooms means that really what we can achieve together is something that we should really strive for excellence and brilliance. And that's something that we do at BLR World. So this is for all the simply brilliant people there. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next for our Business Leadership Excellence Award, Anish Modi. Anish, are you in the room? Betania Bigini? Betania? Betania is the CEO of IBC, International Business Corporation, with over 15 years leading sustainable trade, AI integration, and technology partnerships worldwide. She has led major projects in renewable energy, electromobility, industrial innovation, and AI-driven optimization.
Thank you so much for this recognition. For me, it's an honor to receive it, and I do it with humility and commitment. For me, this is not an individual achievement. It's a result for my whole team that's always with the same vision, dedication, and discipline. They support me with their words and with their results. So to everyone who has been part of my journey, I want to thank them for their trust, their commitment, and their energy. Also, for me, it's not only a professional achievement. It is a belief that we can change our realities. We can create opportunities and really generate an impact in our business world. For me, it's a big motivation and inspire to be better every day. And thanks CXO to value all the effort for these years and what we create together. Thank you for my parents, my father, and my mother that always support me unconditionally. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Biagini. Up next for our Business Leadership Excellence Award, BJ Jayaraj. Mr. Jayaraj is the founder and CEO of WalkTalk DigiSec AI. With deep expertise in consumer-focused technology products, he founded Loyalty Rewards Management, India's leading loyalty management firm, which was acquired for $100 million US. He's also held leadership roles in MasterCard Worldwide and Jet Airways.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, Team CXO. You know, like any young organization, for us, it's a long journey, and recognition like this along the way, that really recharges us to keep going forward. So thank you so much and really appreciate this. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, sir. Our next award is for the CXO 2.0 Conference Visionary Award. Please welcome to the stage Daniela Lamarca. Daniela is the founder of Media Buzz, an award-winning publisher, AI innovation strategist, and public health researcher with over 25 years of leadership across Europe and Asia. Founder and publisher of Global Health Press and editor-in-chief of AI in Marketing.
Thank you so much. This award is encouraging me to continue my journey I'm on for the past 25 years across digital marketing, media, publishing, and public health communication. So thank you so much, and I'm honored to be among these bold thinkers here that do not only talk about the future, but actually building it. Thank you.
For the Business Leadership Excellence Award, I'd like to welcome Dr. Sachin Shenoy. Dr. Sachin is the founder and CEO of Niche AR Global, a leading executive search firm in the UAE as well as India. Expert in talent acquisition and AI's impact on recruitment. He holds a doctorate in business administration focused on Indian ITES companies.
Thank you for the honor. Thank you, CXO team. And a leader is as good as his team. So I would like to thank my team for this opportunity out here, and also my family, my clients, and all my candidates. Thank you.
Up next for the Business Leadership Excellence Award, to the stage, Dr. Samuel Lovis Salah Nizi. Dr. Samuel is president of PMI Cameroon. He's an accomplished professional and trainer, uniquely adept for integrating project and financial management for sustainable development. His expertise was instrumental in a 37 million US aid initiative, where he strengthened governance for over 25 organizations, ensuring vital services for more than 35,000 vulnerable children.
Thank you, CXO. This is the award of 400 members and 7 vice presidents that work tirelessly every day to serve thousands and thousands of beneficiaries in Cameroon. So most of the time you are busy planning stuff, creating more life, but we sometimes forget to stop and celebrate what you achieve. So this is the moment. Thank you for giving the opportunity to celebrate what you achieved for this year. Thank you.
Keep up the good work. Our next award is the CXO 2.0 Conference Young Achiever Award. Please welcome to the stage Ibad Sayed. Ibad is a co-founder and CTO of Vogue IA in Neurostone Technologies. A 22-year-old self-taught innovator and IIT undergraduate, he pioneers IT solutions for public speaking evaluation and interview preparation.
Thank you. Wow, this really means a lot. Thank you so much, Team CXO, for this honor. I'm just 22 years old, and standing here realized me that age doesn't define how big your visions can be, but your consistency and curiosity does. Building Vogue AI was really an exceptional thing for me, and being recognized here among such inspiring leaders is really an honor for me. And I'm feeling like I should never stop. I should just keep going and keep improving. I have faced a lot of failures earlier regarding the startup and previously also. But after receiving such honors, such recognitions, I think that I should keep on moving myself. I want to thank my parents, my sister, for always believing in me, for always supporting me. It's because of them why I'm here today. To all my friends who supported me, who stood by my side. And lastly, to all the young builders out there, I just wanted to say that keep experimenting, keep challenging yourself, keep building. Don't just build for hype, build something that truly helps people. Thank you. Thank you so much.
For the Business Leadership in Excellence Award, I'd like to welcome Furkan Ersoy to the stage. Furkan is the Chief of IT at Mercedes-Benz Hasmir Automotive. With over 15 years of experience in the IT sector, he specializes in network security, IT infrastructure, and strategic business planning, delivering operational efficiency and business continuity through automation-driven strategies.
Hello, honored guests and respected leaders. It's a great honor for me to receive this award today. Thank you, Hasmer, the the company I currently work for their support. And finally, I'd like to thank CXO team for this award and this wonderful organization. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Let's give him a round of applause. For our Business Leadership Excellence Award, I'd like to welcome Guy Morang. Guy is the managing partner of Cubic Consulting SARL, offering virtual CISO and board advisory services with an MBA from INSET and a master's in electrical engineering from UC Berkeley. Guy brings 3 decades of cybersecurity leadership to the table.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the CXO team, and I'm really honored. And I really appreciated this is my first time to come, and I really appreciated the presentation and particularly all the discussions with more people than I had imagined I would encounter here. I'm based in Luxembourg, in Europe, which is a small country who had to develop its future in the financial services side. I have lived and worked a long time in Singapore, also a small country who had to develop itself in a good way, and I appreciate the opportunity and to see also the same vision in UAE or in Dubai. So, and I'm seriously thinking about whether I should have a company here. And thanks for giving me that insight.
Anytime. For our next award of Business Leadership Excellence, I'd like to invite Hajar Al-Qasimi. Hajar, are you here? The next award is the CXO 2.0 Conference Visionaries Award. I'd like to welcome to the stage Hari Padmanabhan. Yes, we can woo. Yes, let's get some excitement in here. Harry is the founder and chairman of Uncia, a visionary entrepreneur and venture investor. He previously serves as chairperson and mentor at OS Labs, guiding the development of Indus OS, India's first multilingual app store.
Thank you very much. And this is CXO 2.0, and it takes me back to about 40 years ago when I started my first venture in Dubai. And it was a time when software was not known. Nobody knew what software was. There was always a question about why should somebody pay tens of thousands for a few disks of floppy disks, which cost just about 10, 20 dirhams in the souk. I was actually asked this question. So starting from there, we built products for the region, and because we were the first to get started with software here, and a lot of firsts came about after that. First built the first ERP product, the insurance products, and the entrepreneurial spirit that is the entire culture and ethos of this country, which led by its rulers, were the biggest entrepreneurs around. That made it possible for us to really reach out, grow in the region, on globally, then I get acquired, and I had the opportunity at that time to take the company global, and about 17,000 people, $500 million organization. That was 2.0. Then 3.0 was stepping out of that and mentoring and investing in and taking entrepreneurs to value creation. And then 4.0 is kind of revisiting the first step in terms of starting all over again as an entrepreneur and building something from scratch in the financial services space. So I think all I want to say is for the youngsters here, if you've started on your own, just stay with it, whatever the journey is. It is perseverance and persistence that takes you there. Never give up whatever happens. And for others who are, I see a lot of people here who've been through phenomenal experiences. Many of you shared it with us here today. And there is no stopping point. There is nothing like you can keep retiring but never retire. There's a lot of value that you can give to others in this world, and as long as you're doing that, everything works phenomenally well. So thank you very much. Very humbled by this. Thank you.
For the next award for Business Leadership Excellence, I'd like to welcome Justin George Kutala. Justin is the Associate Vice President of Industry Engagement at BITS Pilani. Over 21 years of experience, he has successfully built over 250 strategic partnerships with Fortune 500 companies and public sector units. Justin plays a pivotal role in bridging the gap between industry and academia by designing customized work-integrated education systems that align workforce needs with educational programs.
Hi, thank you CXO 2.0, and thank you for this award and recognition. It means a lot, and my name is kind of a placeholder over here, because if I receive this, it's because there are a lot of minds and hearts which are gone behind it. So I dedicate to all of them. First of all, my family, who have supported me all throughout. And I have a team which is a go-getters kind of a team, and they do the right things for what the customers need. And of course, hundreds of organizations who believe, and their professional or employees who believe in our programs are making a lot of difference in their career side of it. So this is a dedication to all of them. Thank you.
Thank you. For the next Leadership Excellence Award, I'd like to welcome Kanishk Bedi to the stage. Kanishk is the Managing Director of Biz Clinics LLC. With over 15 years of industry experience, his expertise spans digital transformation, process automation, sales, business development, marketing strategy, and social media management, as well as analytics.
Rang on the wrong time. Sorry for that.
Oh. Bye.
Thanks, CXO, for this particular award. I'm highly excited, honored to be the part of this event. This is the first time I've been in this event, and exceptionally had a great discussions with the leaders that has even motivated more to do something more in Dubai, come up with my own company, set up new things out here. At the same time, I want to dedicate this award to my team members, as I'm just receiving this award right now. My team is working very hard in India for a launch of our first product, which is into AI by the name of Humanoid, which will be completely automating the digital marketing space end to end. So once again, thank you, CXO, for this opportunity, and I highly appreciate it. Thank you.
Our next award for Business Leadership Excellence, I'd like to invite Catherine Burke to the stage. Catherine Burke is the CEO of Shoot Agency. With 17 years plus experience in branding, marketing, and product design, she leads fashion, automotive, and equestrian brands in luxury textiles, leather goods, and equestrian industries.
Hello to everybody, and thank you. I'm really happy being here amongst all these wonderful people tonight.
And I wanted just to mention that when I founded my first brand, I was really disillusioned and a little bit bored by fashion industry. Everything was not really what I wanted to achieve in my career or in my life. So I wanted to create a genuine brand, a real product, and everything that gives me a value in my life. And for me, the real value is something that has a purpose, or that's something that preserves our culture and our traditions for future. And that's why I'm working with century-old techniques to keep them for our future generations, because that's the importance of the values to me. So at last thing, I want to invite you to think about your luxury in your life. So what means luxury to you? Just to give an idea for this evening.
Thank you. The next award is the Conference Visionaries Award, and I'd like to welcome Laura Patak. Laura is an award-winning author, speaker, and transformative storytelling leader, and the founder of Empower Quest, LLC. She authored Whole, Not Perfect, as well as Stories with Purpose. Laura received a story-led transformational leadership award by Worth Minds and Ennoble at the Legacy Circle Global Leadership Summit 2025, and is a double nominee for Whole, Not Perfect at the Reader's Favorite and Reader's Views Literary Awards.
Good evening, everyone. I know it was a long day, but receiving the Visionary Award, it's deeply meaningful, because being a visionary, it's not about knowing about the future, it's about preparing yourself for it. And as a visionary, I believe that you all share this idea with me that you must need few steps ahead, not to control the future, but to lead with intention even when the future is not clear. 2 years ago, I stepped out from corporate life and the future was very unclear to me. And I had an identity crisis. I didn't know when the business title went away, when actually the paycheck was not there anymore, and the job description was not there. I didn't know who I was anymore. And I had two questions. My first question was who I really am and what I'm good at. And I had two realizations. The first realization was that each and every of us, we come with a unique value proposition. And each and every person coming into our life is teaching us something. And that, based on this belief, actually, Whole Not Perfect has been written. Because this is a book which doesn't talk about, that kind of version of you which is perfect. It's talking about the imperfection which makes you beautiful, and those kind of things from which you learned during your life, and they brought you where you are right now. So the book is a collection of stories, reflections, and also it helps leaders to really connect with their strengths, to make sense of this dynamic market where we are right now, and to make sure that they become much more confident in uncertain times. I invite everyone to come with me on a journey, on my next journey, because I'm about to shape my next book. And my next book, it's about those kind of leaders who are brave enough to talk about the unspoken. And if you are the kind of leader who experienced uncomfortable situation about which you don't talk much, you experience that kind of like invisible pressure which you don't show much, And if you are the kind of leader who went through a quiet reinvention, I'll be very happy to have a conversation. So, Whole Not Perfect is published, and I really want to thank Authority Publishing, my publisher, for helping me get this book to the readers. And I'll be very happy to sign a book for you and also to have the conversation about what shapes the future. So thank you so much.
For our next award for the Business Leadership Excellence, I'd like to welcome Madalena Silvana Schmidt to the stage. Madalena is the CHRO and Executive Management Member at Phoenix Technologies AG. She views HR as a strategic business driver that delivers measurable value while prioritizing people, blending visionary strategy with pragmatic leadership.
Thank you so much. Getting this award among so many extraordinary leaders across all over the world is really meaningful to me, so thank you. And I would like to thank you first to my parents and my brothers, because they make me to the person I am today. I say thank you to my own family, because they are always supporting me. Big thank you to my employer, Phoenix Technologies. They are supporting me a lot. And thanks to all the professionals in the past, they supported me. And yes, when I think about it, I would like to thank as well the people who were not supporting me in the past, because I have the feeling they make me stronger and they brought me to this place where I am. Since 20 years, with full of passion with people and culture management. And yeah, what better can happen today? So thank you.
For the next award of Business Leadership Excellence, I'd like to welcome Manaz Kazan Shadman, PhD. Manaz, are you in the room? Again, for Business Leadership Excellence Award, Majid Kazmi. Majid is Senior Strategy Consultant with over 20 years of industry experience, is the CEO of Stralent Consulting. He's also led consulting engagement in corporate strategy, operating model design, product innovation, as well as customer experience turnaround, particularly in banking, fintech, and capital markets.
Hello and good evening. Absolutely honored and humbled to receive this award that you see here. What you don't see is the 20 years of tears, sweat, and blood. That's the backstory of me and my team. So this one is for the team. Excellence to me is a journey and not a destination. And leadership is not about having all the answers. It's about getting the people around you excited enough about the right questions. So it's all about clarity, simplicity, and authenticity, which are the real superpowers. Because when you have a team that knows the why, they execute on the how with real conviction. Because as they say in my line of work, the best way to engage honestly with the marketplace is through reaching out to the right people, and by not using the words honestly, engage, and marketplace. So here's to CXO. Thank you so much, to my team, to my family, and have a wonderful rest of the evening.
Thank you. For our next award of Business Leadership Excellence, I'd like to welcome Mohammed Assad to the stage. Mohammed Assad is the COO of Hamdan Global, has more than 20 years experience as an HR consultant and organizational development expert. He leads cultural transformation, agile structures, and talent alignments.
Lovely evening, everyone. Thank you, Team CXO, for believing in me and inspiring me. I'm truly humbled, inspired, thrilled. Thank you so much. And this is for all the people who believe in me. Thank you so much. Keep believing. I promise you, I will not disappoint you. Thank you so much.
Again, for the Leadership Excellence Award, please welcome Nasreen Al-Qudari. Nasreen, are you in the room? Moving on, again for Business Leadership Excellence Awards, Olivier Brussel. Olivier is the CEO of Trendon Loop, building on 38 years of B2B experience dedicated to improving buyer-seller trades in industry and consulting and entrepreneurship. He's led over 220 engagements for over 200 organizations across all sectors and 5 continents, authored over 50 articles and presented at over 30 conferences and webinars.
Thank you so much, CXO organization and your committee for having given us this award. It's indeed the culmination of 30 years of experience in trying to address some of the biggest challenges in business to business, which is why are 60% of sales not successful? Why are 50% of invoices not paid on time? And that's not easy. There are 300 reasons. And understanding those reasons was the first step that we made, but bringing a solution was a lot more difficult. I did it in consulting for years for big clients who had the means to pay for consulting, until technology enabled us to do it at scale for even smaller businesses. And therefore today, late payments are no longer fate, no longer the cost of doing business. They are just a problem not being addressed, which has a solution called Trading Loop. Come and see me. Thank you.
Our next award for the CXO 2.0 conference is Emerging Leader in Business Award. I'd like to welcome Ulvain van Dijk Hildebrand. Ulvain, are you here? No. For the Business Leadership Excellence Award, Pamela Robinson. Pamela, are you in the room? Again, for Business Leadership Excellence, Raj Mohan. Raj Mohan. There he is. Raj Mohan is the Managing Director of RNP Tech. He ensures safe consultancy. His team helps SMEs achieve BizSafe and ISO certificates, risk assessments, and AI-assisted learning for frontline teams.
Thank you to CXO team. Yeah, this awards inspiring me and boosting me up to do more. Okay, basically yes, we are doing save life, make a digitalization. My company is RNP Tech. We make the system called is EWHS system, Workplace Safety and Health Management System. So my system is a one system. You can do your safety, your integrated management system is one solution, one system. You can do all the operation of every company operation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next award for Business Leadership Excellence, Rohan Karg. Rohan is the co-founder and MD at Belvy Beverages. A serial entrepreneur in West Africa manufacturing, he launched Nouveau CSD brand and Wapak industry cartons. Belvy's growth has been covered by international media organizations like the CNN and the MSNBC and Nanyang Technological University.
Thank you, CXO, for this recognition and this honor, and also for really pausing and honoring so many leaders in the private sector. I see that so many of us here are like the quiet engines that propel economies, our industries, our sectors forward. This award is dedicated to the millions of consumers that we serve in different parts of Africa, to the hundreds of colleagues who believe in me every day, to my family for their support. Thank you.
Up next for the Business Leadership Excellence Award, Suman Ranghab Hasham. Suman, are you in the room? He is not. All right, we're gonna backtrack just a little to see if these people are in the room. Omar Alamari? Sukanya? Patrick? Who else did we miss? Aditi? Andrew? Anish? Hajar? Mahnaz? Nasreen? Alvin? Pamela? And that is all of my list. I would like everyone who remained, I'd love you all to give a big round of applause for Mr. Gary Young, who was our awards presenter. And to my team, thank you guys so much. Thank you very much to all the team. A big congratulations to all our honorees today. You've shown us what leadership, innovation, and vision truly look like. It's been quite the day, and I hope you've enjoyed every minute. We do have one more day to cover for tomorrow. Now, as we close out today's session, we'll just take a moment to look ahead, and we would like to thank our partners, our silver sponsor, AWA, BioRevolution, bronze sponsor, Team Up Corp, Certainty Management, DB Tez Technologies, Bob Lucido team of Keller Williams Lucido Agency, as well as SOA, Barrett Enterprises, our merchandise sponsor, Avela Global, and our lanyard sponsor, LMI Executive. Don't forget, our upcoming editions are in the USA as well as Singapore. They promise even more connection, more energy, more insights, more networking. From myself, Maxine, I will be back tomorrow to be your host for our final day of CXO 2.0 conferences. Have a great night and travel safe.